Chapter 1. Tokyo, Miwako. The moon is black and the wind is high, it's just killing. Ah no, it's a good time to connect. A handsome, tall, black-haired young man walked into the abandoned building in front of him. After entering the building, the young man couldn't help but shudder, and faintly heard the sound of rats gnawing on something. The gloomy environment, the creaking sound, makes people feel shuddering. The young man took out the flashlight he had prepared in advance and walked upstairs while whistling. Halfway through, the young man paused. Okay. I want to go to the toilet. A minute later, the young man came to the third floor of the abandoned building. Go straight to the door of a room. Boom boom, boom boom boom, boom 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 boom. The young man knocked on the door with rhythm. Boom boom boom, boom boom, boom boom boom. The door was knocked again, but this time not by the young man, but by the people inside. After receiving a response, the young man touched his waist with his right hand and drew out his prepared pistol. Then push the door, raise the gun, turn off the insurance, and do it all in one go. At this time, a ray of moonlight shone in. Through the moonlight, you can see that the young man pointed a gun at a middle-aged man opposite him, and this middle-aged man also pointed a pistol at the young man. Boss Odajiri, it saddens me that you actually pointed a gun at me. I want to add an additional fund as my compensation. The young man pretended to be pitiful, and at the same time he put the pistol on to protect him, and then put it away from his waist, so that the unlucky thing of shooting his waist through the gun would not happen. No. I already gave you a lot of money last time. But your whistle is still the same ugly. Shinji. Odajiri Toshiro said with a straight face. He is not unhappy, because he has such a face most of the time. Unless there is something particularly happy, he will laugh. Boss, do you feel like you want to go to the bathroom? Shinji asked seriously. It is indeed you who ask this kind of thing seriously. I have got. So boss, if you have any questions, please hurry up and ask. Hearing this, Odajiri Toshiro's forehead came out with green veins. Didn't you let me come? Yes. Shinji touched the back of his head with some guilty conscience. Ahahaha. Don't care about these little details. I already know what you asked me to check last time. Talk about it? Odajiri Toshiro's face was grimace. Special Crime Search 3 lines, Domodo Matsu. Search the second department, Ito. These two have major suspicions, and they are likely to be spies inserted into the police by the black organization. Shinji said lightly. Reason. Odajiri Toshiro didn't blindly believe Shinji's claims. They were the police. To catch the thief, you need to show evidence. Shinji took out two photos from the pocket of the black jacket, a photo of vodka and Domodomatsu. The other is a photo of Domodomatsu and Ito meeting privately. In the photo above, Domodomatsu also handed a bulging envelope to Ito-jang. Don't guess, there must be money in the envelope. Even if Ito-jang is not a member of the black organization, he is still involved in the black organization. After all, the person who gave him the money was Domodomatsu. He handed the photo to Toshiro Odakari. This is a photo I took while following vodka. This is a photo I took while following Ito. For these photos, I took a lot of effort to get them, and I was almost discovered. This is a lie. He took this photo with ease, and Tai Han Vodka and Naoguatang Bensong didn't feel that they were secretly photographed at all. Of course, this is why he was able to complete the task so easily when Jin was not around. Otherwise, it is very likely that Jin will find it, and then it will be cemented and sunk into Tokyo Bay. As for tracking Ito-jang, it's effortless at all. Simple. Seeing the two people in the photo, Toshiro Odakari felt a shadow in his heart. The Domodomatsu in the photo is 30 years old this year. He is an elite police officer of the Metropolitan Police Department, and he is also in the professional group, with a promising future. I didn't expect him to be a spy for the black organization. It really surprised him. Although it has not been confirmed that Matsumoto Domoto is a member of the black organization, the two people in this photo are having a good conversation. He couldn't help but believe it. Ito Jong is also an elite police officer of the Metropolitan Police Department, but not a professional group. Moreover, the 3rd Department of Special Crime Investigation and the 2nd Section of Search are the departments that the Metropolitan Police attaches great importance to. One is responsible for the enterprise, and the other is the department responsible for corruption and other things. If both of these departments were infiltrated by the black organization, there might be other insiders in the Metropolitan Police Department. A major cleaning is imperative. At this time, Shinji pulled the photo from Odakari Tashiro's hand, then took a lighter from his pocket and lit the photo. The flames lit up the dark room, but quickly went out. Even the ashes of the photo are gone with the wind. Seeing this scene, Odakari Tashiro was stunned. There's no way. Shinji spread his hands and said, if you're in our business, if you're not careful, you might not be able to live in the finale. I've already dealt with the negatives. This guy Jin is like a hound, it's very troublesome to be targeted by him. As soon as Jin felt something was wrong, a gun would be put on his forehead, and if he didn't give a good reason, Jin would definitely kill him with one shot. He's only a peripheral member now, and there's no pressure on Jin to kill him. But even if they were members of the organization, Jin didn't have the slightest pressure to kill them. Maybe this is the only real bar in the waterworks. Lord Sheen, tears. Odakari Tashiro smiled, it seems that you have really grown up a lot. He was very pleased. The Kitahara Shinji in front of him is an excellent police officer he selected from the police academy. If he hadn't arranged him to be a spy in the black organization, he would be a member of the professional group now. Shinji smiled, then I'll leave the rest to the boss, and I'll withdraw first. Okay. Pay attention to safety and be careful. Contact me if you have anything. Good. Chapter 2. Kitahara Shinji walked out of the dark building. He looked up at the bright moon. I didn't expect that I would actually travel to Conan's world and become the fake wine that the Metropolitan Police Department planted in the water factory. It's really good luck. It has been a month since the crossing. It's also been a year since I joined the organization. Within this month, he had already realized that he was a spy planted by the Metropolitan Police in the black organization. Fortunately, he got all the memories of his predecessor, plus the system, so he didn't reveal his secrets in front of Odakari Tashiro and Jin. Otherwise he has now become a cement mound under Tokyo Bay. The system he got is called the Soul Devouring System. As the name suggests, it can devour souls that have died within 24 hours, within 100 meters of itself. After these souls are absorbed by the system, they will be converted into soul fragments. The number of soul fragments is distinguished according to the strength in front of the deceased. The souls of ordinary people are generally 10 soul fragments. The souls of strong, murderous men are generally 15 soul fragments. Like in the last Black Organization mission, he absorbed the soul of a peripheral member who was killed, adding a full 15 points of soul fragments. If you are lucky, you can also obtain skills or equipment from the soul. It is also possible to obtain a memory from the soul of the deceased. These memories have been processed by the system during acquisition and will not affect him. As for what to explode, it all depends on the character. Soul shards can be used to upgrade skills. The system also has a panel. Name, Kitahara Shinji. Age, 22. Occupation, police officer, member of the periphery of the Black Organization. Skills, unarmed fighting LV6, sniper LV6, driving LV6, voice change LV7, sixth sense LV7, eagle eye LV7, stealth LV5, acting LV6, cooking LV2. Items, Pistol 3, Sniper Rifle 1, Invisible Bird Camera 1, Nano Simulation Face 1. Soul Point, 7. I have to say, the predecessor is really a genius. These skills are all the skills that come with the predecessor. And his arrival did not add to this body. This is really a sad story. However, the level of these skills was not so high before, and it was only through his own efforts that he could become so strong. Perhaps it was because he was a genius that he was chosen by the criminal minister of the Metropolitan Police Toshiro Odakari as a spy in the black organization. Although his predecessor was a genius, his heart was not very capable. Because of being a spy, he suffered extraordinarily, and finally committed suicide by taking sleeping pills. That's where his subsequent takeover came. And he inherited everything from Shinji, including his identity as a rich second generation. A high-end apartment, 10 shops, a few nice cars, 2 billion yen in savings. Ugh. I didn't expect that I would actually complete the dream of my previous life because of the time travel. Shinji looked at the time and realized that it was only 11 o'clock. It's so early. Staying up all night to cultivate immortals is commonplace for him. Go to the hospital first. Let's see if there is any gain. Follow Kyuta Shinichi after school tomorrow and see if we can meet new souls. Another full day. Soul fragments are in short supply recently, so he can only go to the hospital to fight Kaiyufen, and then follow death to see if he can get some soul points. Now Kyuta Shinichi is not yet a Shinigami elementary school student, so the chance of encountering a murder case is not as much as when he became smaller. But soon, because Kyuta Shinichi is already very famous, known as the savior of the Japanese police. I believe it won't be long before he will be fed Aptx-4869 by Jin. How could he miss this historic moment of witnessing? However, rather than feeding Kyuta Shinichi medicine to Jin, he still wanted to feed Kyuta Shinichi Aptx-4869 with his own hands. Having Conan come out of my hands makes me excited to think about it. Persecute Conan, start with me. Dong dong. The phone in my pocket vibrated. At 12 o'clock tonight, Tulip Bar. Jin. Meet again in the middle of the night. Jin is really a night owl. Even though I am too. Jin is still as short as ever. I sent a text message to Jin very quickly. Good. It seems that the autumn wind cannot be beaten tonight. Shinji walked to the intersection and then stopped a taxi. Go to the Tulip Bar. Okay, guest. The car started quickly, the speed was fast, and the car was very stable. Shinji started closing his eyes and rested. After half an hour, the taxi stopped in front of a building. The Tulip Bar is in this building, and it's the highest floor, as well as a stronghold of the organization. When Jin saw him, or gave him a mission, he was invited here. The person who came with Jin was his little brother Vodka. After paying a lot of money for the car, Shinji entered the building and took the elevator all the way to the top floor. Came directly to the door of the Tulip Bar. After pushing the door and walking in, Shinji saw Jin and Vodka sitting in the corner. Black clothes and black hat, long silver hair with chin and waist. Vodka's wide chin and sunglasses are very easy to recognize. These two are also model workers in the organization, who have worked hard for the organization. No one else was sitting at the table next to them. It should be frightened by Jin's aura, other people dare not sit on the table next to Jin. When Shinji walked past, he felt the temperature around him dropped a lot. Humanoid air conditioner Jin. At the same time he also felt that he was being targeted. Not surprisingly, Jin should aim his pistol at him. This kind of thing is not Shinji's accident, because every time he sees Jin, he will be pointed at by a gun. It's no surprise. Shinji ignored the feeling of being targeted, sat down beside Jin, and said to Vodka who was on the side, Vodka, I want a glass of bourbon, thank you. Vodka glanced at Jin, after Jin nodded. Vodka got up from the position and went to fetch Shinji wine. Jin, are there any tasks? Shinji asked directly. Jin called him here, drinking incidentally, mainly to post tasks to Shinji. Jin didn't go around the corner, and took out a photo directly from his arms. The person in the photo is a woman with dark brown hair in a white coat. Shiri. Shinji recognized who the person in the photo was. It is Shiho Miyano and Habara Ai. Is this, the one I want to kill? Shinji pretended not to know Shiho Miyano. At this time, pretending not to know Shiho Miyano was the right choice. The black organization liked Shiho Miyano very much. The average peripheral member didn't even know that Shiri was Shiho Miyano. At this time, as a peripheral member, he recognized that the person in the photo was Sydney. In the next second, Jin will pull out a gun and push it against him. And every time Jin took out a photo, he wanted him to kill the other person, so he would say this. Fortunately, every time Jin asks him to kill, they are inexplicably cut off by others. Love killings, poison killings, car accidents, suicides, gun killings, vendettas. He had seen all kinds of death methods anyway, and the reason was extremely outrageous. After that, everyone else in the organization called him Mr. Lucky. Jin did not directly answer his question. The boss is quite satisfied with you recently. After a while, I will arrange a task for you. After completing the task, you will be an internal member. At the same time it will have its own code name. Thank you for the organization. Shinji thanked him verbally, and then asked the question he wanted to ask. Can you process capital? Jin glanced at Shinji and said lightly, yes. That's good. Chapter 3. You, a rich second generation, are always thinking about the salary for what you are doing. Tai Han Han Vodka returned after pouring wine, and inserted a sentence. This is the money I made with my own hard work, and it has nothing to do with the fact that I am a rich second generation. This is a different experience, vodka you can't experience. Shinji sighed. Seeing Shinji's appearance, Vodka really wanted to go up and punch him twice, but he couldn't. At this time, Jin pointed to the photo on the table. She's called Shiho Miyano, and the code name in the organization is Sydney. Tomorrow she will meet with her sister Akemi Miyano, and you will stare at their every move. When talking about Akemi Miyano, a cold light flashed in Jin's eyes. The mouse that escaped from the organization, Maro Hashide, also known as Akai Shuaki, is Miyano Akemi's boyfriend. At the same time, Akai Shuaki also entered the organization through Miyano Akemi. Most importantly, Akai Shuaki and Miyano Akemi are relatives. In this regard, Shinji can only say that it is worthy of you, Neon. Miyano Akemi. It's the man named Zuxingda who got into the organization. A rat appeared in the organization and was given a code name. The incident that finally allowed him to escape has spread. Because of this incident, some rumors emerged within the organization. What organization is going to close down, it will soon be copied by the police and so on. This variety of rumors flooded the entire organization during that period. In the end, it was Jin who killed a group of talents and that stopped the rumors. Right. Although Miyano Akemi said that she has broken up with Marashitsu Akai Shuaki and disconnected. But I don't believe it. If she hadn't had a good sister, I would have killed her. Jin sneered. Indeed so. Had it not been for Akemi Miyano to have a good sister, Jin, who would kill all the traitors without mercy, would have killed Akemi Miyano long ago. Where will she live till now? But here I have to say. Akai Shuaki, the old scumbag. No problem, leave this to me. After all, Shinji drank bourbon in one shot. What? Bourbon? You are really delicious. I will send you the time and place tomorrow, don't be late. Jin began to issue an eviction order. Shinji didn't want to stay with the humanoid air conditioner like Jin, it was a bit cold. It's not good if you catch a cold. Okay. You know Jin, I'm never late for a task. He has always been very punctual. The purpose is to make a good impression on Jin. So Shinji succeeded, and now Jin has let him touch Sydney, which is good news. In the year he joined the organization, he has only seen two codename members, Jin and Vodka. He has never seen the rest of the titled members. Putting down the wine glass, Shinji stood up and walked out. Hateful. You have to say it face to face for such a small matter. Isn't it good to say it on the phone? Taxis are really expensive. Shinji whispered. Originally, he wanted to seek reimbursement from Jin. But it occurred to him that he met Otajiri Toshiro today, and Jin also knew he had a car. If he rashly asked for reimbursement, he might be asked by Jin why he came by taxi. Then it will be in trouble. Ugh. After I become an internal member, I must embezzle a little money. I shouldn't be killed by Jin. Shinji checked the time. It was 11:55, which was close to 12 o'clock. Okay. Go to the hospital first, then have a supper, and finally go home to sleep. Perfect. Taxi. 7 in the morning. The top floor of the apartment. Shinji got up from the bed on time. Although he only slept for about 5 hours, he was still full of energy. Maybe this is the body of a young man. Then, I turned on the phone and saw the text message from Jin. The time displayed by the text message is 6 o'clock. Koizumi Pharmaceutical Laboratory. 9 o'clock. Here, give me my name. Jin. Jin is as short as ever. Receive. The news he sent seemed to have fallen to the ground, and Jin did not reply. Then go jogging for half an hour. There is a treadmill in the room. In order not to be disturbed, he was the only one living on the top floor, and he also opened up other walls to connect them together. In this way, it becomes a luxurious villa. After the exercise, Shinji went to take a shower. Then start to make breakfast. Of course you have to eat noodles for breakfast. Boil the water first, then throw the noodles in, and cook another egg by the way. The cooked noodles are added with salt, pepper, oil, diced carrots, capers, sesame sauce, spicy oil, and finally decorated with chives. A perfect breakfast is ready. After eating and drinking, Shinji went to the underground garage of the apartment. A Porsche Cayman was selected from the garage and drove it towards the Koizumi Pharmaceutical Laboratory. 10 minutes later, Shinji drove to the door of the laboratory. Through the car window, Shinji could see that all the security guards at the door were carrying guns. Dong dong. A security guard knocked on the car window glass. Shinji shook the glass. I'm looking for Jin. Hearing this, the security guard looked on one side. Please wait a moment. After he walked aside, he talked to someone over there through the walkie-talkie in his hand. A few minutes later, Vodka walked out of it. Come in with me. Chapter 4. Where to go? Shinji asked from the driver's seat. And through the mirror, I looked at Shihoma Yano, who was sitting behind Shiri. The skin is fair, the temperament is unique, and the hair is brown, giving people a cold feeling. In a word, he looks very beautiful. As expected, the woman who made Jin miss for a long time. What? Shiri. Jin's angry voice kept echoing in his head. At the same time, a picture appeared in his mind. Shiri naked back picture. Have you seen enough? Shiri frowned. Ever since she sat in, she found that the man in front of her had been looking at her through the mirror. Although her eyes were clear, it still made her feel uncomfortable. No. After staring for a few seconds, Shinji withdrew his gaze. It's all right now. What's your code name? Shiri asked suddenly. I don't have a code name yet. My name is Kitahara Shinji. You can call me Kitahara or Shinji. But I prefer you to call me Shinji, so it looks kinder. The two of us might work together for a short period of time. The corner of Shinji's mouth showed a curve. Through the conversation with Jin just now, Jin told him that in the next period of time, he will become Sherry's exclusive little brother, responsible for Sherry's travels, and also responsible for monitoring Sydney. In other words, Sydney is now his boss. So, I order you as the boss, you are too noisy, shut up. Sherry said lightly. Sherry also knew that the man in front of him would be her subordinate for some time. But in her eyes it is not so much a subordinate, as it is, a servant. At the same time, she also heard the name Kitahara Shinji within the organization. It is said that he is a newcomer who has emerged in recent years, and he is very optimistic about Jin. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the car was a little silent. Damn woman. This matter will first be written in a small book in my heart. I will want you to look good when you become younger. It's decided, just use Jin's voice to tell you. Ah. Sherry. No, the picture feels too strong. At this moment, Shinji's mouth showed a curve. Go to the Miwa department store. Sherry felt that the man in front of him was a pervert, he was scolded by her, and he could still laugh. She is now considering whether to propose to Jin the idea of changing a younger brother. But when I saw Shinji's face, he was much more handsome than her younger brother before. Forget it, let's stay. It's not bad to be eye-catching. Although it is a pervert. Shinji, silently, changed and started the car. Head towards the Miwa department store. 10 minutes later, Shinji took Sherry to the Miwa department store. When Sydney got out of the car, a beautiful woman with long dark brown hair waved to Sherry behind him with a sunny smile. This person is Sydney's older sister, Akemi Miyano. At the same time, he was also known as Masami Hirota, and he lived a life completely opposite to that of his younger sister, Shiho Miyano. Elder sister. Seeing Akemi Miyano, Sherry also smiled happily. In this scene where the sisters love each other, Shinji turns into a bodyguard, motionless. He still has this vision. After the two sisters had a conversation, Akemi Miyano saw her younger sister's new brother. Who is this? Jin gave me the new driver. Also the new watcher. Hello, my name is Kitahara Shinji, Miss Miyano Akemi. Shinji smiled and stretched out his hand to say hello. Hello. While shaking hands, Miyano had been watching Shinji. She has heard this name in the organization, a newcomer who has recently emerged. And she also heard that this person was very lucky. All the targets of each mission were killed by other people before he started. The task completion rate is 100%. Known within the organization, Mr. Lucky. I've heard your name, Mr. Lucky. Miyano Akemi smiled. It's all set off by my peers, I'm just a person with better luck. Shinji shrugged. Just when Miyano Akemi was about to say something, she was interrupted by Sherry on the side. Sister, don't talk about it. The limited time sale of designer bags is about to start. Let's go over. And you, come to see us on the 3rd floor after you park the car. Pay the bill with me, pick up things, and ask Jin for reimbursement when you go back. After talking, Sherry pulled Miyano directly and walked towards the mall. At the same time, Akemi Miyano gave Shinji an apologetic smile. Look for Jin for reimbursement. Can I buy something and get reimbursement from Jin in Sherry's name? Looks like it can. Shinji quickly parked the car. Please wait for me. Chapter 5. Sure enough, women are shopaholics. After coming out of the mall, Shinji was covered in large and small bags all over his body. The two sisters, Sherry and Miyano Akemi, were talking and laughing while holding a cup of milk tea. Co-author: I am a tool man. Okay. I'm really just a tool guy. A tool man is a tool man. Anyway, he has already scoured a lot of wool today. If there is such a good thing every day, he is willing to be a tool man all the time. And 1/3 of these things belong to him. The latest mobile phones, game consoles, blazers, shoes and more. The other 2/3 are Sherry's, designer bags, cosmetics and more. Mayano Akemi only bought a few small items. One of them was a gift that Akemi Mayano bought for Shinji. These things cost more than 2 million yen in total. A long shopping list. The bulk of them were the bags that Sherry bought, about 500,000 yen each, and she bought 3 in one go. After Shinji put all his purchases into the trunk of the car, he asked Sherry, "What's for dinner?" "It's past 1 o'clock now, and it's time for lunch." Hearing this question, Sherry and Mayano Akemi were both stunned. What to eat for lunch, this is a question. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, Shinji knew that they had difficulty choosing just like him. There is a commercial street nearby, restaurants, KTV and movie theaters can be seen everywhere along the street. Everything is here. Why don't you eat Hyuxia food? Shinji happened to see a Sichuan restaurant. After he crossed over, he didn't eat spicy food seriously. He wanted the complex taste of Sichuan cuisine, and saliva secreted frantically in his mouth. Serve with a glass of happy water. Suck. No, I want to eat sushi. Sherry said, pointing to the sushi restaurant beside him. Following Sherry's finger, Shinji saw a conveyor belt sushi shop. To be honest, he doesn't like to eat sushi and sashimi very much. First, these things are raw, so he is not at ease to eat them. Second, the taste of these things is relatively bland. And he prefers to eat heavy-tasting things, the spicier the better. But now that Sherry is his boss, how can he be his boss as a subordinate? No. You can't talk back to your boss. It would be bad if Sherry went to Jin and sued to replace him. This kind of thing is rare, and you can also go there to find things for free prostitution. So, I can turn a blind eye to your chat content in the future, so let's go have Hyuxia food. In order to be able to eat Hyuxia food, Shinji decided to sell Jin. What are teammates for? Of course it's for sale. And he is a policeman, Jin is a terrorist, so selling Jin is a matter of course. He was not burdened at all. Hearing this, Sherry was moved. She knew that all the people Jin arranged around her were used to spy on her, and even the words she said every day would reach Jin's ears. She has no personal freedom in the organization. So to get the only freedom, I agree. It's just a meal of sushi left and right, change the area for a little private space, and earn blood. As for Mayano Akemi, there is no need to ask, she definitely supports her sister Sherry's decision. Let's go then. Shinji was in high spirits and walked towards the Sichuan restaurant. Just now at the door, he felt a choking smell. The smell is really nostalgic. Kind taste. Akut. X2. Sherry and Mayano Akemi both sneezed at the same time. It's choking. Sherry admitted that she was sloppy just now, and shouldn't have agreed to come over for Hyuxia food so easily. Come in quickly. Shinji waved to the Mayano sisters at the door. The waiter at the door came up. Sir, how many are there? 3, is there a box? The waiter nodded and said, Yes, sir, please come with me. Seeing that Shinji walked in directly, the Mayano sisters could only follow. The waiter brought the 3 of Shinji to a small private room. After entering, the waiter placed the menu in front of Shinji from the table in the room. Sir, this is our menu. Shinji looked at the menu and suddenly asked, Is your boss Japanese? Our boss is from Daxia, and he is also our chef. That's good, tell your chef, I want the authentic Sichuan flavor, not the improved one. The Hyuxia restaurant opened in Japan has adjusted the taste to suit the taste here. The improved taste is not bad, but he still prefers the authentic taste. Okay, sir. I want double-cooked pork, mapo tofu, boiled pork slices, spicy chicken, and a bowl of rice. The dishes he ordered were all classic dishes, so there was no need to say more about the taste. After eating, it is guaranteed that there will be heavy snow in the EPUB tomorrow. Okay, what would you like to drink? Shinji looked at Sydney and asked, I want Coke. What would you like to drink? Mayano Akimi, oolong tea. Shiri, I want oolong tea too. And that's all. Okay, sir, wait a minute, your dishes will be up in about 20 minutes. The waiter bowed and walked out. 20 minutes later, Shinji's order finally came. Along with the dishes, there was a bowl of rice. As for drinks, they were brought before serving. Looking at the ruddy dish, Shinji moved his index finger. I added a bowl of rice to myself, and then added a spoonful of mapo tofu to the rice. I'm gonna start now. What? That's what it tastes like. Spicy and delicious. At this time, he seemed to be in heaven, and a group of beautiful girls in red cheongsam were dancing beside him. There was also the sound of music playing. Clang clang. Seeing Shinji's happy face, Sydney and Mayano Akimi also took a bite. Well. Oh, vaguely. After that, the three couldn't stop. And then have another sip of Coke, it's the ultimate experience. Well. Shinji's hand holding the chopsticks stopped suddenly. Because. Soul Fragment, 10. Just now he received a notification from the system and obtained soul fragments. As expected, someone died around here. Chapter 6. Mr. Shinji, what's wrong? Are these dishes too spicy? Mayano Akimi saw that Shinji stopped his chopsticks, and his expression was a little strange, so that's why he asked that. These dishes are really spicy though. Now her mouth and tongue are numb, and she feels her mouth is swollen now. Because the dish was too spicy, I shed a lot of sweat, and my body was sticky because of the sweat. But these dishes taste really good. Shiri next to him wasn't much better. The mouth is quite rosy and looks quite attractive. The bangs were also wet with sweat. Shinji shook his head and said, something seems to be happening outside, but it has nothing to do with us. A person died outside, and his soul has been absorbed by him. If someone dies in a place like this, there is a high probability of homicide. As for the reason for his killing, it shouldn't be too outrageous. He will not join in the fun when the police will definitely come over later. He is now a member of a black organization, not a police officer, nor a steamed egg, so he is not qualified to handle this kind of murder case. The most important thing is that he doesn't have the egg-steaming brain of Kyuta Shinichi. He's just a fake wine undercover in a winery. This kind of thing is really embarrassing for him. So let's leave this kind of thing to the police and Kyuta Shinichi, an extrajudicial fanatic. Something happened. Mayano Akimi asked, tilting her head. Intuition. Shinji laughed. Then took a look at the table and found that the dishes were much less. I saw Shiri cast the shadowless hand, and the dishes on the table were rapidly decreasing. The sweat on her forehead gradually increased, and she kept wiping it off with a tissue, sticking her tongue out from time to time. Leave some for me. Shinji soon joined the army of food grabbers. 10 minutes later. The dishes on the table were swept away by the three of them. Because it was so delicious, Shiri ate it all, and his stomach looked a little bulging. What are you going to do next? Going to sing, watch a movie, or go back to the lab? Shinji asked Shiri next to him. At this time, Shiri was flushed, with a few tears hanging from the corners of his eyes, and his lips were swollen. Watch movie. She finally came out, she didn't want to go back to that prison so soon. In addition, there is also the company of my sister, and this time the monitor is not as annoying as the previous monitor, and he looks like a man. So she has to play more. Take a good vent, the depression in the laboratory. Alright. I'm going to check out. Shinji got up from his seat and went down the stairs to the first floor to pay the bill. What? Brother Kitahara, I guessed right, you are here too. Everyone's old acquaintance, a little fat, Megure Jozo in orange clothes shouted at the front desk with a finger at Shinji. Officer Megure, we are really destined. See you here again. Shinji touched his head. Every time he went on a mission, his goal was met with a preemptive presence. When he was there, Officer Megure came with someone. Then he was taken as a suspect, and then Officer Megure couldn't solve the case and called directly to the savior of the police, Kyoto Shinichi. Finally found the culprit. After several times in a row. When Officer Megure arrives at the murder scene, he looks around to see if he can find Shinji. In the end, he really found it this time. Because Officer Megure felt like he was death. It seems that my guess is correct, you are indeed the god of death. Officer Megure pressed his hat and approached Shinji. What a god of death. I'm not Mori Kogoro and Conan. I'm just a fake wine with better luck. Officer Megure, you're going too far. What happened? After Shinji settled the bill, he asked Officer Megure, who was beside him. We received a call that a person died in the ramen shop next door, and I was about to go there. Brother Kitahara, do you want to come over together? I don't. Just as Shinji was about to reject Officer Megure, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. The murderer is among the three of you. This familiar voice, Shinji knew without guessing, was our old friend, Kyoto Shinichi. At this moment, a picture appeared in his mind. Kyoto Shinichi pointed at a certain murderer with one hand, and put the other hand in the pocket of his trousers to hold a cup. What? It's Brother Kyoto. Officer Megure also heard Kyoto Shinichi's voice, looked surprised, and left Shinji. Love doesn't go away, it just shifts. Why are there so many cops out there? Sherry frowned. As a member of a black organization, she doesn't like dealing with the police. A man at the ramen shop next door died. Shinji then changed his words, want to go see the Shinigami. Grim Reaper. That's right. One walks there, and there's a fatality there. It's not an exaggeration to call such a person a god of death. Chapter 7. Among the ramen shops. Kyoto Shinichi, dressed in a blue suit, white shirt, and red bow tie, was talking to the three in front of him. The police on the side became a foil. At this time, next to Kyoto Shinichi, a beautiful girl with sharp horns on her head saw Shinji and was pleasantly surprised. Ah! Mr. Shinji, you are here too. It was Mori Ran who came. Kyoto Shinichi's childhood sweetheart. The Emperor himself. He has been in contact with Kyoto Shinichi and Mori Ran several times, so he can be regarded as an acquaintance. Mori Ran trotted to the side of Shinji, and Shinji stepped back calmly. He was really scared, afraid that the horns on Mori Ran's head would poke his handsome face. How much hairspray is on this hair to make such a corner? Shinji couldn't help but think of a few pictures he had seen on the internet before. Mori Ran's head shaved. Mori Ran's corner pierced Kyoto Shinichi's appearance. Wow! It's terrible. Xiaolan keenly noticed that Shinji took a half step back, pretending to be angry and said, Does Mr. Shinji hate me? No. I'm just afraid that your horn will poke my face. You know, I have nothing but this face. Shinji touched his face and said. Hearing this, Mori Ran groaned, Mr. Shinji, you really hate you, don't always make fun of my hairstyle. And aren't you a rich second generation? How come you have nothing? The second generation of the rich Shinji mentioned it to Kyoto Shinichi and Mori Ran before, but he didn't expect Mori Ran to remember it. Now that the economy is so sluggish, I'm a vagrant again, maybe I went bankrupt that day. So I have to protect my face, and if I go bankrupt, I can still use this face to eat a meal. Shinji said solemnly. Mori Ran covered her mouth and smirked, I happen to know a rich woman, but looking at Mr. Shinji's appearance, it shouldn't be needed anymore. After all, you already have two such beautiful girls by your side. The rich woman in Xiolan's mouth, Shinji knows who it is. That is the second lady of the Suzuki Foundation, Suzuki Sanako. Suzuki Sanako is Xiao Ian's best friend, and his looks are no different from Xiaolan. The only pity is that Sanako's appearance is still sealed by the headband. The two beautiful girls in Xiolan's mouth were Miyano sisters next to him. What? Shinji suddenly remembered that he had not introduced the two sisters Miyano. They are just my friends, this is Masami Hirota, and this is Shiho Miyano. Hirota Masami is Miyano Akimi's alias and her external name. She uses this name where she works now. As for telling Xiolan Sherry's name does not matter, the members of the organization will not be called Shiho Miyano, but call her code name, Sherry. Hello, I am Mori Ran, please advise. Mori Ran said. My Hirota Masami, please advise me. Miyano Shiho. Shinji stood at attention and bowed to Mori Ran, please be sure to introduce me to the rich lady, please. This is the attitude of asking for help. Really? Xiolan was a little pleased, Sanako keeps asking me to introduce her boyfriend. If you introduce a handsome guy like Shinji to Sanako, she will be very happy. It just so happens. Tomorrow is also a holiday. Let me ask you Sanako out. Please, Miss Mori Ran. Sweet love, I am here. At this time, Shinji suddenly felt a murderous look. Following the source of the murderous intent, he saw Kyuta Shinichi who was staring at him. Hateful. This guy Kitahara Shinji is so close to Xiolan. Also, Xiolan, this stinky girl, is actually so close to other men. Still chatting so happily, damn it. Kyuta Shinichi stared at Shinji with a dark face. I don't know why, but he is very upset with Shinji. Seeing Kyuta Shinichi like this, the corner of Shinji's mouth was drawn with a curve. But in my impression, the case should be more important than Xiolan. When Kyuta Shinichi was handling the case, he still noticed me and Xiolan. It seems that my handsomeness has already made Kyuta Shinichi feel dangerous. I'm so damn handsome. But I still think Kyuta Shinichi is more suitable to be with the case. But it's coming soon, Kyuta Shinichi will be smaller soon. At that time, he can be with his real lover Case, together. Chapter 8. At this moment, Officer Megure on the side said, What's wrong with you, brother Kyudu? Why are you in a daze? What? Nothing. Kyuta Shinichi replied. Damn it, because of Kitahara Shinji, I actually forget that I am still cracking the case. Now I should concentrate on solving the case. Ahem. Kyuta Shinichi pretended to cough twice, and then began a serious analysis of the case. Continue with the topic we were just talking about. Mr. Tortoise on the mountain, you are the murderer. Kyuta Shinichi presented a classic pose. With one hand in his pocket, the other pointed at a bald male among the three. Boy, what evidence do you have for my murderer? Kyuta Shinichi thought that the murderer Yamagami Kazuo was quite calm. Evidence? The evidence is on you. What? Yamakame Tortoise looked aside, and at the same time stepped back, seeming to be frightened by Kyuta Shinichi's aura. Mr. Shinji, do you know who the murderer is? Asked Akimi Miyano on the side. It's the man identified by Kyuta Shinichi. Ugh. Did Mr. Shinji also find the evidence? It's amazing. Miyano Akimi said in surprise. She didn't expect Shinji to have such a strong reasoning ability. After all, the three of them just arrived on the scene, and now Shinji has found evidence to prove the murderer. Sure enough, he was the man whom Jin liked. It's so extraordinary. Evidence. Shinji shook his head and said, I didn't find evidence. But I feel a bit of murderous aura from this man. Murderish. Miyano Akimi looked dumbfounded. In this era of Keishui, can you still feel murderous? Shinji nodded affirmatively. Yes, it's murderous. You are not young anymore, why are you so second? Sherry didn't believe in something as mysterious as murderous. She is a K scholar, she believes in Keishui. Hearing that, Shinji was speechless, and could only silently spit a groove in his heart. After you get smaller, you will be the Black Organization detector. You can detect anyone who joins the Black Organization. Why can you sense the people of the Black Organization, but I can't sense the murderous aura? Who are you looking down on? You'll know you're wrong when you fall into my hands. You smelly sister. At this time Shinji was already fantasizing that Sherry had fallen into the scene in his hands. Sherry should cry out by then. At this time, Kyuta Shinichi started his own commentary. Maybe you haven't noticed it yourself. The clothes you wear are very similar to the color after blood clotting. So that you didn't notice it after the blood from the victim splashed on you. Don't you say you didn't go to the toilet? Then why is the victim's blood on your clothes? The turtle husband on the mountain subconsciously took a look at the clothes he was wearing today, and found that there was a touch of other colors in the place where the white font and the color of the clothes meet. This color is extremely similar to the color of the clothes, and you won't be able to see it if you don't look at it carefully. And this color is the color after blood clotting. How come? Looking at the coagulated blood on the clothes, the turtle husband on the mountain knelt directly in front of the crowd as his legs softened. Blame that man. If he lends me money for turnover, my company will not go bankrupt. At this moment, Shinji seemed to hear the classic BGM. Conan execution song. Mr. Hill, why is the victim reluctant to lend you money? Officer Megure asked. Shinji wanted to ask this question too, but was preempted by Officer Megure. Last time I asked him to borrow 30 million yen, but I took it for gambling, but in the end I lost all of them. That's why he didn't want to lend me money. He is so rich that he is not willing to lend me 30 million yuan, this kind of person is damned. If he is willing to lend me money, none of this will happen. Tortoise Yamagami did not feel that he was at fault, and even thought that it was a matter of course for the victim to lend him money. Hearing that, Shinji was quite speechless. What bad reason is this? It's simply outrageous. Others are not your dad, so why should they lend you money for granted? And the lack of borrowing money is simply my own reason. Finally, the grievances of not being able to borrow money are spread on others. Also killed others. Shinji can only say that it is worthy of the world of Keishui. Officer Megure was quite angry. He really didn't expect the man in front of him to kill for this reason. And he didn't even mean to repent at all. What are you kidding? You killed an innocent life for this reason. What do you take human life for? Officer Megure couldn't help but grab the murderer by the collar. You go to the prison to repent. Take him away. Chapter 9. After dinner, Shinji first sent Mayano Akimi back home. Then he sent Cherry back to the laboratory. Finally, take the shopping list and go to Jin for reimbursement. As a result, gin and vodka were not found after searching around in the laboratory. Jin won't run away because of spending too much money this time. Shinji thought to himself. Of course this is a joke. It is impossible for organizations to afford this little money. At this time, gin and vodka are not in the laboratory, that means they went out to work. After all, it's an organization model worker. Only the two of them are doing practical work. It is normal to be busy. Toot toot. Shinji directly took out the phone and dialed Jin's number. Hey. Jin's cold voice came, and Shinji heard the sound of the car honk. Jin, when are you coming back? I'm still waiting for you and me to reimburse today's expenses. Shinji said straightforwardly. This is not the first time he has asked Jin to reimburse expenses. The organization will reimburse all the expenses incurred for each mission. It is simply an organization of conscience. Jin wanted to hang up on the spot. Can't you say something else? Why are you a rich second generation staring at this little money all day? I took a look at Vodka, who was driving next to him. Although a little stupid, but more worry-free. But in order to maintain his compulsion, Jin couldn't say such things. I will go back in a few days, and I will be reimbursed with you after I go back. What did Sherry say to the woman Mayano Akimi today? Jin took out the cigarette case, popped a cigarette out of it, took it directly with his mouth, and lit it with the cigarette lighter that came with the car. I only said some homely things. There is no content about the organization. But we encountered a murder case while eating, and we had contact with the police. Shinji chooses to tell the truth, and ignores what he promised Sherry. He spent a day with the Mayano sisters today, and he really didn't hear them say anything about the organization. As for whether they said anything else when going to the toilet, he didn't know. He is not a pervert. How could he ran to the women's bathroom to eavesdrop? Policeman. Right. The police officer who went to handle the case is considered my acquaintance. Isn't my goal always being killed every time I perform a task? Then every time he goes to the murder scene. I should have told you these things. After each task, Shinji will tell Jin the process. After all, Jin's suspicion is extremely serious. Except for Vodka, everyone looks like a rat in the organization. If you don't elaborate on what happened, it's easy for Jin to point a gun to his head. The predecessor of this kind of thing has a deep understanding. Because there was a mistake during the mission, Jin pointed a gun to his head and was almost killed by a shot. Therefore, from now on, as long as it is a task that has been performed, he will tell Jin in detail. That policeman. A bit impressed. Jin recalled it and remembered, Shinji did mention it to him. And he also took Vodka to verify, there is no problem. By the way, I have a task here. Go ahead and do it. What task? Recently, there is a group of arms dealers from the United States, and they have good guys on their hands. Get this batch of arms in 3 days. When I get it, I will send someone to solicit the goods. I will send you the information and photos of the arms dealer. Directly grabbing is indeed the style of organization. Even if the transaction is organized, the transaction will be killed after the transaction. All organizations have a bad reputation in the dark world, and ordinary organizations dare not do business with organizations at all. Except for a few large organizations. I need some weapons. To deal with arms dealers, only pistols and sniper rifles are not enough. He needs weapons of mass destruction. Okay. Send me a text message about what weapon you want, and I'll send it to the laboratory later. Good. Toot toot. Jin directly hung up the phone. Shinji didn't care and started editing the text message. 30 grenades, a full set of body armor, RPG rocket launcher, blue fire Gatling, 3 shotguns, pistols, and several bullets. Send. 1 minute later, Jin's information was also sent over. Clint Wood, Gene Wallen, John Kirch. Miwa Hotel, 10th floor. The photo is in the arms. You want too many things. Seeing Jin's text message, Shinji curled his lips. I knew it would be like this. He just wanted as much as he could, and it was Jin's business whether to give it or not. If you give more, you will make a profit. If you don't give that much, it's okay. Half an hour later, the man in a black suit carried a box and placed it in front of Shinji. This is what you want. After saying these words, the man in the black suit walked away. After he left, Shinji opened the box. There are 3 photos inside, 3 pistols, 10 grenades, a set of body armor, and several bullets. Jin really didn't satisfy Shinji's desire to wash the ground with a rocket launcher. Disappointed. At the same time, Mori Detective Agency. Mori Ran returned home and had already prepared the dinner. After his father, Mori Kogoro came up, he could start. Soon, Mori Kogoro came up quickly. During the meal, Xiaolan and Mori Kogoro talked about the case she encountered during the day. After half an hour, Xiaolan returned to the room after eating. Xiaolan, who returned to the room, made a phone call with her good friend Sanako, and talked about today's affairs. Then he told Sanako about Kitahara Shinji. Really? Is that Kitahara Shinji really that handsome? Hearing that a good girlfriend wanted to introduce herself to a handsome guy, Sanako sat up straight out of the bed. Hearing the handsome guy, Sanako couldn't help himself. It's true, you'll know when you meet tomorrow. At 9 o'clock in the morning, we will meet in Shibuya. No problem. After ending the call with Sanako, Xiaolan sent another text message to Shinji. See you in Shibuya at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chapter 10. Beep. Whose text message? Shinji glanced at the phone, and then saw a text message from Xiaolan. There is only a brief sentence above, but it makes Shinji quite excited. See you tomorrow morning in Shibuya at 9 o'clock. Sweet love, I am here. But before that, we must get this batch of munitions in hand. Although Jin is said to be 3 days old, the sooner he is taken down by this batch of arms, the more points he can gain from Jin and the sooner he can become a member of the code name. So he decided to take care of this matter tonight. It's just a few arms dealers, a matter of minutes. It's 7 o'clock in the evening, and the appointment will be at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, plus the bath time. All this must be done at 7 o'clock. We will arrive in Shibuya before 8:30. As a gentleman, definitely let the lady wait for him. 12 hours is enough. Just do it. Shinji lifted the box and walked out of the laboratory. Get in your own car and drive towards home. Before acting, he needs to go home to get some things. Invisible Bird Camera 1, Nano Simulation Face 1. These two things need to be taken out. To do this kind of trouble-prone task, you must put on a vest for yourself. Then, Shinji looked at his panel again. Soul Fragment 6-7. I went to the hospital last night to absorb 5 souls, and today I absorbed another soul. This is all his savings. Now he has enough soul fragments to open the storage space. Open storage space. It takes 50 soul shards to open the storage space. Do you want to execute it? Implement. Storage space is opening, successfully opened. At the moment when it was opened successfully, a paragraph of text appeared in Shinji's mind, how to use the storage space. 5 square meters. Can't live animals? Enough. The storage space is only 5 square meters, and living objects cannot be placed. These are enough for Shinji now. He didn't have much to put out anyway. Shinji waved his hand, and the suitcase on the front passenger seat disappeared. Then with another wave, the suitcase appeared again. It's so convenient. 10 minutes later, Shinji returned to his home. Under the bed, the invisible camera and the nano simulation face were taken out. The invisible camera is invisible, and there is also a matching controller and virtual screen watch. The controller is a chip. After the chip is inserted into the watch, the camera can be controlled by language, and the virtual screen on the watch can see the picture seen by the camera. Quite used. The nano simulation face is a capsule. You need to eat it to know how to use it. But this thing is harmless to the human body. Shinji took the capsule decisively. The nano simulation face link is successful. Please scan the dissatisfied object with both eyes, photo or real object is fine. Photos and real objects. There is no real object in the room, but there are photos. The 3 photos Jin just gave are photos of previous mission goals. There are also pictures of parents who have passed away. First exclude the photos of the parents and the women, and then walk to the waiting mirror with the photo of one of the arms dealers. Scanning. Scan successfully. Then Shinji felt something covering his face. The face in the mirror also began to change. After a minute, his appearance changed. It became what it looked like in the photo. Shinji touched it with his hand and pulled it, and found that it felt exactly the same as Shinji's touch. It deserves to be something produced by the system, it's easy to use. After sighing, Shinji took out all the weapons in the suitcase, and with a wave of his hand, all the weapons disappeared. Then he took a hat and a mask. After finishing the preparations, Shinji put on his watch. The link is successful. Then Shinji opened the window and controlled the camera to fly out. Target Rice Flower Hotel, 10th floor. Receive. A mechanical voice reached Shinji's ear. Through the watch, he could feel that the camera had begun to fly towards the Rice Flower Hotel. Then I should set off too. Chapter 11. By sneaking, Shinji perfectly avoids all the surveillance cameras. When I came directly to a place more than 2 kilometers away from my home, I called a taxi to go to the Rice Flower Hotel. The driver saw Shinji's suspicious attire, and he thought about the guy who was robbing the taxi driver at night wearing a mask and hat. He subconsciously grabbed the mobile phone in his pocket. He almost took it out and called the police. At this time, Shinji pulled off his mask and said in broken Japanese to the taxi driver, "I'm going to the Rice Krispies Hotel, thank you." He's a foreigner now, and it's normal to speak bad Japanese. Seeing that it was a foreigner, the driver finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a foreigner. I was really taken aback. Is my face so scary? Shinji continued in broken Japanese. The driver wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "No sir. Recently, someone wearing a mask and hat, pretending to be a passenger, came to rob a taxi driver. I thought it was the robber with your dress just now, but the robber is a neon man, not a foreigner. I almost called the police." The driver touched the back of his head and laughed. At the same time the car started. "So it is," Shinji replied. Arrived at the designated location. Open virtual screen. Virtual screen is turned on. At this time, a pale blue screen appeared on the watch Shinji was wearing on his left hand. This screen can only be seen by Shinji, which means that only the person wearing the watch can see it, and no one else can see this screen. The three arms dealer's rooms are by the window, so the camera can see the scene inside the room. At this time, the three arms dealers in the room were having dinner. But the windows were closed, and they were still a little far away, so Shinji couldn't hear their voices. Look around to see if there is a place to enter. He remembered that some rooms in the Rice Flower Hotel should have balconies. Maybe you can enter the room through the balcony. The camera panned around a bit, and really found the balcony that wasn't closed. It seems that these three arms dealers have a big room. In this way, the camera enters the room through the balcony. Openly spy on the three arms dealers. When the camera entered the room, the three arms dealers didn't notice anything unusual. The camera doesn't make any sound during flight. It is indeed a black technology produced by the system. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door of their room. Hearing the bell, the three quickly took out their pistols from behind. Junwallen walked to the door with the pistol, and saw what was outside the door through the cat's eyes. Three well-dressed women stood in the doorway of their room. "Hello sir, room service." "Who's the woman?" Junworen turned to look at the two companions behind him and asked. "Clint Wood, I called it. It's hard to get to Neon. Shouldn't you relax? I called 3, one of us. My treat." John Kiki said excitedly, "This is really great. They have been hiding everywhere in the United States and haven't touched a woman for a long time. Come to the safe Neon this time, of course to relax." Clint looked at Valen and said, "If you don't need it, leave the other two to me." "Who said I don't want it anymore?" Valen put away the pistol, You put everything away, don't scare them. After the other two put their pistols away, Warren opened the door. Please come in. A foreign woman with burgundy hair and two neon women walked in. It seems that they are quite poor, with so little fabric on their bodies that they can't even wear clothes. Especially the woman with burgundy hair, the evil on her body is particularly large. FK. Miwa Hotel actually has this kind of service, why didn't I know when I went last time? Shinji began to think about life. He felt like he was missing out on 100 million business. Warren's eyes lit up when he saw the room service staff who entered the door, and he put the wine red-haired foreigner in his arms. I want this. Villain laughed and walked to his room. Clint, I want this. Then this is mine. John walked into the room with the last of the housekeeping staff. What? More than 10 seconds later, shrill screams came from all three rooms. P.S. Thanks to the big guy 178-284 for the monthly pass and reward. Chapter 12. FK. I won't be cut off again. Shinji felt that something was wrong when she heard the screams. Based on past experience, the goal of his actions must be cut off. So, Shinji was anxious. The objective of this mission can never be robbed. My companion is urging me, can you drive faster? Shinji raised his head and said. He is not far from the Rice Flower Hotel now, and if the speed is faster, he will be there within 3 minutes. It should be too late. No problem. The driver stomped to the end and started racing. At this time, there was a new situation in the room. The woman with burgundy hair disappeared and turned into a woman with short straight blonde hair and walked out holding a pistol. The same is true for the two adjacent rooms. The customer service staff who had just entered came out. It's just that the two of them have color on their bodies. FK. How come I am so familiar? Isn't this FBI's agent Judy? How come this matter has something to do with FBI? Judy Starling, FBI search officer, was also Akai Shuaki's girlfriend before there was no undercover black organization. After Akai Shuaki decided to undercover the black organization, he broke up with Judy and turned to his cousin Akimi Mayano. Later, Judy came to Japan to track down Belmode and taught English in Daiden High School. Is a member of the Red Party. And why are these three arms dealers such a dish? It's so easy to be solved, you guys should be arms dealers for the hammer. At this time, Shinji really wanted to spray them face to face, so that he would come out to play with such dishes. Isn't this cheating me? Judy went to the door and opened the door. The burly Andre Camel and Kazumayu also walked in. Fortunately, we put a little sleeping pill in their food, otherwise it has not been so easy to solve them. Judy said. Road. Then take them back for interrogation. The arms in their hands must not be shed. Kazumayu said. This action is a joint operation between Neon Public Security and the US FBI. They had been staring at a group of arms dealers, and put a little sleeping pill in the food they had just eaten. But they didn't make a lot of them. They were afraid of being noticed and affecting the plan. It just so happened that they called customer service staff again, so they directly asked Judy and others to act as customer service staff. By the time they noticed the sleeping pills, it was already too late. It was taken directly by Zudi and others. Shinji, who was looking at the virtual screen, was already dumbfounded. Good fellow, I'm just being good fellow. It was actually a joint operation between FBI and Neon Police. What did these arms dealers do to let Neon Police and FBI act together? It seems that this batch of munitions is not easy. Judy and Kazumayu are also on the stage, but I don't know if Akai Shuaki and Furuya Rei will be in charge from behind. Shinji feels that now he is going to single-handedly run into the Red Side's nest. It feels pretty exciting. Sir, Rice Flower Hotel is here. The driver said. Thanks. After Shinji paid the money, She put on a mask and walked towards the Rice Flower Hotel. The current situation is beyond his imagination, he needs to contact Jin. Shinji walked to a corner and started to dial Jin's number. Hey, at #% at hashtag. Shinji faintly heard the sound of music, gin, and vodka maybe in the bar. Jin, is it convenient to talk now? Wait for me. After 10 seconds, there was finally no noise on Jin's side, and it seemed that he had walked to a quiet place. What's the matter? There was a little accident in this mission. Jin blurted out subconsciously, I was killed again. Why did Jin say it again? Because this is not the first time Shinji called him and said that the mission had some accident. No, I was caught this time. I was caught by FBI and Taizi. Shinji simply recounted the situation to Jin, and then waited for Jin's next instructions. Upon hearing this, Jin was silent for a while, and then sneered, FBI. Taizi was subconsciously filtered out by Jin, he only had FBI in his eyes. Hearing FBI, it reminded him of the mouse, Akai Shuaki, who got into the organization. Does this mission need to continue? To be honest, Shinji doesn't want to continue. For nothing else, I was afraid that Akai Shuaki also appeared in Neon, and then 800 meters away with a sniper rifle, one shot blasted his head. Go on, of course you must go on. But this mission will be your assessment. Give me the arms dealers and arms from FBI, even if the mission is completed. Do not let me down. After speaking, Jin hung up the phone. Then walked towards Vodka. Go, Vodka. What happened? Brother. The lingering group of FBI guys have come to Tokyo. Could it be that Akai Shuaki is here too? Vodka asked in surprise. It's still not certain, so we need to investigate. Chapter 13. FK. Is the assessment of internal members so casual? But the boss behind the scenes still trusts Jin. From Jin's words just now, Shinji can judge that Jin has the qualifications to decide internal members. As expected of the winery's real wine, a model worker. Shinji sighed. So after completing this task, I can become an internal member, so I absolutely cannot fail. Shinji took the bulletproof suit out of the storage space. Bulletproof vests and helmets and gloves. After Shinji put on his bulletproof gear, they got into action. At this time, Kazumayuya's subordinates wore cleaning staff's clothing and pushed 3 trash cans. They put the 3 arms dealers in 3 trash cans and pushed the trash cans towards the elevator. Is it the ground floor or the underground parking garage? Rice Flower Hotel, you can park outside on the first floor, as well as in the underground parking garage. However, judging from the fact that they put people in the trash can, it is just to not attract attention, so there is a high possibility that they will go to the underground parking lot. In the next second, Shinji rushed out like a cheetah, running towards the entrance of the underground garage. At the same time, the camera entered the elevator together with the neon police disguised as cleaning staff. Seeing through the camera Shinji, the neon police directly pressed the button on the basement floor. While running, Shinji glanced at the screen. Very good, it really is an underground garage. The next step is to determine where they park. When Shinji came to the underground parking garage, neon police also came to the underground parking garage. Number 13, Area B. Shinji glanced at the number next to it. This is number 9 in Area B. It's very close. A minute later, Shinji could already see the neon police disguised as cleaning staff. He quietly followed behind, like a hidden poisonous snake, ready to move at any time. 2 minutes later, neon police pushed the trash can to number 3, Area B, where a black van was parked. Through the eagle eye, Shinji can clearly see that there are 2 neon police officers in the car. They opened the door and dragged the arms dealer out of the trash can. When I was about to throw it into the car, Shinji, who had been hiding in the dark, finally moved. Like a cheetah, he rushed out of the shadows at a very fast speed, and came to the front of Neon Public Security at a very fast speed. Boom! A hand knife slapped the back of the neck of one of the arms dealers, and he fell down. At this time, the companion beside him also reacted. But their hands are still carrying the arms dealer's body, and they can't draw guns at all. Only those in the driver's seat and the passenger seat pulled out the gunman and opened the doors. As they opened the door, Shinji made another quick shot. Cleanly knocked out two other Neon police officers who were carrying arms dealers. Stand there and don't move or I'll shoot. Put your hands up and don't move. At this point, the two Neon police officers above the car had come out and pointed their guns at Shinji. They are extremely cautious, and if Shinji makes any move, they will shoot without hesitation. After all, they have also seen Shinji's skills, and it's over with a little mistake. Shinji didn't panic at all when he saw the gun being pointed at. He was used to being pointed at by Jin with a gun. Shinji, who was under the mask, raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly shouted loudly, "Put down the pistol." Hearing Shinji's roar, the two Neon police officers suddenly froze. The reason they were stunned was not because of Shinji's sudden roar, but because of Shinji's voice. Because Shinji is the voice of Kazuma Yuya. That's what made them stunned. It's now. Shinji quickly approached them while they were stunned. Boom! A Neon police officer opened fire. Shinji's head twitched slightly, and the bullet grazed his right shoulder. Dodging bullets, it's trivial. Boom! His jaw was hit directly by Shinji, and the force hit his head directly, his eyes rolled, and he passed out. The Neon police officers next to him were preparing to shoot. That knew that Shinji directly grabbed the police officer's body as a shield. At the same time a pistol was seized from his hand. "General!" Shinji pointed the gun at the unconscious public security officer, and still hid his body behind him, and used the voice of Kazuma Yuya. "Drop the gun now or I'll shoot him." The last Neon police officer cast a rat guard, sweating constantly on his forehead. And Shinji also pushed the shield and approached him step by step. In the end, he couldn't bear the pressure and dropped the gun on the ground. Boom! The last Neon police officer was also knocked unconscious by Shinji. "You fell before I even tried," Shinji sneered. "Too bad no one can hear it anymore." After knocking him out, Shinji quickly fumbled around on them, took off all the guns and other items on them, and threw them all on the car. Finally, after throwing the three arms dealers into the car, Shinji left here leisurely in a Neon police van. At the same time, Kazuma Yuya and Judy, who were in the elevator, suddenly heard gunshots. Immediately it felt bad. P.S. Ask for flowers, evaluation, collection. Chapter 14. When Kazuma Yuya and Judy rushed to the basement, the Neon police carrying the arms dealers and the Neon Public Security Department on the van all fell to the ground. Kazuma Yuya also hurried up and put his hands on their noses, and he was relieved instantly when he found that he was still breathing. When he first came over, he thought all his subordinates had been killed. "Hey! Yamashita, when you wake up, what happened?" Feng Jianyu also shook one of his subordinates and shouted. After shaking for a few seconds, he opened his eyes with difficulty. "Mr. Kazaki, that guy took the man away and drove our car away. How many people does the other party have?" While still awake at the foot of the mountain, Feng Jianyu also asked quickly. The mountain tremblingly stretched out a finger. One, a person." After speaking, he went into a coma again. Kazuma Yuya also put the mountain down on the ground with a dark face, and then stood up blankly. "Take them to treatment." "Yes." The other subordinates looked at the black-faced Feng Jianyu, did not dare to say anything more, and quickly fell down and gave him treatment. After all, 5 hits won, and all of them are knocked down. Will they play? And even with outsiders in this situation, it's embarrassing to even bring them. It's really embarrassing to go abroad. Mr. Kazaki, all the weapons on their bodies are gone. Shouted the moving colleague. I see. Kazumi also walked to a corner with a dark face and dialed a call. Go ahead and stop a van with the license plate number of Shinjuku 20 #56-19. But please be careful, the enemy has a gun in his hand, and he is skilled. Yes. Then Kazumi also made another call. I'm Feng Jianyuya from the police, and I need your assistance from the Metropolitan Police Department. Please stop a van whose license plate number is Shinjuku 20 #56-19. But please be careful. The enemy has a gun in his hand, and he is skilled. Yes. I'm so grateful. The traffic division of the Metropolitan Police Department is still good at finding a car. After all, there are many people and great power. Agent Judy, Agent Camel, let's investigate the surveillance in the basement. Underground parking lots like restaurants have monitoring equipment. Although he will not be shown to outsiders, he is a neon policeman, and he is still able to watch a surveillance video. Sure, no problem. The two of them didn't mention the fact that neon police was put by one person. After all, it was too arrogant, not so good on someone else's territory. Kazumi also took Judy and Camel to find the person in charge of the mall. After he showed his ID to the person in charge of the mall, the person in charge of the mall immediately took the three of them to the surveillance room to call out the surveillance. From the monitoring, they can clearly see how Shinji cleanly killed 5 of his men. But he didn't see Shinji's face. Seeing Shinji's skill in the video, Kazumi also guessed that his words would not be much better. After all, hiding from bullets is not something anyone can do. Judy and Camel also had serious faces. Camel, if you are against this person, how many wins and losses do you have without using a weapon? Judy asked. Camel thought for a while and said, he's very strong, if I'm against him, he'll be 3 or 7. I'm 3 and 7. After all, the scene of Shinji hiding the bullet really shocked him. This is how fast the reaction speed can be to avoid close shots. He couldn't do it anyway. Maybe Shuaki can beat this guy. Judy thought to herself. At the same time, the traffic department and public security personnel of the Metropolitan Police Department have begun to deploy inspection points in this area. Check every vehicle passing here. At this time, Shinji drove the car and stopped in a sparsely populated place. He wanted to ask the 3 arms dealers in this place, where the arms they brought were placed, and why they were targeted by FBI. Bang bang bang. Shinji slapped Clintwood's face with a series of slaps, and stopped knowing that his face was swollen. At this time Clintwood opened his eyes slowly. Seeing Shinji wearing a mask and hat really shocked him. Then he reacted. UFBIST, you are completely overcast, FK. However, he was greeted with another slap. Speak well to Laozi. And I'm not from FBI. Now I have something to ask you, I will ask you to answer, or I will kill you with one shot. Shinji pointed a pistol to his head and said. Shinji's slap and the pistol on his forehead completely awake him. And being handcuffed, he couldn't resist at all. Okay. Where are your arms? Shinji went straight in. Sorry, I can't talk about this because... my hand. Clintwood wailed suddenly. I saw that his palm was directly pierced by a dagger. This dagger was found by Shinji from the Neon Police Station, and it was quite sharp. You are not qualified to refuse, you will have to die if you don't say it. After all, you still have 2 companions, I believe they should speak out after seeing your body. Shinji played with it. Shinji drew the dagger inserted into his palm again, and then changed the dagger to the other hand. Puff. This time it was another palm. Say it. What? I said, don't torture me anymore. This batch of munitions is here. Chapter 15. Check ahead, Please slow down, everyone. Miyamoto Yumi said while waving his baton at the passing cars. After checking a car, she complained to the colleague beside her, "Damn it, I had already left work at this time, but as a result, I am still working overtime. Blame the car thief. Don't let me catch him." The reason why the Metropolitan Police Department asked them to set up temporary checkpoints was car thieves. At this time, Shinji had been mixed into the traffic and was queuing for inspection. But he has already changed a car, and he just ran into a motorcycle racing family with his sister on the road. Then Shinji used the neon police van to stop the motorcycle racer's car. After the car was stopped, the young man in the car scolded and got out of the car, with a face of anger, rolled up his sleeves and rushed over, preparing to hit Shinji in the face with a punch. So that Shinji knows the price of not stopping his car. Then Shinji took a step ahead of the young man and smashed his face with a punch. Then he dragged the young man into a dark corner, educated him severely, and took away his clothes. Let him stop racing in the future. Then he drove the woman off the motorcycle and threw the 3 people on the van. At the same time, he also threw the car keys of the van to the woman who had been driven out of the car just now and told them to drive the car away. After that, Shinji drove a motorcycle racer's car and swaggered to the temporary checkpoint. Before coming over, he changed his face, the hat and mask on his head, and even the clothes on his body. At the same time, I went to the store to buy some food and drinks, and then went to the drugstore to buy a little bit of sleeping pills. As long as he crosses this blockade, he can go directly to the place where he finds arms. But before he went, he had asked the camera to go to the place where the weapons were hidden and searched. Then he saw the traffic policeman, Miyamoto Yumi, who even dared to stick a ticket for Jin's car. Miyano Yumi can be described as a legend among traffic police. Jin's car and Porsche have been ticketed by her, and even vodka has been reprimanded by him for smoking. It can be said that she is a female traffic policeman with explosive combat effectiveness. He is also the younger brother of Akai Shuichi and the girlfriend of Handa Shukichi. Why do I always meet people related to Akai Shuichi today? Does this indicate that I will fight Akai Shuichi in the near future? Just as Shinji was thinking about it, the sound of a horn came from behind him. It turned out that there was no car in front of him, and he was still there. The car behind started honking its horn. "Hey! Come here for the examination. Didn't you see that there are so many people in the back?" Miyamoto Yumi walked over with a cold face. "What? Sorry, I was thinking about something just now." Shinji touched the back of his head. Then he drove the car and ran forward for a while. Miyamoto Yumi glanced at the car model, then at Shinji, and then waved his hand, "You can pass." The intelligence shows that the car thief stole a van and was wearing a mask and hat. The person in front of him is obviously not. All Miyamoto Yumi just let Shinji pass by. Shinji showed a simple smile, "Thank you, police officer, you have worked hard, police officer." Then he swaggered through the blockade of the Metropolitan Police Department. It's 12 o'clock at midnight. Shinji drove to the port of Tokyo Bay. The arms of the arms dealer is hidden in a warehouse here. Jozo Warehouse. The camera saw the scene inside through the glass, exactly the same as the number of people told by the arms dealer. There are 15 people in total. They all have an AK in their hands, and they also have weapons such as grenades. The firepower is quite strong. In this case, you can't go in directly, so you have to think of other ways. He has already figured out the way. He added sleeping pills crushed by him to the food. Just think of a way to let them eat it. Shinji directly transformed into one of the 3 arms dealers, then dialed the phone and asked the people inside to come out to greet him. The phone number of the guard inside, Shinji has been obtained from the arms dealer. He even figured out why FBI came to catch them from the United States. There is a general's gun in this batch of munitions, so FBI will chase it. The general's gun was stolen, and then it fell into their hands, and finally it was also transported to Neon. Hey! Jack, this is Clintwood. I'm outside the door now. Open the door and let me in. Shinji said in Clintwood's voice. Jack heard Wood's voice and did not suspect that it was someone else's pretending voice, because he had never seen such a person. Okay, Booze, I'll be out right now. Boom. The closed iron gate opened a hole. A person walked out of it. Chapter 16. Boss, why are you here now? Although Jack didn't suspect that the boss was pretending to be a man, he still wondered why he ran over in the middle of the night. I found the cellar, so I came over to celebrate with you, Shinji said, holding up the bags of food and drinks in his hands. Most of the food he buys is hamburgers, octopus balls, fried chicken nuggets, which are easier to add powdered sleeping pills to. Great! Jack cheered. They have been in this warehouse for several days, and all the food, drink, and lassa are in it. It is to guard this batch of arms, and now that the arms have found a cellar, I believe that they will be able to go out from here in a short time. Now Warren and John have gone to negotiate with each other. I believe that the talks will be settled soon, and then you can go out, and you will also get a lot of money and become rich in this country. Shinji patted Jack on the shoulder and said. Of course, all of the above is a lie. Booze, let me get these things. Jack happily mentioned the food and drink that Shinji had in hand, and now he's quite excited. He couldn't wait to tell others the good news. You bring these food in first, there is still wine on the car, I'll get it. Okay. After Jack walked in, Shinji removed the drinks from the car. At the same time, 3 arms dealers who were detained were also checked. The handcuffs were intact, and none of the 3 woke up. But Shinji was still worried, and then fed them a few more sleeping pills. With their physique, there shouldn't be any problem with the sleeping pill. Perhaps. When Shinji brought in the rest of the drink, everyone in the warehouse had already started eating. They ate the food and drink Shinji brought without any doubt. It should be unexpected that he is not their boss at all. After watching Shinji, they also raised their bottles to toast Shinji. Shinji also smiled and pulled out a bottle of wine and drank it. Immediately, the atmosphere became more lively. Shinji kept sneering in his heart as he drank. Drink, eat. Treat it as your last supper. Soon the sleeping pills worked, and one by one they fell. Ellen, you are too rude. To be drunk like this. Jack laughed. A man named Ellen fell asleep with a bottle of wine on the ground. Jack, who was still laughing at others just now, also felt his head dizzy, and there were double images when he saw everyone. Looking at the other companions around, I found that they had all fallen to the ground. At this time, he finally felt that something was wrong, because their alcohol intake was not so bad, and they could get drunk before a few bottles of wine. Booze, you actually put medicine inside? Shinji smiled and said nothing. Soon Jack fell too. In the warehouse at this time, only Shinji was left awake. Call. Finally done, just call Jin now and ask him to bring someone over to pick up the goods. Toot toot. The call was quickly connected, and it seemed that Jin was not resting at this time. Nailed it? It's all done. Send someone to the Tokyo Bay Jozo warehouse. Hurry up, I don't know if the FBI will find it here. Humph. Coming soon, you did a good job of this. After that, Jin hung up the phone. Then looked at vodka on the side, go to Tokyo Bay, Jozo warehouse. Got it, big brother. Then Jin made another call. Go to the Tokyo Bay Jozo warehouse to pick up the goods. Yes. Shinji tied all these people with ropes found in the warehouse at this time. As for what to do with them, it was Jin's business. After that, Shinji looked around at the ammunition here. AK, RPG rocket launchers, grenades, flash bombs, smoke bombs, and other weapons are available, and there are many more. Shinji took a bit of each of these boxes and tucked them into the storage space. After there was only a little space left, he stopped searching. Then the arms dealer on the car was dragged into the warehouse. After an hour, outside the warehouse, the engine sound of a Porsche 356 was heard. Jin put his hands in his pockets, his waist-length hair swaying in the wind. Shinji. Jin asked Shinji, who was sitting on the gun. At the same time, he pulled a gun from his pocket and aimed it at Shinji. Because at this time, Shinji did not restore his original face, but still used the face of the arms dealer. "It's me, be careful." Shinji raised his hands and said. "Humph." Jin put away the pistol. "The technology is good. Similar to that woman in Belmod. Where is the person I want?" Jin was talking about the three arms dealers. He said on the phone that he wanted to stay alive. Shinji pointed to the pillar on the side. "It's all there, the people in the warehouse and their total of 18 people, all of them are here. As for the reason for the FBI's pursuit, I also asked clearly. This batch of arms contains the guns of American generals, and all the FBI chased after them." Jin ignores Shinji and walks over to the arms dealer. He has to ask himself, this is his consistent principle of doing things. "Your disguise is so realistic." Vodka wanted to touch Shinji's face. As a result, it was opened by a slap. How could he be touched by vodka? What? There was a miserable cry from the warehouse again. After a few minutes, Jin wiped his hands with a tissue. "Vodka, kill them." Jin's questions have been asked, then they have no value, and in Jin's eyes there is only a dead end. "Yes, sir." Vodka fitted the pistol with a silencer. One shot in the head. Soul Fragment 15*17. Soul Fragment 20. Total Soul Fragments. Oh who? Get rich overnight. Chapter 17. Household Registration Card *2. Unarmed Fighting *1. Bomb Disposal *1. Hemostatic Bandage *1. Fake Death Medicine *1. Black Technology Phone *1. Actually, Shinji was quite shocked this time. He felt that his current self had used up all his European spirit during this period. That's why it was able to extract so many things. These dropped things fell directly in front of Shinji before there was no storage space, and now they fell directly into the storage space after they had it. Jin and Vodka did not notice Shinji's abnormality at this time. Shinji looked at his watch and found that it was past 2 o'clock by this time. "Jin, I'll go back and rest first, call me if I have a task." He has a date tomorrow, so he doesn't want to stay here with these two big guys. "This task was done well, and your code name should be down soon," Jin said. After Shinji completed this mission, Jin typed the report. And got the above reply, "Can make Shinji an internal member. But I still have to check Shinji's details." After several mice were mixed in one after another, the organization's review became much stricter. Shinji's eyes lit up, and he finally reached this point. "That's great, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. By the way, this is a shopping list to accompany Sherry on the street. Take a look, and then reimburse me." Shinji handed the shopping list that he carried with him to Jin's hands. Jin glanced at Shinji speechlessly, and finally took the shopping list in his hands. However, Jin didn't see what was on it, but directly passed it to Vodka on the side. "I will talk to the finance department and ask them to reimburse the bill." "Thank you." Shinji grinned openly. "Then I will withdraw first." Jin waved his hand and signaled that Shinji could leave. Shinji walked out of the warehouse, looking at the bright moonlight. "It's just the last step." The last step, Shinji said, was the review. The organization will investigate his details from the new side, and will give him a code name only after it is determined that it is not a rat that got in. But Shinji is not worried, because his identity has already been fixed. Not only did the Metropolitan Police Department forge a copy with him, but the system strengthened it with him. Shinji believes that the organization absolutely cannot find out anything. The matter of him becoming an internal member is already a certainty. As it approached 5 o'clock, Shinji drove the looted car to a place near his home. Then he was sneaking, avoiding all the cameras, and successfully returned to his home. After returning home, Shinji let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, his disguise was lifted, and he was restored to his original state. Then he took out the equipment exploded in the storage space. All the exploded skills are cards, and crushing these cards will automatically generate skills. The repetitive skills will increase one level from the original foundation. After Shinji crushed his unarmed combat and bomb disposal skills, the skill panel has changed. Skills: Unarmed Combat LV7, Sniper LV6, Driving LV6, Voice Change LV7, Sixth Sense LV7, Eagle Eye LV7, Stealth LV5, Acting LV6, Cooking LV2, Bomb Disposal LV1. Unarmed Combat has improved by 1 level. The skill also has 1 more bomb disposal. When the skills were upgraded, Shinji's muscles began to tremble. After a minute, his whole body was sweaty. Shinji squeezed his fist and felt the strength in his body become stronger again. Now he can beat the two of him before, but he is not a little strong. At the same time, some knowledge appeared in my mind, some knowledge about bomb disposal. Then, upgrade unarmed combat. Not enough soul fragments to upgrade. I can't upgrade for almost 300 soul fragments. How many soul points are needed to reach the 8th level? Nor give a number. The system did not respond to Shinji. Shinji couldn't help it, and now the soul fragments can only exist. After that, Shinji looked at the household registration card again. This card can make a person change their heads, just write a new name on it, and then the system will automatically generate information after age and gender. And all the information from small to large is available, and it will never be found out that there is a problem with this household registration. Because this is the real household registration. Incredible. If you expose yourself, you can directly use this household registration card to change your identity, and then change your capacity, then no one can find him. Fake death medicine can make a person die for 48 hours. Hemostatic bandage, no matter how serious the injury, as long as it is tied on it will not bleed. Then there is the last black technology phone. Black technology mobile phone, solar battery, 10 minutes in the sun, can run for a month. It cannot be monitored or tracked, and it has its own tracking system. It cannot be released after binding. Other people cannot use this phone if it is obtained. Please understand the remaining functions yourself. When Shinji held the phone, a message came in his head. Do you want to bind? Binding. Full body scan, bind successfully. Chapter 18. Exit of Shibuya subway station. A tall, handsome man stood at the entrance of the subway. This handsome man is coming to Kitahara Shinji at Shibuya station early. It was 8:30, and he came over at 20:20. I have been standing here for more than 10 minutes, and within these 10 minutes, many young beauties came up to chat up. But how could these people compare with the rich lady Sanako? All of them were rejected by Shinji. Meanwhile, Ran and Sanako were already on the subway to Shibuya. Miss Sanako asked Xiolan, Xiolan, do you think that Mr. Kitahara Shinji is really that handsome? It's true Sanako, Mr. Shinji is really handsome. Xiolan said with a smile. Xiaolan. Sanako held Xiao Ian's hands with both hands. Xiaolan, you are so kind. Sanako is about to cry. Xiolan is really her angel. I love you forever. But what does Mr. Kitahara Shinji do? Sanako asked. Hearing this, Xiaolan hesitated. Seeing Xiaolan's hesitant look, Sanako thought that Shinji's career was a little out of his control, so he didn't want to talk about it. It's okay Xiaolan, you know, I'll never mind these things. She's not the type to discriminate against others because of her profession. From this, it can be seen that the Suzuki family's tutoring is very good. Unlike the daughters of other families, dogs look down on people. Xiaolan hesitated for a while, but still said, Mr. Shinji, he doesn't have a job. He is a rich second-generation family with a high-end apartment and a lot of shops. But Mr. Shinji is very amiable, sincere, and can cook. He is a good man. Xiaolan praised. Ugh. That's it? It doesn't matter, I never care about these things, as long as I look handsome. Sanako squeezed. She never cares about a person's background, as long as she looks handsome. This is an important criterion for Sanako's mate selection. A standard face control. As for the family background, no matter how powerful or rich the opposite family is, they are not as rich as her Suzuki family. In my Suzuki family, there is not much of anything, just a lot of money. And I can cook. It's my type. I can definitely do it this time. Looking at Sanako's appearance, Xiaolan teased, Sanako, you say that in your mouth, but it's not like that in your actions. Every time you meet someone you like, you don't dare to confess, and then you are taken away. Xiaolan knows her best friend very well. A giant in mouth, a dwarf in action. Sometimes she gets anxious when she's watching all the time, and can't wait to go up and confess to Sanako. Xiaolan. Sanako clenched his fists, looked at Xiaolan and said, You are optimistic, I will definitely take the initiative to attack this time, and I will not be the same as before. Xiaolan looked at Sanako suspiciously and said, Really? Sanako nodded vigorously, Really? Sanako has made up his mind at this time, and this time he must take the initiative. Could it be that Xiaolan introduced the handsome guy to her, and she didn't want to give up? In that case, let's go to Dorobaiga Park together next time. It just so happened that I won the karate competition, and Shinichi invited me to play. The four of us will go together. Xiaolan said. Okay, that's it? Shibuya Station is here, Shibuya Station is here, please get off the bus in time. Xiaolan, let's go. Sanako took Xiaolan's hand and got off the subway. Mr. Shinji said he was waiting for us at exit C. Let's go. Sanako can't wait to see Shinji now. Chapter 19. Sanako, that's Mr. Shinji. Xiaolan pointed to Shinji above the stairs and said. When Sanako saw Shinji, his eyes flashed with love, and he put his hands together on his chest, so handsome. He must be my Prince Charming. Then your Prince Charming is a bit too much, Sanako. Xiaolan complained. Every handsome guy Sanako sees, she will say is her Prince Charming. This time is different, Xiaolan. Sanako clenched his fists and swayed up and down. I have a feeling that he must be my Prince Charming. You say that every time. Xiaolan secretly spit out. Since it's your Prince Charming, why don't you hurry up? I just sent your photo to Mr. Shinji. So I'm not going to be your light bulb. What? Xiaolan, you're not going with me. Hearing this, Sanako was a little timid, and she didn't dare to see Shinji alone. She has always been a giant in mouth and a dwarf in action. The cowhide blew loudly, and once it came to actual action, it would not work. Xiaolan smiled and said, I made an appointment with my mother. So this time, Sanako, you have to do your best. After saying that, Xiaolan waved her arms and walked towards the other exits. At this time, Sanako was very entangled, went up to say hello. She dare not. Go back. A handsome guy is standing in front of her, What's the point of going back? Sanako is caught in a battle between heaven and man. But as a gentleman, Shinji will not let a beautiful lady encounter such a dilemma. After Shinji received Xiolan's photo, she knew that the two of them were on the stairs. The reason why she didn't go directly was because Xiolan had not left. Now that Xiolan has left, it is time for him to play. Xiolan, I will definitely remember this kindness. This beautiful lady, do you have any troubles? Hearing this, Sanako looked up and saw a face with a bright smile, shining brightly under the sun. First reaction is, so handsome. Sanako's heart began to beat violently. Her heart seemed to be hit by Cupid's arrow. The whole person fell into Shinji's smile, unable to extricate himself. Sanako wanted to say something, but couldn't say anything. His face was flushed red and his head started to smoke. Can you give me your hand? Shinji smiled and stretched out his right hand. Sanako subconsciously put his hand on Shinji's. Want to go there today? Shinji said as he took Sanako's hand lightly as he walked. Smooth, tender, like boneless, really comfortable to touch. I want to go to tropical paradise. Sanako blurted out. Okay. Shinji took Sanako's hand to the parking lot. He was driving out today. Please come in. Shinji very gentlemanly opened the passenger door for Sanako and put his hands on the roof in case Sanako hit his head. He really didn't want to let go of Sanako's hand if he wasn't driving the car, it felt so comfortable. I admit that I'm greedy for Sanako's body, I'm ABCH. Sanako, who was sitting on the co-pilot, was still a little stunned. It seems like he hasn't recovered yet. After getting into the car, Shinji carefully fastened Sanako's seat belt. Because of Shinji's approach, Sanako's heart, which began to beat steadily, began to beat violently again. It's so close, but Mr. Shinji smells good, it's the sun. May I call you Sanako? Shinji asked. What? Ken. My name is Kitahara Shinji, you can call me Shinji. Okay, yes, Mr. Shinji. Sanako stammered. It was the first time that she was treated so tenderly by such a handsome gentleman. At this moment, her heart seemed to be melted. Shinji started the car instead. The driving skills of LV6 make Shinji's driving skills quite powerful, there is no shaking at all, and it is quite stable. Sanako was racking his brains at this point, thinking about what to say. But couldn't think of anything to say. She is so nervous. Shinji looked at Sanako's distressed appearance and said with a smile, you don't need to be so nervous. With a beautiful lady like you, it's me who should be nervous. But your nervous look is really cute, I like it very much. Shinji made no secret of his love for Sanako. If you like it, you must say it boldly. If you miss it, he will regret it. When he watched anime in his previous life, he liked Sanako very much. Not only because of her beauty and wealth, but also because of her personality. With a swipe, Sanako's face turned red again. It was the first time she was confessed since she was a child. Sanako can swear that today is the day when she blushed the most. Chapter 20. Oh. What? Sanako, who got on the roller coaster, was not nervous at all now. Instead, I got excited. Perhaps because of the stimulation of the roller coaster, Sanako secreted a lot of adrenaline, so Sanako was quite excited at this time. However, the excited Sanako is just as cute. I like. Mr. Shinji, the roller coaster is really fun. Let's go take the jumping machine now. Sanako pointed to a tall building in front of him. Hearing that, Shinji held Sanako's hand naturally, let's go. Sanako didn't struggle either, but blushed and responded in a low voice, They all played amusement facilities such as jumping machines, carousels, yachts, and bumper cars. But today is the weekend, many parents bring their children to play, so they have spent a long time just queuing up. After playing these amusement facilities, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the colorful car lights of the tropical paradise came out. Shinji took Sanako's walk and strolled among the crowd. "You're hungry. What do you want to eat?" Shinji asked softly. At this time, Sanako is used to Shinji holding his hand. She felt Shinji's hands especially warm. "Curry and rice, I want to eat curry and rice today." Sanako raised his hand. "Good. We are going to eat curry rice now." Shinji took Sanako's hand, and the two came to a restaurant. "This restaurant buys curry rice, I heard it tastes good." There were still a few positions when they came over. After sitting down, the waiter on the side came over. "Sir, miss, what do you want to order?" "2 curry rice, Sanako, would you like to drink juice?" "It just happens to be thirsty, I want a glass of juice." "2 curry rice, 2 cups of fruit." "Please wait for a moment." After a while, the curry rice and juice were short. "Okay. I vaguely. Maybe Sanako is too hungry, bite after bite, not like a daughter at all." At this moment, Shinji suddenly called Sanako, "Wait a minute." Sanako froze, a trace of doubt in his eyes. Shinji took out 2 dining papers and stretched them to Sanako's mouth. It turned out that curry stuck to the corner of Sanako's mouth, even Sanako himself did not notice. "All right. Well." Sanako's face turned red all at once, and he covered his face with his hands. "It's over." Mr. Shinji saw my rude eating look. "I wonder if he thinks I'm too rude. Then he hates me." Sanako started thinking wildly. "Hurry up. After eating, we will wait for the ride on the Ferris wheel." Shinji pointed to the Ferris wheel behind Sanako. "Ugh. Ferris wheel. Boom. Boom." The firework rushed into the sky, and then exploded suddenly, illuminating the entire night sky with colorful fire lights. It also illuminates the faces of Shinji and Sanako riding on the Ferris wheel. At this time Sanako finally mustered his courage. "Mr. Shinji, can I ask you a question?" "You said." "Mr. Shinji, why do you like me? I am not beautiful or gentle. I can't even cook food. Why do you like me like this?" Sanako immediately blew himself up. Hearing this, Shinji touched his chin and said, "Do you want to hear the lie or the truth?" "Really, no, I have to listen to lies first. She likes sweetness first and bitterness later." At the same time, I was ready to go home to bury my headache and cry. After all, since childhood, no one has confessed to her. Not to mention a handsome guy like Shinji. Excuse me. I've always only told the truth. Sanako, I can tell you clearly, I am greedy for your body, coveting you as a whole. But your character is also something I like. Shinji sat upright and said, "I'm honestly proud." "What?" Facing Shinji's blatant words, Sanako blushed directly. "So Sanako, you like me, don't you greedy my body?" Shinji asked rhetorically. Sanako was choked to speak. Because she has always liked handsome guys, to put it bluntly, she is greedy. So she was right to say that she was greedy for Shinji's body. She was unable to refute. So the two of us are half a cat. And the so-called love at first sight is nothing more than a surprise and a gluttonous body. So long-term love is true love. So you are willing to find this true love with me? Sanako. Shinji stretched out his hand to Sanako. Boom. A firework burst open. Sanako put his hand on Shinji's. "I do. P.S. Thank you Tankashija for your reward. Thank you Shimming12 for your reward. Let's add another chapter later." Chapter 21. Apartment, 6:30 in the morning. Shinji was in the kitchen at this time making breakfast and Sanako's love lunch. He knew from Sanako that she didn't have the habit of bringing bentos every day, nor was she used to taking luxurious bentos made by the home cook to school, so she ate in the school cafeteria every day, or handled a meal in the school's canteen. Sanako might not care, but Shinji feels sorry for her. So get up early for Sanako's heart bento. Although his cooking skills are only level 2, and what he cooks is barely passable, Shinji is not satisfied. So, the system upgrades my cooking skills. Deducting 10 soul points. Cooking skills are being upgraded. Current level LV3. Shinji feels that the upgrade of cooking skills is unexpectedly cheap. Continue. Deduct 20 soul points. Current level LV4. Continue. Deduct 30 soul points. Current level LV5. Level 5 cooking is enough, maybe not as good as Sanako's chef, but it's enough for now. After all, the focus of the love bento is love, and the taste is second. Moreover, even if the 5th level cooking skills can't make top level delicious food, it can't be unpalatable. Today's love bento menu is pan-fried sausages, fried chicken, egg rolls, a salad, and rabbit-shaped rice. After a bit of crackling in the kitchen, the love bento is complete. Then after having breakfast by himself, Shinji drove directly to Xiolan's house. Sanako goes to school with Xiolan every day, so just go there and wait for Sanako. Also, Shinji also has a gift for Xiolan. As a thank you gift for the lead. When Shinji arrived at the bottom of Xiolan's house, Xiolan and Sanako just walked downstairs. He came just in time. Shinji got out of the car and waved at Sanako. Sanako. Hearing the voice, Sanako looked over and said with joy, Mr. Shinji. Good morning, Sanako. Shinji grabbed Sanako and kissed her on the forehead. This is today's good morning kiss. Sanako and Xiolan both blushed at the same time. Mr. Shinji is so bold. If Shinichi is like this. Then there was a sadness in my heart. Shinichi's reasoning madman would never do such a thing. Ran really knows Shinichi too well. Shinji let go of Sanako, opened the door, took out a lunchbox wrapped in a pink handkerchief, and put it in Sanako's hand. This is today's love bento. And Xiolan, this is a thank you gift for you, a coupon from the Rice Flower Hotel. Thank you then, Mr. Shinji. I'll be rude. Xiolan accepted the gift directly. She just wanted to arrange a meal for her father and mother to have a meal, but she didn't expect Shinji to send him a hospitality ticket directly. Really timely Rain. I'll come and collect the lunchbox tomorrow. I made an appointment for a housekeeper today, so I'll go first. Shinji waved his hand. Then start the car and drive towards the apartment. After Shinji left, Ran looked at Sanako enviously. Sanako, you are so happy, Mr. Shinji also made a love bento for you, so nice. If it was Shinichi, he would never do it. Xiolan admitted that she was a little sour. At the same time, I am also a little full. After all, eating a dog food early in the morning, can I not be full? Isn't this all your credit? Xiolan. Sanako said directly, hugging Xiolan. At this moment, Sanako's heart is sweet, and it feels good to be cared for. She kind of wants her lunch break to come soon now, and she can't wait to eat the love bento that Shinji made for him. Shinji whistled and drove all the way back to the apartment. The area on the top floor was a bit large, and he was a bit lazy, so he called directly to make an appointment with the housekeeping staff. It's past 8 o'clock now, and the housekeeping staff he has reserved will be here at 8:30. At this time, a white Mazda parked in front of the apartment. A blonde, dark-skinned man took the elevator to the top floor after checking in with the doorman. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell was rang. Hello sir, I'm the housekeeper who made an appointment with you today. Coming. Soon, the door was opened. When Shinji opened the door, he looked bewildered. Because the housekeeper in front of me is actually. Chapter 22. What? Bourbon. Shinji saw Bourbon appearing at his house. Although he looked dazed, he quickly reacted. Because Bourbon likes to work, he knows it. After all, the emperor of Bourbon's part-time job is not well known. On the bright side, he is a member of the Black Organization, and in the dark is John Guling of Neon Public Security. In addition, he also works part-time as a waiter in a restaurant and a tennis coach. Now he even does housekeeping. I just don't know if Bourbon has other part-time jobs secretly. In this regard, Shinji can only say. There really is you, Tuzu. You are the master of time management. In terms of part-time job, I, Kitahara Shinji, would like to call you the strongest. Mr. Kitahara. I feel a little surprised when you see me, do you know me? Bourbon took a step forward and stared at Shinji, wanting to see something on Shinji's face. But Shinji's acting skills are not covered. So Bourbon didn't see anything from Shinji's face. Kitahara Shinji, he knows this man. Not because he is called Mr. Lucky in the organization. It's that he chased Jin. As long as it is someone who is following Jin, he will investigate it. And he heard a news from the organization yesterday that Jin recommended an outside member. Want to be an internal member. The peripheral member recommended by Jin is Kitahara Shinji. Fortunately, he saw Kitahara Shinji's name in the appointment list of a part-time housekeeping company. Although not sure if it was Kitahara Shinji recommended by Jin, he still came with a hint of possibility. He was right. This was a great opportunity to get close to this man who Jin looked forward to. Jin has always had only one vodka by his side, and there are also peripheral members who are helping Jin, but these peripheral members are not very strong, and they have always been used by Jin as cannon fodder. Shinji was different, he was recommended by Jin. So this man in front of him may become Jin's confidant. It's worth his shot. It seems Tuzu knows me. But this is also normal. After all, it's normal to mix around with Jin and be paid attention to by the fake wine Tuzu. But, Tuzu, is it okay for you to be so aggressive? Both are fake wines from the winery, so why bother me? Shinji sighed up to the sky in his heart. No, I don't know you. Shinji shook his head. It just feels that the job of housekeeping is not suitable for a beautiful boy like you. Wait for me. With that said, Shinji opened the cabinet at the door and found something out of it. Toko suddenly became vigilant, he was afraid that Shinji would pull a gun out of it. The result was, a business card. This is the business card of a cowboy shop in Ginza. The treatment there is very good and they are hiring people. On your terms, you can definitely become the top card there. Those elderly obazan and young women who keep the vacant room alone will love this one. Definitely more than you can earn in the housekeeping company. Being a billionaire is definitely not a problem. Shinji handed the business card to Toko with a sincere expression on his face, looking good for him. What? Why do I have the business card of the cowherd shop? This matter is a long story. If I talk about it too much, it will be tears. In a word, I was forced by Jin. Hearing this, Bourbon's face froze immediately. He suddenly felt that the man in front of him was so cheap. I actually want him to be a cowboy. I'm John Guling from the Neon Public Security, the emperor of the working world. If he becomes a cowboy, how will he be fooled in the future? I work as an emperor to save face. Bourbon stepped back and waved his hand quickly. I might not be up to this job. And I quite like my current job. Shinji's face changed instantly, with an angry expression on his face. Since you can't do the job of cowboy, don't do things quickly. I've been dailing at the door, do you want to be lazy? I have to call to complain to you when I look back, it's really shameful. Bourbon. Shinji stared at Bourbon for a moment, then shouted again, "Hurry up and do something." Also kicked Bourbon by the way. "What? Comfortable, comfortable. If you want to play with me like this, shit you." Shinji was smug. Bourbon's face was gloomy, and his fists turned pale. "I lost this wave, this wave. But Kitahara Shinji, don't be proud, I will pay you back this shame." Absolute. Chapter 23. Shinji stretched out his index finger and wiped it on the windowsill. There was no gray layer at all, very clean. He wanted to find fault and there was nowhere to look. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a working emperor. Touzi is a professional. Then Shinji pouted, "Well, just barely. I'll let you go this time, and I won't call your company to complain about you. Remember, it's not every time you meet someone as nice as me. Don't be lazy at work." Shinji said proudly. Seeing Shinji like this, Bourbon really wanted to punch him. But his current domestic worker cannot beat his employer. "I endured. I'm so sorry." Not only can he not hit people, he has to apologize. It's really frustrating. "I'm so PD." He was really afraid that if he stayed here, he would not be able to help himself, so he chose to leave this place first. "Then I'll go back first." Bourbon kept smiling. Shinji nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he waved at Touzi with a smile, until he watched him go out. After going out, the expressions of Shinji and Bourbon changed instantly. Bourbon took a pair of headphones from his pocket and put it on his ear, expressionless. On the other hand, Shinji took out his mobile phone and clicked on the always-on function. Searching for monitoring equipment. The cell phone becomes a radar, centered on the cell phone, searching for listening devices in this room. Shinji couldn't believe that Tuko was really here just for part-time work. Drip drip. Discovering monitoring devices. A total of 5 red dots appeared on the screen, which represented that there were 5 monitoring devices installed by Touzi in his home. "It's really your kind, but you have quietly installed 5 monitoring devices in my house, so I'll repay you well." Shinji's mouth curled into a smile. "Then relying on the radar, I found all the monitoring equipment Bourbon installed in the home. Tuko may think that the bug is installed in place and will not be found, but Shinji has a plug-in. The monitoring equipment that was found was all placed by Shinji next to the loudspeaker in the living room. Then turn on the phone, turn on the DVD player, put in the song disc, and finally take the microphone out of the cabinet, and everything is ready." Meanwhile, Bourbon was back on the white Mazda, driving and ready to eavesdrop. But Shinji didn't find the track he wanted to sing. But he had already decided what to sing. Looking at the bug next to the speaker, Shinji smiled. "'Twas it, this is the gift I gave you. 3, 2, 1. Like the sun shining through the night. Dawn quietly crossed the horizon. Whose figure travels through reincarnation. The road ahead is just under your feet. Don't be sad, don't be afraid. Looking forward to tomorrow with confidence. A new storm has emerged, how can it be stagnant? Through time and space, do your best. I'll come back to you." The front section can barely pierce the ear, but the rear section is simply a sonic weapon. "I am a fat tiger." But Shinji is already singing high and doesn't care about the rest. Anyway, he thinks it sounds good. Moreover, the soundproofing of this apartment is very good, and it will not disturb the residents below. The only person who can be attacked by sound waves is Tauze. 3 seconds of silence for Tuko, amen. The most important thing is that when Shinji sang this song, he used Hyuxia the whole time. Zitsize. The white Mazda was twisted, and traces were drawn on the ground. Bourbon controlled the steering wheel with a painful look on his face, and his whole head was buzzing now, as if someone had hit him with a sap. In the panic on his face, he hit the wall. The white Mazda directly hit the fence of the nearby residence, opening a large hole directly in the fence. The airbags were also deployed in time. The speed was not fast, and Bourbon was not injured or passed out. But he was already internally injured. The first time the car stopped, he buckled the earphones. Bugs and earphones are the latest equipment of the Neon Police. The sound is extremely clear. Because it is too clear, he is in great pain now. It's just the sound of magic. BD, this BD is really going too far. Is this a song that humans can sing? It's just torture. Bourbon directly swears. He hadn't cursed like that in years. Shinji is also the first person to make him yell like this. One song is over. Shinji wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wow, it's really nice. Shinji dropped the microphone on the sofa, then put the bug in the storage space. Finally, he picked up the happy water on the table and drank it. Twaza should be very uncomfortable right now. Hope it's okay. P.S. Tiga theme song, Miracle reappears. Chapter 24. Woohoo! The sound of a police car sounded outside. Shinji was standing by the window looking at the police outside, and then saw a white Mazda crash into a family of residents. The wall was smashed into a big hole. And 2Zi stood aside holding his head, but there was no wound on his head, and it seemed that he was not injured. It turned out to be a car accident. It's not because of my singing. Shinji has a strange face. But I also thought that he was singing high just now. Tuza was caught in his ears while driving, and it was a matter of course for him to have a car accident. At this time, he wanted to go out to see the excitement of Tuza, but he was afraid that Tuza would become angry and act on him. Although he is not afraid of Tuza, he does not want to have actual conflicts with Tuza. After all, both of them are undercover agents. One is a Neon Police undercover agent, and the other is an undercover agent in the Metropolitan Police Department. Caog said it well, it was born from the same root, so why not be too anxious about it? It's not good for anyone to meet each other. The last prophet is the black organization. But Shinji still released the invisible camera through the window. Although he can't be there to watch the excitement, but watching the excitement through the camera is the same. After the camera flew out, Shinji took out a bottle of happiness water and potato chips from the refrigerator. Wouldn't it be nice to eat while watching the show? The police car parked next to the white Mazda. Two people got off the car. It seems they should be traffic police. But not Miyamoto Yumi. But two male traffic policemen. Is it the police you called? One of the traffic policemen asked. Bourbon stepped forward. It's the police I called. Because of some accident, I accidentally knocked down the wall. Of course there were no casualties. But don't worry, I will pay for the loss of this family. Bourbon deserves to be a Neon Police. The first thing to know that something has happened is to call the police, not act without authorization. That's right, it's you, extrajudicial fanatic, Edogawa Conan. At the same time, Bourbon also knows to compensate others. The traffic policeman Bourbon said was stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such a good talker. It made him feel embarrassed to criticize him. Even so, you need to follow me to the police station to pay the fine, and then make a transcript. The traffic police said. No problem. Bourbon is a good citizen who obeys the law. At the same time, he made a note for Shinji in his heart. He must return this hatred. He swears. The traffic policeman said to the other one at the same time, you are here to maintain traffic order. I will take him to the police station. After the owner came back, let him come to the police station. I see, senior. Then Bourbon got into the police car and followed the traffic police to the police station to take notes. This is over. Really boring. Shinji shook his head while eating potato chips. He thought he could watch Bourbon being scolded by the police car, but it really disappointed him. Oh. Go for lunch. Shinji walks to the kitchen, warms up the fried chicken and other food prepared in the morning, and then prepares to eat. Looking at lunch, he thought of Sanako at school again. I don't know what he made and Sanako's appetite. Daiden High School, cafeteria. I vaguely. It's so delicious. I didn't expect Mr. Shinji to cook so delicious. Sanako put his hands on his cheeks, and twisted his body casually on the stool. There is happiness on his face. Really, this fried chicken nuggets are so delicious. I don't know how Mr. Shinji makes them. Xiaolan also tasted it. Found that the taste is really delicious. It's much better than the fried chicken nuggets she made. And even the rice is made into a rabbit shape. Mr. Shinji's hands are really clever. Xiaolan smiled. Yes, yes. Sanako at this time has become Shinji's shape. She felt that she had fallen. Ugh. Who is Mr. Shinji? The girl at the table asked. It's Sanako's boyfriend. Xiaolan replied. You still make love bento, Sanako, you guys are really enviable. The woman at the table arched Sanako a few times with her elbow. A look of envy, jealousy, and hatred. I really want someone to make a love bento for me too. Chapter 25. After giving the love bento to Sanako, Shinji drove to the laboratory. Because Jin wants to see him today. Jin, do you have anything to do with me? Sherry is going out shopping again. Shinji asked, sitting next to Vodka. If Sherry is out shopping, he can pick up tissue wool again. However, the probability of this matter is not high, and the high probability should be the matter of internal members. After all, after he entered the door, Jin didn't point a gun at him, and the review should have passed. Otherwise, the moment he entered the door, Jin would point a gun at his head. Instead of sitting and tasting wine. Jin shook the glass and said, No, Sherry has run out of outings this month. I came to you to tell you good news. You've been vetted, so you're now an internal member of the organization. Codename, Maraschino. Black Cherry. Hearing this, Shinji was overjoyed. This is really good news. Hikitahara Shinji finally got into the inner members of the Black organization. Although he felt that the code name was not very domineering, he had no room for refutation. It is also a joyous thing. Jin took a sip of his wine and said, I heard that you have been getting close to the second lady of the Suzuki Chable recently. Shinji glanced at Jin, raised his eyebrows and said, Do you even care about this? He knew that his relationship with Sanako couldn't be hidden from the organization at all, and of course he didn't want to hide it from the organization. After all, there is no rule in the organization that you can't fall in love. However, most of the members of the organization are bachelors. No. The above does not have any opinion on the fact that you and the second lady of the Suzuki Chable are very close, and the above wants to take this opportunity to control the Suzuki Consortium. So the organization wants you to be the heir to the Suzuki Chable and secretly help us control the entire Suzuki Consortium. There was a sneer at the corner of Jin's mouth. There are only 2 girls in this generation of the Suzuki family, so it is imperative to find a son-in-law who is willing to join the Suzuki family. And Shinji and Sanako have a good relationship and are part of their organization. All the above came up with this plan. Shinji glanced at Jin and thought to himself, the Black organization has such a big appetite that it wants to swallow the entire Suzuki Consortium in one bite. You must know that the Suzuki Consortium has a pivotal position in Neon and involves all walks of life. At the same time, it also has huge assets and business abroad. If the Black organization can control the entire Suzuki Consortium from the shadows through him, the power of the Black organization will expand again. It's a pity that he is an undercover. Shinji spread his hands and said, I have no opinion. But Sanako has an older sister, and she's one of the heirs. Don't worry about this, The organization has found out that Suzuki Ayako will soon be engaged to the third son of the Fuse Foundation, Tomisawa Zion-san, and he will marry him. So Suzuki Sanako will be the sole heir of the Suzuki Consortium. Don't let the organization down. Jin patted Shinji on the shoulder. Shinji glared, "Your faces are so bad, it's really amazing." Of course. But even if I want to help organize the Suzuki Foundation, I need to marry Sanako. Sanako is still only a high school student and can't get married now. Although Sanako is old enough to marry, she is still a high school student. The legal age of marriage for Japanese girls is 16. 5 years, the organization gives you 5 years, within 5 years you need to marry Suzuki Sanako and help the organization control the entire Suzuki Consortium. Otherwise you will know the consequences. Jin gave a cruel smile. It's like the smile he's smiling at the mice that have mingled into the organization. Chilling. 5 years is 5 years, I promise to complete the task. Shinji patted his chest and assured. Jin. You're still too young, and when Kyoto Shinichi is fed Aptx-4869, the world's time will start to mess up. No matter how many spring, summer, autumn, and winter have passed, how many New Years have passed. All count as 1 year. It's been an extremely long year. So 5 years is a joke. In just 1 year, this black organization will be disintegrated. After all, most of this organization is inside ghosts. People who are not inside ghosts also kill their own people, and they still shoot one at a time. On the enemy, the body stroke shooting is used, and it can never kill the real enemy. It's hell for an organization like this to grow to this size. Chapter 26. Miwa Town, somewhere in a dark alley. Kazumayu also bowed to the man in front of him. "Mr. Sagaya, I messed up the matter. I voluntarily accept punishment. I don't know if it is an illusion, but he feels that Mr. Yugaya is not in a good mood today. What's the use of punishing you now? How is the investigation going?" John Guling said with a cold face. He is indeed in a bad mood now. There was a car accident yesterday, and I took a police car to the police station. And I was teased by others, and I still have severe tinnitus. It was like flies buzzing in his ears, making him quite irritable. "I'm sorry." Kazumayu also bowed again. "We still haven't found out who the arms dealers were. He always wore a mask and a hat, and the surveillance did not capture what his real face looked like. As for the car he snatched from and the car snatched from other people, we have already found it. We also found the place where the arms dealers placed their arms, but it was too late when they went there, and all the arms inside were evacuated. So this time their neon police really lost their face to a foreign country. Let the Americans see a joke. You don't need to worry about this matter, and I will conduct the next investigation. Bourbon suspects that the person who took the arms dealer this time is likely to be a member of the black organization. After all, there are not many people who can kill 5 neon police officers single-handedly, and they can also avoid bullets. And this kind of elite was taken a big step into the bag by the organization. At the same time, he has a skeptic, and that is Kitahara Shinji, who was recently promoted by Jin. Because there are not many members of the organization in Neon. Among them, there are even fewer outstanding members. First he excluded Jin and Vodka. If Jin and Vodka had robbed the arms dealer, it would be impossible for the 5 downed neon policemen to survive. Then Korn and Kianta can also be excluded. They are snipers and are unlikely to be photographed by Jin to perform such a mission. As for the other peripherals that are too weak, they are all cannon fodder, unable to perform such tasks. So he was suspicious, and recently became known as Kitahara Shinji in the outer periphery of the organization. If Kitahara Shinji is promoted by Jin for completing this task, then everything is right. "Mr. Noria, do you suspect that the organization did this thing?" Kazumayuya said. "I just said it's possible," so I have to investigate it. If there is any result of the investigation, I will contact you. After that, Zhang Guling turned and left. Kazumi Yu also left this small alley after watching Zhang Guling leave. Although he doesn't need to investigate this matter, he still has other things to do. That is to make the Neon Police redouble their training. Even if the people who defeated them were from the Black Organization, 5 were hit one by one, and they still had guns in their hands, they were killed by 5. When this kind of thing spreads out, they don't even have the face to see people. Therefore, we can only make ourselves stronger through training, so as to catch the prisoner and wash away the shame. I really envy Black Cherry that you can perform such a task. When can I perform such a task? Vodka complained. Hearing that, Shinji and Jin both glanced at Vodka at the same time. Jin chose to be silent. Shinji laughed, pointing to his handsome face and said, "When will you be half handsome of me, you can perform such a task. Before that, you should drive Jin honestly." What is this fellow Vodka thinking? This kind of task can be done at his level? It's ugly, but it's beautiful in thinking. You are thinking about fart. Vodka was choked, and immediately stood up angrily. Damn it! Look at me not teaching you. Vodka just rolled up his sleeves when Jin stopped him. Stop it, Vodka. Hearing that, Vodka can only close his fists silently. Jin is not afraid of Shinji being beaten to stop Vodka, but that Vodka will be beaten. Even the 3 Vodkas are not Shinji's opponents alone. Vodka's actions are completely self-inflicted. Suddenly, Jin felt tired. There is an idea of changing partners. Then I thought about it again, but forget it. Although Vodka is a little stupid, weaker, and ugly, he is loyal. Loyalty may be the only advantage of Vodka. After chatting with Jin and Vodka for a while, Shinji drove home. As soon as I got home, Sanako called. "Sanako, do you miss me?" Shinji asked, leaning on the sofa. "You know how to bully people." Sanako groaned. "Your expression must be very cute now, I really want to take it." Hearing that, Sanako's face flushed immediately. After calming down, Sanako finally said something she hadn't said. "Mr. Shinji, I still want to go to the tropical paradise this weekend." "No problem, as long as it is Sanako your request, I will agree." Chapter 27. Tropical Paradise. Why is this guy Kyoto here? If he was there, there would definitely be fatalities, and the atmosphere of the date would be screwed up. Shinji covered his head speechlessly. Originally, he thought that today was his and Sanako's 2-person world, but he didn't expect Kyoto Shinichi and Xiolan to come too. It's okay if Xiolan comes. Kyoto Shinichi, the god of death, is here, and today's date will definitely be screwed up. And Kyoto Shinichi and Xiolan came to the amusement park together, what a familiar scene. Could it be that the scene he was looking forward to is coming? Hey! What do you mean by this guy? It's too much to say that I am a god of death. Kyoto Shinichi's fist, hard. Shinji watched Kyoto squeeze his fists and smiled disdainfully. Kyoto Shinichi is a younger brother in his eyes. As far as Kyoto Shinichi's fighting power is concerned, he can beat him 10 times without panting. On the contrary, he felt that Kyoto Shinichi's fighting power was stronger when he became smaller. Maybe the smaller Kyoto Shinichi will hang up? Is not it? Shinji spreads his hands. Every time you show up there's a murder. Where we first met, and where we ate last time. It's no surprise that there will also be fatalities here today, Shinji said, patting his chest. Where Kyoto Shinichi appeared, it would be outrageous if there were no fatalities. It's all coincidence, everything is coincidence. He won't admit that he is the god of death tomorrow. Kyoto Shinichi, absolutely not. His famous detective Kyoto Shinichi also wants to save face. Then we'll wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinji's face froze. Because he saw a car at the door, a Porsche. This is Jin's car. Kyoto Shinichi and Jin appear at the amusement park at the same time, and I don't need to say more about what will happen on such occasions. Okay. Jin in the car suddenly felt that someone was watching him. This may be the intuition that has been exercised in the hail of bullets. He followed his line of sight and saw Shinji. This black cherry guy really cares. You won't really be fascinated by this little girl. Jin didn't suspect that Shinji was following him, since only he and Vodka knew about the deal. And who would bring girls over to follow? Brother, what's wrong? Vodka asked in confusion. Nothing. Jin wasn't going to tell Vodka that Shinji was here too. If he knew, he'd be talking a lot. Big brother, I want to take the roller coaster. I've wanted to take a ride for a long time. Vodka said excitedly. He's been following Jin and hasn't been to the amusement park for a long time. Since he came to the amusement park today, he must have a good time and vent his depression. Vodka, we are here to trade. Jin said coldly. Hearing this, Vodka lowered his head in disappointment. The roller coaster is just right for us to observe the environment here, let's go. Vodka. Jin opened the car door. Vodka raised his head, with tears in his eyes. Big brother. Love does not transfer. I'm still my brother's favorite cub. Why are Sanako, Xiolan and Kyoto here too? Shinji asked in a low voice. This. Xiaoran won the karate competition, so she and Kyoto Shinichi came to play, Sanako replied. I see. It seems that today is the day that Kyoto Shinichi became smaller. I really look forward to that scene. Shinji showed a meaningful smile. Stop talking so much, let's go on a roller coaster. Sanako took Shinji's arm and walked towards the location of the roller coaster. Okay, slow down. Xiaolan, hurry up. Coming. At this time, Xiolan and Kyoto Shinichi were walking side by side. But Kyoto Shinichi kept telling Xiaolan about Sherlock Holmes and Conan Doyle, and he kept pushing him to the end. She didn't say what Xiolan wanted to hear at all. At this time, Shinji saw two more familiar backs. It's Jin and Vodka, and they're both on the roller coaster. Suddenly, Vodka glanced back. As a result, I was very happy to see Shinji there talking and laughing with beautiful girls. Hateful. Why don't I have a girlfriend? And when you come out to perform tasks, you have to see this scene. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. You have a girlfriend, but I also have a big brother. Chapter 28. Speaking of where Holmes is most powerful. It was just a handshake when he saw his assistant Watson for the first time. I know that he once went to Afghanistan as a military doctor, you know. Kyoto Shinichi rambled on Xiolan for a while. Then he took the palm of a woman in a blue jacket who was standing in front of him. The action is quite natural. Like this. This lady is a gymnast. Xiolan clenched her fists when she saw this scene. Ugh. You, how do you know that? The lady in blue said with a look of surprise. Beside his companion, the lady in red asked, is he your friend? Xiaotong. No, I don't know her at all. Xiaotong was quite sure that it was the first time she had seen this man, let alone that she had talked to him about the fact that she had practiced gymnastics. Mr. Shinji, stay away from this guy Kyoto Shinichi in the future. Actually holding other girls' hands in front of Xiolan, I really don't know what's going on in his head. Sanako really felt like Kyoto Shinichi was an idiot at the moment. And she didn't want Shinji to be like Kyoto Shinichi. Shinji touched Sanako's head. Okay, I'll definitely stay away from Kyoto in the future. Actually he knew why Kyoto Shinichi did it. Isn't it just to be handsome and show off in front of Xiolan? But in order to show off, you held another girl's hand in front of Xiolan. You are no longer in the limelight, but you are repeatedly jumping on the edge of death. Didn't Kyoto Shinichi see that Xiaoran's fist was hard? It's really like Xylan can't beat you to death. Do you know why I know that this lady has practiced gymnastics? Because Kyoto Shinichi was interrupted by Xylan before he could finish speaking. I saw Xylan expressionlessly said, "How long do you want to hold it?" What? Kyoto Shinichi let go of Hitomi's hand subconsciously. What's wrong with Xylan? Why did you suddenly get angry? Could it be that Xylan is jealous? He smiled in his heart. Humph. Xylan snorted coldly and directly Kyoto Shinichi sat on the roller coaster. Then Shinji took Sanako's hand and sat on the roller coaster. Wait for me, Xylan. Kyoto Shinichi hurried over. Sitting next to Xiaolan. Then start talking about Sherlock Holmes again. Xylan is a little bored now. Shut up. Xylan shouted angrily. What? Kyoto Shinichi was taken aback. Just shut your mouth. Don't Xiaolan like to hear me talk about Sherlock Holmes? Shinji and Sanako, who were sitting behind them, shook their heads. There is no saving, Kyoto Shinichi is no more. Bury him. At this moment, Vodka, carrying a black suitcase, came over imposingly. Go away, we came first. Vodka sat first behind Shinji, then Jin walked over with a cool look and sat next to Vodka with his hands in his pockets. After a while, the roller coaster started slowly. What? The roller coaster entered the tunnel, and something grotesque came into view. But these things look fake, Shinji doesn't feel it at all. At this time, a faint cry reached Shinji's ear. There was also the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Soul Fragment 10. Person seeking crutches *1. At this moment, Shinji took out a coat from the storage space and put it on Sanako. After the roller coaster came out of the tunnel, the head of the man sitting behind Shinji and Sanako is gone. Blood poured out like a spring. The scene was extremely terrifying. Extraordinarily scary. Especially the man's girlfriend, the whole person is going to faint from fright. On the contrary, Vodka was a little surprised. As for Jin, his expression was still as unmoving as a mountain. However, both of them had a little blood on their bodies. Sanako was about to look back and see what happened, but was stopped by Shinji. Sanako, don't look back. He didn't want Sanako to have nightmares at night by seeing such a horrific scene. Fortunately, he blocked the spray of blood with a coat, to avoid spilling blood on Sanako. As for him, not to talk about. On the contrary, Kyoto and Xylan, who were sitting in front of them, had already looked back and saw the horrific scene before Shinji could speak. Sanako was very sensible and didn't look back to see what was going on. When he saw the blood on Shinji's body, Sanako asked worriedly, "Mr. Shinji, these blood stains." "It's not mine, don't worry." Chapter 29. After the roller coaster made a detour, it finally stopped. Kyoto, I said there will be fatalities wherever you are, believe it now. Cut. It's all just a coincidence, a coincidence. Kyoto Shinichi continued to speak hard. When Sanako and Xylan saw the headless body, they both screamed in fright. What? Shinji hugged Sanako in his arms, rubbing her head and whispering, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Okay. Sanako, who was held in his arms, felt very relieved, and gradually he was no longer afraid. And Xylan on the side can only be alone. As for Kyoto Shinichi, he had already run to the body. Maybe the corpse is the person he likes. Seeing Kyoto Shinichi's operation, Shinji said he couldn't learn it. Can a male corpse have a good-looking girlfriend? Unless really deserve to be single. At this time, Xylan was quite aggrieved. Is the case more important than me in Shinichi's mind? A teardrop fell from the corner of the eye. Damn. There's blood on my body, big brother, let's go wash it? Vodka frowned. They sat behind the victim, who was spattered with blood. Matched with their vicious expressions, they looked like murderers. Okay. Just as Jin and Vodka were about to head outside, Kyoto Shinichi said, "Please wait. All the passengers on this roller coaster cannot leave here until the killer is found." Hearing this, Vodka couldn't bear it anymore. How could a kid be so arrogant? Not a policeman, just a detective. Damn kid, watch me teach you a lesson. Vodka with a suitcase rushed up. At this time, Shinji stepped forward and stopped Vodka. "This man, my companion, he has no malice. It's just that emotional intelligence is a little low, so forget it this time." In fact, Shinji also hates the tone of Kyoto Shinichi's words. He is not a policeman, so why should he speak in the tone of looking at prisoners? Kyoto, apologize to this gentleman. Kyoto also knew that his tone was not very good just now, so he apologized directly. "Sorry, my tone was not very good just now." At the same time, he muttered in his heart, "You have low EQ." He also saw Jin's eyes inadvertently. This guy has a cold light in his eyes. It looks like he has killed a lot of people and doesn't care. Who is this guy? Be confident, and let it go. Jin killed more people than cracked cases. Vodka glanced at Jin. Noticing Jin nodding lightly, he backed away. "Humph. I'll let you go this time. They still have a deal later, and if they clash with Kyoto Shinichi, who has a good relationship with the police, they will inevitably be taken to the police station to make a confession. That would be wrong." That's why Jin motioned Vodka to follow Shinji's words and back down. "Thanks." Shinji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Vodka back down. He was really afraid that Jin would clash with Kyoto Shinichi, which would trigger Vodka to draw his gun, and that would be the end. There are so many people present, if Vodka or Jin shoots, it will definitely cause a large number of casualties. It's not that Jin can't do this kind of thing. After all, he could even shoot the Tokyo Tower with a Gatling in a helicopter. What is this kind of thing? Kyoto. Soon, the staff and security personnel of Tropical Paradise rushed over to maintain order here. 10 minutes later, the police car also howled. It was their old acquaintance, Officer Megure, who came to handle the case. There are also officers of Officer Megure, Officer Sato, and Officer Takagi. When Officer Megure saw Kyoto Shinichi and Kitahara Shinji, he pointed at the two of them and shouted, "Sure enough, it's not you two. It seems that you are really possessed by the god of death." Shinji retorted, "No, the person who is really possessed by death is Kyoto. It seems too. Brother Kyoto has encountered many more murders than you." "Hello." Kyoto was quite dissatisfied. "So Brother Kyoto, do you know who the culprit is?" Officer Megure asked. "It's generally clear that the murderer is Miss Xiaotong. The murderer is you." Shinji first said the killer's name. "Kyoto. Damn Kitahara for stealing my limelight." "Really?" Inspector Megure asked in surprise. At this point, a police officer came running up with a bloody fruit knife in his gloved hand. "Officer Megure, this is the weapon we found in Miss Aiko's purse." Hearing this, Officer Megure looked at Shinji. This fruit knife can't cut off the victim's head at all. Even if it is cut off, the wound will not be so neat. So this lady was framed. Right? Miss Xiaotong. Stop joking. How could I have killed Mr. Kishida? I'm sitting in front of them. What evidence do you have to prove that I killed it? Xiaotong panicked. Evidence? Shinji chuckled. Why is the pearl necklace on your neck missing? And the pearls, hooks, and wire that Kyoto found in the tunnel? If you take it for a test, it will definitely be able to check your question and the victim's DNA. Hearing this, Xiaotong slumped on the ground with tears in her eyes. And changed the motives and methods of her crime. Just in time, a familiar BGM also remembered. After that, Xiaotong was taken away by the police car. Thank you so much this time, Brother Kitahara. Then I'll go first. Then Officer Magyar slipped away with him. Chapter 30. Gin and vodka also left here. At this time, Sanako and Xylan surrounded them. Mr. Shinji, you are amazing. Yes, yes. Kyuta Shinichi looked at Shinji, who was praised by Sanako and Xylan, and felt sour in his heart. Damn it! I should be the one praised by Xylan. Shinji smiled and said, I'll go to the bathroom to clean it first. You go first, and I'll look for you later. Okay. Soon Shinji came to the bathroom. When Shinji arrived in the bathroom, gin and vodka were not seen inside. The two of them should have been cleaned. At this time, Kyuta Shinichi, Xylan, and Sanako are walking towards the outside of the tropical paradise. At this moment, Kyuta Shinichi saw the familiar figure again. It's vodka. Suddenly, the detective's curiosity surged. Other things have been left behind by him. How important is Xylan investigating a case? Sorry, Xiaolan, I still have something to deal with now, so you can go back first. With that, Kyuta Shinichi chased him out. Xylan on the side was dumbfounded on the spot. Obviously you asked me out to play, but now you actually leave me here alone. A wave of grievances rushed to my heart, and tears dripped down. Xiaolan. Sanako ran over to comfort Xylan. Sanako, is the case really more important than me? Xylan sobbed. Not really. Sanako cut the railroad categorically. Xylan, you are so gentle, so beautiful, so considerate, and so good at cooking. Why would anyone not like it? The guy Kyuta Shinichi is a piece of wood, let him live with the case for a lifetime. He is not worthy of Xylan at all. Sanako is quite angry now. For the sake of the case, I actually left Xylan here. This kind of man deserves to be single for a lifetime. Sanako. Xiaolan hugged Sanako and started crying loudly. At this time, Shinji came out of the bathroom. I just saw Kyuta Shinichi sneaking behind gin and vodka. Looking at Kyuta Shinichi, Shinji gave a weird smile. Then went into the bathroom again. When Shinji came out, he had already changed his face, and all his clothes had been changed. In this way, Kyuta Shinichi follows vodka, and Shinji follows Kyuta Shinichi. Follow all the way to the back of a building. Wearing a black suit and black hat, Vodka was talking with a bald man in a suit and leather shoes with sunglasses. Let you wait a long time, Mr. Chairman. Hearing this, Mr. Chairman hugged his suitcase tightly. It's so slow, I've been waiting here for 2 hours. I came by myself as agreed. Vodka put his hands in his pockets. I know, because I was already on the roller coaster and got that thing. Hurry up, give me that thing. Mr. Chairman was a little anxious. Vodka smiled and said, don't be nervous, take the money first. If you can't see the money, Vodka won't hand it over. After hesitating for a while, the chairman opened the suitcase in his hand. After opening it, all the large denominated banknotes inside were neatly placed. A rough estimate is at least 100 million yen per day. Take it, you have nothing to say about this. The chairman handed the suitcase to Vodka. At this point, Kyuta Shinichi had touched the back and was watching the deal. So much, at least 100 million yen. Kyuta Shinichi was looking fascinated at this time, unaware that there were other people behind him. Wait, Jin. Hearing the sound, Jin turned his head instantly, and at the same time, a pistol appeared in his hand, aiming at the person behind him. It's me, don't be nervous, Shinji said in his own voice. Black Cherry, what are you doing here? Jin didn't put down his pistol, but kept aiming at Shinji. I saw that Kyuta Shinichi was following Vodka, so I came to see it. Shinji said lightly. Humph. Jin put away the gun. You didn't come here to persuade me not to kill that nosy detective. Hearing this, Shinji smiled slightly. No, I hate that guy too, so let me come to kill him. Good. Jin threw the bat in his hand to Shinji. Shinji took the bat and approached Kyoto Shinichi step by step. At this time, Kyoto Shinichi was still paying attention to Vodka's transaction, unaware that there were other people behind it. The detective game is over, Shinji said in a passerby's voice. Hearing this, Kyoto Shinichi was startled and wanted to turn around. Unexpectedly, Shinji's bat has been knocked down. Boom. The bat made close contact with Kyoto Shinichi's head, making a crisp sound. Is a good head. Kyoto Shinichi, who was hit by a bat, lost consciousness in an instant and collapsed to the ground. Vodka, you were too careless. You were followed by this kid and not found. Shinji said. Listening to Shinji's voice, Vodka was a little stunned. Who are you? Black Cherry. At this moment, Jin came out from behind. Vodka looked at Kyoto Shinichi, who was lying on the ground, and said, Brother, isn't he the detective? Just kill him. Vodka pulled a pistol from his pocket and was about to shoot at Kyoto Shinichi. But it was organized by Jin. Wait a minute, the police are still patrolling around here. I think it's good to use this. Jin took out a small box from his arms. But unexpectedly, this box is Aptx-4869. This is a newly developed poison in the organization. After being infected with this poison, a person dies, and the toxin cannot be detected from the corpse. No one has ever done human experiments, so he was used as an experiment. Jin handed the small box to Shinji. Didn't you say, you want to kill him? Go. Shinji turned out Aptx-4869, and took one out of it. Crouching down, he grabbed Kyoto Shinichi's hair and fed it directly into his mouth. Come on, Kyoto Shinichi, it's time for you to take your medicine. Then use the water in the box to pour him down. After giving medicine to Kyoto Shinichi, Shinji returned the poison to Jin. Jin pulled his hat and gave Kyoto Shinichi one last look. Goodbye, detective. Then walked away with Vodka and Shinji. And Shinji left the camera there before leaving. Chapter 31. After Shinji followed Jin and Vodka out, he separated from the two. Before going back to find Xylan and Sonoko, he changed another suit because it might be seen by Kyoto Shinichi. To be safe, Shinji replaced it. At the same time, I turned on the virtual screen, and while walking, I watched how Kyoto Shinichi became smaller. This is a famous scene, how can I not watch it? It's just that this matter can't be shared with other people, there is a little regret. Kyoto Shinichi opened his eyes at this time, but his eyes were extremely dizzy. He felt terribly uncomfortable all over his body. Hold the grass. His hand grasped the lawn on the ground, and he unconsciously grasped the lawn on the ground. So hot. My bones seem to be melting. Cannot do it? What? Kyoto Shinichi let out a scream on the grass. Gradually, Kyoto Shinichi's body was like melting ice, and his body began to shrink, and shrink again. In the end he became a little kid. Edogawa Conan was born. Seeing here, Shinji showed that the virtual screen was turned off, but the camera still followed Conan. Even if he doesn't watch it now, the camera will record what it sees, and it will be the same when it comes to watching it again. When Shinji found Sonoko and Xylan, they sat on the floor bead. At this time, Xylan was already blushing with tears, and Sonoko comforted her from the side. Shinji knew that when he saw Xylan, he was heartbroken by Kyoto Shinichi. He stepped forward. Sonoko, what's wrong with Xylan, why are you crying? Mr. Shinji, you are back. Sonoko looked up. It's like this, Xylan wants to ask Shinichi what she thinks. But Shinichi left Xylan here for one case. So Xylan started crying sadly. The guy Kyoto Shinichi is too much, I must beat him next time I see him. Sonoko clenched his fists. I'm sorry. Sonoko. You may not be able to beat Kyoto Shinichi, but you can beat Edogawa Conan. It must feel very good. I didn't expect Kyoto Shinichi to be such a person. I really don't deserve you for Xylan. I didn't think it was when I watched anime before, but now, Kyoto Shinichi is really a scumbag. Xiaolan is hanging every time. This hanging is 20 years. Although it is less than a year in Conan's world, it is 20 years in Shinji's eyes. How many 20 years are there in life? So Kyoto Shinichi is a scumbag. Kyoto Shinichi is not worth so much for Xylan. Stop thinking about Kyoto Shinichi, I will take you home first. He drove over today. Yeah. Xylan and Sanako nodded. At the same time, Kyoto Shinichi, who had become smaller, has woken up. And it was discovered by a security guard in the tropical paradise. Hey! Someone is dead here. A security guard shouted with a flashlight. Several of his colleagues also ran over with flashlights. What? Someone died. They were a little scared. Only one person died in the tropical paradise today, and now another person died. They all began to suspect that this tropical paradise was a bit unlucky. Consider whether to change jobs. No, he still breathes. A security guard put his finger on Kyoto Shinichi's nose and said, "Hurry up and call an ambulance." Hearing this, Kyoto Shinichi was a little confused. Am I still alive? Could it be that the medicine the people in black gave me doesn't work for humans? A security guard stood in front of Kyoto Shinichi with a flashlight. Cheer up, can you stand up? Kid. Kid? Who is he talking about? Kyoto Shinichi clutched his head. It hurts. He felt slimy on his head. With the light of a flashlight, he saw blood on his hands. This is the place where the man in black was injured. And why my clothes became so big, and so did my shoes. Combining with what the security said just now, thinking that he was given medicine by the man in black, he felt something was wrong. I even thought of a possibility that could be said to be terrifying. That's how he got smaller. No, no. He didn't want to believe that he was getting smaller. He desperately needs a mirror now. At this time, he watched the security guards around him reporting to it, but did not notice him, and ran away with oil on the soles of his feet. After the security guards finished the report, they found out that Kyoto Shinichi was missing. Oh, that kid is gone. Hurry up and look around. Mori Detective Agency. Shinji just drove Xylan to the Mori Detective Office and was about to send Xylan up with Sanako. I saw a middle-aged uncle in a blue suit running down the stairs. Come here, here come. I finally received the first order in half a year. The daughter of a rich man was abducted. At this time, Mori Kogoro noticed that his daughter's eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Xylan, what's wrong with you? Does this brat bully you? Mori Kogoro grabbed Shinji by the collar. If Shinji doesn't say 12,345, he will do it. Although Mori Kogoro usually looks sloppy. But for Xylan, this daughter is still very concerned. No dad, Mr. Shinji, he didn't bully me. The one who bullied me is. Chapter 32. What? It's that brat from Shinichi bullying you. Mori Kogoro, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned back suddenly. The moment Mori Kogoro turned his head, Shinji felt the car vibrate slightly. I don't know if it's an illusion. Xiaolan, I told you a long time ago that that kid is not a good person, you should stop interacting with him in the future. Mori Kogoro exclaimed angrily. Got it, Dad. At this point, Mori Kogoro now hates Kyoto Shinichi to the point of tickling his teeth. First, he robbed him of his job, causing him to not receive a job for half a year. Now come to bully my daughter again. He decided to teach him a lesson the next time he saw Kyoto Shinichi. When he made up his mind, he used a shoulder throw and beat that stinky boy to pieces. By the way, who are you guys? Mori Kogoro asked, looking at Shinji in the driver's seat. Hearing this, Shinji has a black line. You all got into my car, but now you ask me who I am? How can a handsome man like me just not exist? I'm Sanako's boyfriend, my name is Kitahara Shinji, please give me some advice. Shinji said as he drove. Ugh. Miss Sanako's boyfriend. Mori Kogoro suddenly brought his face close. He looks pretty handsome, but he's a little bit worse than when I was young. Ha ha ha. Mori Kogoro rubbed the back of his head and laughed. Xiolan and Sanako in the back seat also laughed. Because both of them have seen Mori Kogoro when he was young, there is no Shinji handsome at all. Dad, you like to brag. When you were young, Mr. Shinji was handsome. Xiolan burst into tears. Hearing this, Mori Kogoro's face changed immediately. Xiolan, you are my daughter. How can you demolish my stage outside? Dad, it's wrong to lie. With the help of Mori Kogoro, Xiolan finally recovered a little. Soon, Shinji drove to the house of Mori Kogoro's employer. The employer is the chairman of a company. His daughter was kidnapped. As soon as Shinji and his party entered the door, the chairman greeted them. Isn't this Mr. Gu? Sanako recognized the man in front of him. Sanako, do you know this gentleman? Xiolan asked in a low voice. I saw this Mr. Gu at the reception again. The reception of the Suzuki Foundation is always attended by the chairman of many companies. It's no surprise that Sanako knew these people. What? Isn't this Miss Sanako? Mr. Chairman also recognized Sanako. How could he not recognize the second lady of the Suzuki Consortium, unless he didn't want to hang around in the neon? Aso, please quickly ask Sanako-san to sit inside. Sanako waved his hand and said, Mr. Gu, don't be so polite. I heard that your daughter was kidnapped. Let's solve this problem first. Yes, then I'm sorry. Mr. Gu is really very polite. After all, she is the second lady of the Suzuki Consortium, so you are welcome. Mr. Mori, kidnapped child, is my only daughter. Gu Jingzi, 10 years old this year. The chairman took out a photo of his daughter and pet from his arms. The little girl in the photo is wearing a pink dress and smiling very happily. My housekeeper, Aso, saw the prisoner with his own eyes. The person standing beside Mr. Gu is the housekeeper Aso. Mori Kogoro looked at the photo and said, what was the time of the kidnapping? Aso, tell me about the situation at that time. Yes, sir. Aso began to recall the scene where Miss was kidnapped. At that time, Miss came back from school. I was playing in the yard when a man in black appeared from the corner of the yard. He took the young lady hostage and said a word. He said, if you want to get your daughter back, close the company for a month. Of course, if you want to call the police, your daughter will die. After saying these words, the prisoner climbed the pine tree and escaped. That's it? Mori Kogoro is still pondering what Mr. Butler said. But I didn't find anything wrong here. By the way, did anyone else hear the prisoner's voice, or other voices? Then Mr. Gu called out the housemaid to answer Mori Kogoro's question. I didn't hear anything other than Mr. Aso's yelling. Is that so? Mori Kogoro felt something was wrong, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. Seeing the confused look on Mori Kogoro's face, Shinji came over. Uncle Mori, there is something wrong with what they said. There's something wrong there. Judging from the photos, Mr. Gu's house should have a dog. If an outsider enters here, the dog should be able to bark. But in what Mr. Aso just said, when the prisoner came in and kidnapped, the dog didn't bark. So. Chapter 33. So the prisoner is probably from this family. Mori Kogoro continued Shinji's words. The prisoner is you, Mr. Aso. There are too many ambiguities in your words. Mr. Aso. No, I should call you the suspect for kidnapping the young lady. Mori Kogoro said smugly. Hearing this, the butler suddenly panicked. He obviously found the best detective. Why did he find out that he was a kidnapper? This is not a lesson. The master looked at Aso with a flustered look, and immediately walked forward. Aso, you fellow. Butler Aso, who was debunked, said, I'm so sorry, sir. Why do you do this? Who told you to do it? He is quite angry now. Aso has been a housekeeper in his house for many years and has always worked hard. But he didn't expect that the housekeeper would do such a thing of stabbing him in the back. He can't forgive. Mr. Aso waved his hand in a panic. No. I did it all by myself. Impossible, you must have an accomplice, I just received a call. The master directly denied Mr. Aso's words. Your accomplice asked me for the banknotes I prepared to use on the phone, 300 million yen. Hearing this, Mr. Aso was shocked immediately. Because they have no accomplices at all, if they insist, Ms. Jingzi is his accomplice. This kidnapping case was made by Akiko. Absolutely impossible, master, because Miss Jingzi asked me to do this in this kidnapping case. Things seemed to have exceeded his expectations, and he could only tell it all. What? Hey. Aso, tell me clearly. Said the master. It's such a master. Miss Jingzi feels that the master works every day and doesn't care about her. All the ladies asked me to help create this kidnapping incident. Miss thinks that as long as the company takes a break, you can take the lady out to play, sir. So there is absolutely no other person besides me. It's impossible for me to blackmail you, the Lord. Miss is in the hotel nearby now. At this time, Shinji said, Ms. Akiko was probably kidnapped by other prisoners after she was taken to the hotel by Mr. Aso. This criminal is the criminal who blackmailed you. So these should be two kidnapping incidents. Right? Uncle Mori. Mori Kogoro was shocked, and then reacted, yes, that's it. Ha ha ha. Mori Kogoro classic tongue out and laughed. What? The master was shocked suddenly. There is actually a group of people. At this time, a maid took the phone and ran over in a panic. Master, master, there is your call. Tell him I'm busy now and call him later. The daughter's matter has not been resolved yet, and he is not in the mood to answer the phone. That person said that there was a very important thing to tell the master, and he said that if you don't answer, you will definitely regret it. Helpless, the master can only answer the phone. Hey. My last name is Gu. In the next second, a man's voice came on the other end of the phone, 300 million yen is ready. It's you. Who on earth are you? The person who called him was the one who asked him to prepare 300 million yen. I called just now, and I am the one who kidnapped your daughter. Dad, come and save me. Jingzi's voice came from the other end of the phone. Jingzi. The master yelled anxiously. I'm very impatient. If you don't prepare 300 million quickly, I don't know what will happen to your daughter. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of the kidnapper's mouth. He had already thought about it. As long as he got the money, he would kill people, and then leave the country with the money and go abroad to live the life he wants. Please, I will prepare the money anyway, please let Jingzi come back without incident. The master pleaded. He only has this daughter. If something happens to Jingzi, how can he live? Mori Kogoro quietly approached the master and whispered in his ear, continue to extend the topic, please try out the location of the prisoner. The idea was good, but the prisoner heard it. What sound? There won't be a policeman next to you, right? No, he is not a policeman. The master explained in a panic. Dad, it's the school warehouse. You can see a huge chimney from the window. The prisoner covered Jingzi's mouth with one hand, and said, I will call you in an hour. You must have the money ready at that time. After speaking, the prisoner hung up the phone. He sneered at Jingzi, you little devil who loves to talk, you won't be able to tell it again later. Chimney. Akiko's hint left Shinji at a loss. He really is not good at solving puzzles. But he is good at opening and hanging. In the roller coaster incident, he broke a prop. An item called a walking stick. Searching people crutches, just say the name of the person you want to find, and it will point you to the direction and update it in real time. Damn, there are chimneys here or there. Perhaps, I can help. Chapter 34. At this time, Shinji and Mori Kogoro have come to the school where Akiko and the kidnapper are located. Ms. Jingzi is in this school. But the building next to here looks like a big chimney. Mori Kogoro said. There is a building with dozens of stories next to it. In the dark night, it really looks like a big chimney. Shinji looked at the walking stick in his hand, and it kept shining red. If nothing else, Akiko and the kidnappers are inside. Uncle Mori, you are watching outside, I'll go in and take a look. Shinji jumped lightly, grabbed the wall, and then stepped on the wall, and went up all at once. Be careful. I see, Uncle Mori. After jumping off the wall, Shinji followed the instructions of the walking stick and came to a warehouse in a remote place. Through the window, Shinji could see a dark shadow in the warehouse. If nothing else, this shadow is the kidnapper. At the same time, there was a gap in the warehouse door. Shinji randomly found a stone on the ground and threw it directly on the warehouse door. There was a boom sound. The kidnapper inside instantly became alert and took out a dagger from his arms. There was a ferocious smile on his face. He leaned towards the door step by step. At this time, Shinji smiled as he listened to the kidnapper's footsteps. When the kidnapper approached the warehouse gate, Shinji slammed open the door of the warehouse. Come face to face with the kidnapper. The kidnapper was stunned by Shinji's trick, and he froze there for a while. Boom! Shinji hit the kidnapper's face with a fist. While the kidnapper was knocked into the air, blood was spilled on the ground in the air. The dagger also fell aside. After falling to the ground, he convulsed twice and passed out. Shinji walked to the kidnapper's side, looked at the kidnapper whose nose had been beaten, and said insincerely, sorry, the action is a bit heavy. After checking whether he was really in a coma, Shinji went to rescue Tan Akiko who was tied up in the corner. Looking at the frightened Tani Akiko, Shinji gently said, little sister, don't be afraid. Big brother, me. It's not a bad person, your father asked me to save you. At the same time, the rope on Gu Jing's body and the tape on his mouth were untied. Really? Big brother. Shinji touched Kyoko's head, of course it's true, I will call your dad now. Before going out, Shinji specifically wanted to call Akiko Tan's father's phone, and it just came in handy now. Hey. Is it Mr. Gu? I was with Mr. Mori, and I have rescued Miss Akiko now. Shinji gave the phone to Akiko, come on, tell your father that he is safe. After Jingzi called, he shouted, Dad, the big brother saved me. The bad guys have been defeated. While Tan Jingzi was talking on the phone with his father, Shinji tied the kidnappers with the rope that helped Tan Jingzi. Damn it, why haven't you come out yet? Did something happen to that kid? Mori Kogoro was already waiting outside and was impatient. When he was about to learn, Shinji jumped into the wall, he saw Shinji holding Tani Akiko in one hand and a rope in the other, and walked over. And behind the rope is the kidnapper who was defeated by Shinji. Uncle Mori, you can call the police now. The kidnapper has been defeated by me. Mori Kogoro looked at the kidnappers on the ground and said with joy, the kid did a good job. Ah ha ha ha. Uncle Mori, it's time to call the police. Shinji reminded. Oh. I'll call the police right away. Mori wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, took out the phone, and called his old acquaintance Officer Megure. "Hey. Is it Officer Megure? I am Mori. It's like this, we caught a kidnapper here, please send someone over here. It's at Second Bridge Middle School. It's done, Officer Megure will send someone over soon. Just wait a moment." 10 minutes later, Officer Megure finally arrived. "Boy Kitahara, is this the kidnapper? You're really heavy," the sighting officer said while looking at the kidnapper whose nose had been deformed. Shinji spread both hands. "This is an accident. Who made this guy still hold a dagger in his hand? Sergeant Megure, you won't hurry me to the police station just because of this kind of thing." Upon hearing this, the Onai police officer gave Shinji a white look. "Don't worry. Kitahara brother, this kind of thing will never happen. But you still have to go back to the police station with us to do a transcript, and you will do the transcript in the tropical paradise. Next time, definitely next time." "Really?" Officer Megure doubted. "Of course." Soon, police officer Megure brought Gujingze, Shinji and Mori Kogoro to the Gu's house. He has to ask the master what happened. After the case was over, Shinji sent Xylan and Mori Kogoro back home first. Finally, Sanako was sent home. "Mr. Shinji, I'm home, see you tomorrow." Sanako waved goodbye. Etc. Shinji grabbed Sanako's arm, and Sanako bumped into Shinji's arms. The next moment, Shinji kissed Sanako lightly on his forehead. "Good night." Sanako blushed and said, "Good night." Chapter 35. Until 12 o'clock in the evening. Shinji just returned to the apartment. When he stood at the door of the apartment, he found that a thin white thread of sewing clothes caught in the crack of the door when he went out in the morning was gone. This thin white line was deliberately clipped by the crack of the door, in order to confirm whether anyone sneaked in when he was not at home, and installed something in the monitor and eavesdropping device. "That's right, it's you, Toko." "Is that you, Toko?" Shinji took out the key and opened the door. Then, from the phone in the pocket, click on the radar. Monitoring and monitoring equipment searching. None. The surveillance outside the door Shinji has been recorded in the mobile phone, all of which will not be counted. Not Toko. Is it just a thief? But it's impossible. There is a guard at the door, and my door lock is the latest one, so ordinary thieves can't open it at all. Forget it, let's take a shower first. After returning home, Shinji went straight to take a shower. After taking a shower, I took out a bottle of Coke and a bag of potato chips from the refrigerator. Then sat on the sofa again. Open the virtual screen. Virtual screen is turned on. Play Conan. Folder, Conan. Start playing. After Shinji made Kyuta Shinichi small, he followed him with a camera. Everything from when Kyuta Shinichi became small until now is recorded. The video starts directly after Kyuta Shinichi gets smaller. Kyuta Shinichi, who became smaller, slipped away directly from the tropical paradise. Running and stopping all the way, he came to his home. At the same time, I saw myself getting smaller in the mirror of a store. Seeing that he had really become smaller, he couldn't accept it. Damn, what the hell did those damned men in black give me? Kyuta Shinichi thumped the ground hard. After a while, Kyuta Shinichi came to his door. He wanted to open the iron door of his house, but he was so short now that he couldn't reach the lock on the iron door of his house. Fortunately, Agaza Hiroshi next door was blown out due to the experimental explosion. Then Kyuta Shinichi used a set of reasoning to convince Ali Hiroshi that he was Shinichi. After that, Kyuta Shinichi finally entered his home. And put on a blue classic skin. He also explained to Agaza Hiroshi how he became smaller. I know, because that poison hasn't been invented yet. So it has an incredible effect. That's why your body shrinks, explains Agaza Hiroshi. After Kyuta Shinichi changed his clothes, he came over, please. Hiroshi, you are a genius. Help me make a medicine that can restore its original shape. Hearing this, Agaza Hiroshi despised Kyoto Shinichi in his heart. Only at this time would you call me a genius. It's usually said that the things I invented are rubbish. It's no use thinking you're such a Shinichi. But Agaza Hiroshi said, it's not going to happen. I don't know the ingredients I want, how can I make it? Without knowing the composition of Aptx-4869, it is impossible to make a relative antidote. Not even if he is a genius. Then there is hope for finding out where those guys are and getting the medicine. Seeing this, Shinji laughed. Kyoto Shinichi, you still haven't been beaten by society, and you think things are so simple. If the black organization's lair was so easy to discover, intelligence organizations such as FBI, Neon Public Security, and CIA would not have sent undercover agents in. Hearing this, Agaza Hiroshi thought for a while and said, that's it? Maybe it helps. But the organization that can make this medicine must be very powerful. Because Agaza Hiroshi knew that it would take a lot of money to make a drug like this, and the forces behind all this organization must be huge. You know what? Shinichi. The forces hidden behind this organization must be very large. If you let them know you're still alive, they'll kill you again. Take this as a secret between me and you. Never tell anyone. Of course I can't tell Xylan. If your identity is exposed, people around you will also be involved. You know what? Shinichi. Agaza Hiroshi is Agaza Hiroshi, far more than Kyoto Shinichi. I know Hiroshi, I won't tell anyone about this, Kyoto Shinichi swore. That's fine. But what are you going to do next? Want to tell Yosaku and Yukiko? Kyoto Yosaku and Kyoto Yukiko are Shinichi's parents, but they are not in the country now, but abroad. Kyoto Shinichi shook his head and said, don't tell them, I don't want them to worry. I don't know what to do now. I don't know any news about the organization, and I don't even know where to start. This is the first time he has dealt with a case, so powerless. Shinichi, you need to change your name first. You can't use the name Kyoto Shinichi anymore. Got it? Agaza Hiroshi said, grabbing Shinichi's shoulder. Change your name. Yeah. Shinichi laughed at himself, I'm too small now to let those guys know I'm still alive. So I can't even keep my name. At this time, he hated the guy who gave him medicine more and more in his heart. But there is no point in reflecting on it. There is no way, who made you encounter this kind of thing? Agaza Hiroshi patted Shinichi's shoulder comfortably. Ugh. Correct. Agaza Hiroshi suddenly remembered something. I remember that Xylan's father is not a detective. Yeah. What's the problem? Shinichi was thinking about what name he should use in the future. If you want to get back to the original state, you need to find those men in black first, and Xylan's father is a detective, maybe he will have clues about those men in black, maybe. Hearing this, Shinichi's eyes lit up, to me. But how do I get to the detective's office? It's simple. As long as you go to Mr. Mori's apprenticeship, it's fine. Hearing Agaza Hiroshi's words, Shinichi rolled his eyes, I don't want it. I don't want to be the apprentice of that confused great detective. Shinichi has quite the contempt for Mori Kogoro. Shinichi, this is not your time to be self-willed, you can only do this if you want to get back to the way you were. Shinichi weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and finally agreed with Agaza Hiroshi. By the way, in order to ensure that your identity will not be leaked, let me find a school for you. Being a good elementary school student will help you hide your identity. No. Hiroshi. P.S. Conan will not live in Xylan's house, please rest assured. Conan is just a case-solving tool. Chapter 36. The next day. Agaza Hiroshi helped Shinichi, no, it should be Edogawa Conan now. Help Edogawa Conan find the school. Daiden Primary School. Help Conan find the school so quickly. I have to say that Agaza Hiroshi is still well connected. Worthy of being a hidden boss. Conan, today is the first day of school, don't be late. Agaza Hiroshi smiled while eating breakfast. Conan pushed his glasses and said, I see. In order to avoid being seen through by Xylan and others, he put on glasses to cover his face. When you come back from school in the afternoon, I will take you to the Mori detective office to apprentice. Got it? Conan rolled his eyes. To be honest, he really didn't want to go to elementary school. He is 17 years old now, and he is really embarrassed to go to class with some little kids. I'm done. Then I'm going to school. Conan reluctantly picked up his schoolbag and walked out the door as if he was on the execution ground. Be careful all the way. Agaza Hiroshi waved. When Conan went to school, Agaza Hiroshi started his experiments again. Daiden Primary School. At this time, the class bell rang. A teacher with short brown hair led Conan towards Class B of the classroom. Everyone, go back to your seat and sit down. Class is about to start soon, said the teacher with short brown hair. Hearing the teacher's voice, the students below quickly returned to their positions. Today we have a new transfer student in our class. Come in. The teacher beckoned. Conan walked in with heavy steps. The teacher wrote Conan's name on the blackboard. Edogawa Conan. Standing next to the teacher, Conan smiled and said, I am a transfer student, Edogawa Conan. Please advise. Damn it. It's going to start elementary school again. How can I live the rest of the day? Blame the damn guy for giving me medicine. Edogawa Conan is such a strange name. But he looks so handsome. Ayumi murmured. When Shinji watched Xylan and Sanako go to school, his eyes changed suddenly. Because from just now, someone has been staring at them. To be more accurate, someone is staring at him. Interesting. But who will it be? Neon Police or FBI? During this time, he only provoked the Neon Police and the FBI of the United States. If anyone troubles him, there are only these two organizations. And according to Jin's intelligence, Neon Police and FBI have been looking for his whereabouts. A smile was drawn at the corner of Shinji's mouth, and then he turned and entered a dark and narrow alley. At this time, 3 men in black suits and sunglasses walked out of a corner, and followed Shinji into the dark alley. When they entered the alley, they found Shinji's figure disappeared. It's gone, how is it possible? The man in the black suit said with a look of surprise. This is a dead end, there is only this one exit, and Shinji disappeared here, which surprised them quite a bit. Are you looking for me? At this time, Shinji's voice rang from behind them. Hearing Shinji's voice, the 3 of them trembled and turned around quickly. May I ask, is there anything you want to do with me? Shinji gave a cruel smile. Dare to follow him, so courageous. If they don't say anything, Shinji will definitely let them know what cruelty is. We are here to invite Master Shinji to see my wife, said one of the men in black. Hearing this, Shinji was taken aback, and the momentum just broke instantly. Madam. Random reacted quickly. The madam in your mouth would not be Madam Suzuki. It's Mrs. Suzuki. What? This wave is flooded with the Dragon King Temple, I don't know my family. Also ask Master Shinji to come with us. Madam wants to see you. The man in black said politely. When summoned by the future mother-in-law, Shinji was still a little nervous. He took out a mirror from his pocket and straightened his hair tossed by the wind. Then I sorted out the clothes again. Lead the way. Master Shinji, please here. After Shinji got in the car, they drove Shinji back to Suzuki's house. This is also the place where Shinji sent Sanako back yesterday. Chapter 37. After entering the luxurious manor of Suzuki family, following the man in black, through a courtyard as big as a baseball field, finally came to the garden. Is this the home of the rich woman Sanako? Love it? Love it? Shinji just glanced from a distance. It was the first time he entered the mansion of Suzuki's house. It really surprised him. This manor is really too big. It is no longer a manor here, it is more appropriate to say it is a park. It's too big. Sure enough, poverty limited his imagination. At this time, a maid came over. Master Shinji, please come with me. Madam is waiting for you in the garden now. The maid pointed to the front and said. Shinji followed the direction of the maid's fingers and saw a beautiful woman with short hair sitting on the pavilion drinking tea. He is Mrs. Suzuki. Sanako's mother is gone. Please lead the way. Shinji smiled and nodded. The maid owed her body and led Shinji to the pavilion. Madam, Master Shinji has brought it here. The maid said respectfully. The beautiful woman with short hair took a sip of tea elegantly, and said lightly, please sit down. I am Sanako's mother. What kind of tea would you like to drink? When we first met, I was Kitahara Shinji, Sanako's boyfriend. Shinji bowed his head and saluted. Then Shinji sat opposite Suzuki Tomoko. Auntie, I just drink green tea. In fact, he still prefers to drink happy water, but obviously he can't say that on this occasion. So it's better to drink green tea. Although he hasn't drunk green tea much. Go and make a pot of green tea. Suzuki Tomoko said to the maid standing by. She drank black tea, so she had to ask the maid beside her to make a pot. Yes, ma'am. When the maid walked away, Suzuki Tomoko put down the teacup and stared at Shinji intently. This makes Shinji on the opposite side feel like sitting on pins and needles. From the first sight of Suzuki Tomoko, Shinji knew that the future mother-in-law was very difficult. Compared to the difficult mother-in-law, he prefers to see the amiable future father-in-law. After watching for a while, Suzuki Tomoko smiled with satisfaction. She is quite satisfied with Shinji's appearance. It fits one of the criteria for her Suzuki family to find a son-in-law. Sanako's vision is still pretty good. I'm quite satisfied. Hearing that, Shinji smiled and did not speak. Because the mother-in-law in the future has other things to say. However, coming next is the highlight. It's just that the academic qualifications are a little bit worse. I think you should also know a little bit about our family's situation. May I tell you? My eldest daughter, Ayako, is already engaged to the third son of the Tomizawa Foundation, and will marry the Tomizawa Foundation in the future. So the only heir to the Suzuki Foundation is Sanako. And what kind of person Sanako is, you should know too. She doesn't have the ability to manage the Suzuki Consortium well, so I can only work hard on finding a son-in-law, and your academic qualifications do not meet my standards. Suzuki Tomoko said bluntly. The son-in-law of her Suzuki family must at least be someone who graduated from prestigious schools such as Dongda and Waseda, and Shinji's education is only high school, which does not meet her standards at all. With the strength of the Suzuki family, knowing some information about Shinji is no big deal. But some deeper things they couldn't find out. Shinji still kept smiling when he heard this. But my heart began to roar. Madam, I really want to tell you that I am a policeman and a professional policeman. But I was sent as an undercover agent by the Metropolitan Police Department. Otherwise, even if I am not a police department, I will be a police department. But, I can't say anything about it. Damn Otajiri, the old thief mistaken me. But Shinji didn't give up, he would continue to struggle. Actually, Auntie can change her mind. Change your mind? What do you mean? Cough. Shinji cleared his throat and said, I will marry Sanako after she graduates. Then we were having a baby. In terms of my DNA and Sanako's genes, the child will certainly not look bad in the future. And this child will be brought up by you. No heir is as good as the heir you cultivated yourself. So you can get an heir that satisfies you and meets your criteria. Auntie, am I right? Cub. For your father's happiness, I can wrong you. Suzuki Tomoko. What you said makes sense, but I was speechless. To be honest, she was a little moved. Indeed, the successor talent she cultivated herself can meet all her requirements. And she is still young and has enough time to train a qualified heir. At this time, the more Suzuki Tomoko looked at it, the more he felt Shinji was pleasing to the eye. Chapter 38. Mom, I'm back. Sanako took off his shoes at the entrance, put on slippers and walked in. When Sanako walked into the living room, he saw Shinji and Suzuki Tomoko talking and laughing at the guest table, a scene where they talked happily. The boss with his mouth open pointed to Shinji and Suzuki Tomoko and said, "Really? Mr. Shinji, why are you here?" In fact, Sanako didn't tell his family about having a boyfriend. Not even Sister Ayako said. Just to hide her mother. Because her mother is very picky, she is afraid that her mother does not like Shinji, and then asks them to break up and have a play of beating a mandarin duck. But seeing the two of them chatting happily just now, there shouldn't be the scene she imagined. "Sanako, you're back." Shinji smiled and said, "My aunt asked me to come." He looked at Sanako in surprise, and he wanted to go up and bully her. But the mother-in-law is here and can't act rashly. "Sanako, if I didn't call Shinji over today, would you not tell me that you have a boyfriend?" Suzuki Tomoko asked with his arms folded. In fact, she is not opposed to Sanako's dating with boyfriends, but is afraid that Sanako will be deceived by those scumbags outside. The reason why Shinji was called was just to check. As for the result, it was pretty good. This, he. Sanako touched the back of his head, trying to pass the level cutely. But Suzuki Tomoko does not intend to let Sanako go. "Are you afraid that I will be too picky and look down on Shinji, and then let you break up?" Knowing daughter Amoru Omua, what Sanako thinks is clear to her mother. Sanako felt that all his confident thoughts had been seen through, so he nodded helplessly. "I'm not picky, I'm just checking for you, lest you be fooled." "How did it turn out?" Sanako asked hurriedly. Then, seeing Shinji smile on his face, even suddenly blushed. Suzuki Tomoko looked at Shinji and Sanako. She already knew that her stupid daughter had fallen. Fortunately, Shinji is not that bad man. She is more at ease. As a result, of course I am very satisfied. Otherwise, you won't see him when you come back. Suzuki Tomoko smiled. If Shinji hadn't satisfied her, she would have sent Shinji away long ago. Then I will wait for Sanako to come back. Very good. Sanako jumped up happily, then rushed to Shinji's side and plunged into his arms. Ahem. I'm still here. Hearing Suzuki Tomoko's voice, Sanako immediately left Shinji's embrace. At this time, she has become a steam girl. Shinji, you can stay tonight. Wait for Shiro and your sister Ayako will be back. Let them see you too. Suzuki Tomoko said with a smile. Before Sanako came back, she had informed her husband and eldest daughter that today Sanako's boyfriend will be a guest at home. Make them sure to come back. Okay, auntie. Shinji completely accepts the suggestion. Overnight at Sanako's house, is it okay to? Agaza Hiroshi's house. Shinichi, are you ready? We are going to apprentice at Mori Detective Office now. Agaza Hiroshi was already carrying a gift and ready to go out at this time. Conan looked over and squinted. Why are you still preparing gifts? Are you an idiot? Why do you apprentice a teacher without giving gifts? And we have to go to the bank to withdraw some money. This is a teacher's fee. Do you know? Shinichi. Agaza Hiroshi spoke to Shinichi with indoctrination. What? You still have to give money to that foolish detective? Of course. Shinichi, you still have a lot to learn in the future. Conan followed Agaza Hiroshi and finally came to the Mori detective office. Looking at the Mori detective agency, he couldn't help but think of Xiaolan. Go, Shinichi, no, it should be Conan. Agaza Hiroshi took Conan to the second floor. Is Detective Mori here? Agaza Hiroshi knocked on the door. Coming. A sweet voice reached Conan's ears. It's Xiaolan. Xiaolan opened the door. It's Agaza Hiroshi. Hey, who is this little brother? His name is Edogawa Conan. It's a distant relative of mine. He likes detectives very much, so he specially came to visit Mr. Mori, who is a famous detective, as his teacher. Agaza Hiroshi explained. Agaza Hiroshi patted Conan's back and motioned for him to speak. Yes, I really like Uncle Mori, and I hope I can ask him to be a teacher. Conan said innocently. But when Xiaolan was about to say something, she was suddenly interrupted. The person who interrupted Xiaolan was Mori Kogoro. I heard someone wants to worship my detective as a teacher. Mori Kogoro stood at the door in a suit and leather shoes, and also put on a pose. He definitely didn't come here because of that famous detective. Absolutely not. P.S. Conan doesn't live in Xiaolan's house, and he doesn't give Conan any benefits. He is just a tool for solving crimes. Chapter 39. Mr. Mori, this is the child of my distant relative. He likes you Mr. Mori very much, so he wants to worship you as Mr. Mori as a teacher. Little respect, please accept it. Agaza Hiroshi handed over the gifts and tuition to Mori. This is. Mori Kogoro opened the gift and found it was a good bottle of wine with an envelope inside the box. When Mori Kogoro opened the envelope, he found that it was full of money. I looked at it and it looked like 300,000 yen. This is the child's tuition, please Detective Mr. Mori must accept this child. Agaza Hiroshi patted Conan. Please Detective Uncle Mori, you must accept me. Conan bent down and bowed. After lowering his head, Conan's expression changed. Damn it, why should I do this? What a shame. Mori Kogoro probably hesitated for a second. Okay, my detective Mori Kogoro decided to hand you as a disciple. From now on you. His name is Conan. From now on, your Conan will be my #1 disciple of Mori Kogoro. Ah ha ha ha. Mori Kogoro showed his classic tongue and laugh again. Dad. Can you collect money? What's wrong with this? This kid came to ask me to apprentice. What's wrong with my tuition fee? People who teach kendo don't charge tuition. Is that right? Kid. Mori Kogoro asked, clutching Conan's head. Yes. Conan smiled brightly. Then he lowered his head and his expression changed. To the ghost. But when Xiaolan wanted to say something, she was interrupted by Agaza Hiroshi on the side. Little Lan. Applying a teacher to pay tuition is a matter of course, so don't talk about it anymore. By the way, Mr. Mori, this kid likes to watch your reasoning process. If you receive any case, you must notify him. He wants to see your reasoning on the spot. Agaza Hiroshi added. No problem, when I have a case, I will definitely notify this kid to come over. Mori Kogoro is now triumphant. Then When Agaza Hiroshi was about to take Conan home, two people walked up the stairs. A woman with a burgundy hat, long brown hair and a man in a light brown coat stepped up. Mr. Mori, I have something to get rid of you. When Mori Kogoro heard the sound, he felt it sound familiar. When Ding Ching saw it, Ren was his favorite star, Miss Yoko Okino. For an instant, Mori Zyogo appeared in front of Yoko Okino and grabbed her hand. It's actually Miss Yoko. At the same time, under Mori's detective agency, 3 children are looking at it. These 3 are the 3 of Ayumi, Mitsuhiko, and Genta who followed Conan all the way from Agaza Hiroshi's house to Mori Detective Agency. The 3 of them are collectively called, Emperor Dan and 3 Stupid. When they saw Yoko Okino come to the Mori Detective office, they made up their minds to be friends with Conan. They came to the trunk of the car quietly, then they opened the trunk and sneaked in quietly. Suzuki's house. At this time, there was a lot of fun on the table. Today's dinner was made by Shinji himself, just to have a good performance in front of the future father-in-law and sister-in-law. The result is also very satisfactory. Both Suzuki Shiro and Suzuki Ayako are very satisfied with Shinji. Young and handsome, good talking, and good at cooking. Someone would dislike such a man. By the way, Shinji, your room is next to Sanako's room, so let Sanako take you there. Mother-in-law Suzuki Tomoko said suddenly. This wave is an assist from the mother-in-law. What a caring mother-in-law. Go on, Sanako. My lovely grandson depends on you. After Shinji's on-demand broadcast, Suzuki Tomoko now wants to hold his grandson. Mom. Sanako groaned, blushing. After taking a peek at Shinji, he immediately lowered his head to pick up rice. After a pleasant dinner, Sanako brought Shinji into the room. Mr. Shinji, this is your room. I'll go back to the room first. Just as Sanako was about to open the door and go in, Shinji grabbed her. He kissed Sanako lightly on his forehead. Good night. Good night. Sanako said. Boom. Sanako was overly nervous, and she closed the door forcefully. After entering the room, Shinji undressed and went directly to the bath. Every room in Suzuki's house has a bathroom and toilet. Shinji was lying on the bed after the shower. In this quiet environment, he seemed to hear Sanako's breathing. Sanako also closed his eyes and was thinking wildly on the bed at this time. Sleep how to do. Shinji stared at the ceiling with eyes wide open, and began to be in a daze. 2 hours later, Shinji walked out of the door. Go to the outer door of Sanako's room. With a slight twist, Sanako's door opened. There is no lock, is this suggesting me? Shinji opened the door and walked in. The moment he entered, Shinji felt Sanako's rapid breathing. Through the eagle eye, after confirming that the person in the room is Sanako, he walked to the bed. Then got into the bed. When Shinji entered, he could clearly feel Sanako's body tremble. Shinji hugged Sanako from behind. Just let me hold you like this. Good night. Chapter 40. The next day, 6 in the morning. The biological clock keeps Shinji awake on time. Sanako was still sleeping soundly in his arms. Sanako looks so cute when he's sleeping. Seeing Sanako sleeping soundly, Shinji was reluctant to wake her up. Sanako without a headband and Sanako with a headband are completely different. Maybe he was so fascinated by it that Sanako didn't even realize it when he woke up. When Sanako woke up and saw Shinji looking at her with fiery eyes, she was a little shy, but more sweet. At this time, Sanako's heart was filled with Shinji's figure, and there was no room for anyone else. Sanako looked at Shinji's handsome face, and she made a bold decision. Well. Shinji catches Sanako first, gagging her mouth. Sanako, I like you. Me too. Shinji touched Sanako's head and said, I'll brush your hair for you. He wanted Sanako to know what he looked like with his bangs down. Sanako nodded slightly. Shinji pulled the quilt back, and with a princess hug, lifted Sanako off the bed and put it on the dresser. He took the comb and started combing Sanako's hair, and let down the bangs. This time Shinji didn't ask Sanako to put the headband on. Let Sanako's face value, which has been sealed, be rediscovered. Seeing her in the mirror, Sanako couldn't believe it. Is the person in the mirror me? She never knew that she was so beautiful after putting down her bangs. Because he has always been wearing headbands since he was a child, he has never put his bangs down. Of course, the person in the mirror is you. You're no worse than anyone, Shinji said, looking at Sanako, who was so beautiful in the mirror. Sanako leaned back, leaning himself into Shinji's arms. Thank you, Mr. Shinji. Stop calling me Mr. Shinji, call me Shinji. Shinji put his head lightly on Sanako's. Telling Shinji to go first always felt like calling an outsider, not intimate enough. Okay. Shinji. Sanako whispered. After catching up with Sanako again, Shinji put the headband on Sanako. In Sanako's puzzled eyes, Shinji said slowly, only I can see you like this from now on. I don't want other people to see you like this. People are selfish, even he is no exception. Okay. Sanako is not disgusted by Shinji's domineering, and is very sweet in his heart. After dawdling for a while, Sanako and Shinji finally walked out of the room. As soon as the door was opened, Shinji drove until his mother-in-law was lying at the door eavesdropping. Suzuki Tomoko, who was found, didn't panic at all. Shinji, you go to the restaurant first, I have something to ask Sanako. Okay. Shinji nodded and walked towards the restaurant. Without guessing, Shinji knew what his mother-in-law wanted to ask. Looking at the back of Shinji leaving, Suzuki Tomoko asked in a low voice, did you guys have any? Sanako blushed and said shyly, no. Shinji just slept with me all night. Suzuki Tomoko was a little disappointed, she was still waiting to hold her grandson. Forget it, this kind of thing can't be rushed, let's have breakfast first. After breakfast, Shinji went to the kitchen to prepare today's loving lunch for Sanako. Then Sanako was sent to the Mori Detective Agency to find Xiaolan, and the two of them went to school together. When they arrived at the Mori Detective Agency, Xiaolan was already waiting below. Ran was taken aback when she watched Shinji get out of the car with Sanako. And quickly figured out why Shinji and Sanako came over in the same car. And also saw Sanako's mouth a little swollen. Various images flashed through my mind. Gradually, Xiaolan's face turned red, and smoke began to rise from her head. Then Xiaolan went down. Sanako hurried over, Xiaolan, are you like this, Xiaolan? Xiaolan, who was shaken by Sanako, recovered, and then whispered in Sanako's ear, did Mr. Shinji stay at your house last night? Hearing this, Sanako blurted out, how do you know? Ran pointed to Sanako's mouth with her finger. What's wrong with my mouth? Shinji beside him kindly handed Sanako a mirror. Only then did Sanako realize that her lips were broken and swollen, which she never noticed. What? It's over, the classmates in the school will definitely laugh at me. Probably not. Xiaolan thought for a while and said. Sanako looked at Xiaolan with a serious face and said, I usually gossip about them, so they will never let me go today. I see, I'll take a day off today. Chapter 41. Dongdu Art Museum. At this time, Conan has been perfectly integrated into the age group, and has become one with the three fools of Daiden. Conan and the others strolled around the museum and walked out after seeing all kinds of treasures. And Genta is clamoring for a treasure hunt. However, Conan poured a pot of cold water, there are so many treasures in the world. Even if there was, it would have been found long ago. So Genta, there's no way you'd ever find the treasure. Conan remained silent as always. Conan UBD. Genta raised his fist to punch Conan, but was stopped by Mitsuhiko and Ayumi. At this time, a note floated in the wind to Genta's feet, just happened to be seen by Genta and picked it up from the ground. What is this? The notes were all graphics, and he couldn't read them at all. Mitsuhiko and Ayumi on the side came around. This isn't a treasure map. Ayumi said happily. How is this possible? It's just a note that someone else discarded. Conan's mouth stinks again. But this time it was Ayumi, so no one stopped Conan. Conan was punched hard in the head by Genta. Beating Conan's eyes with gold stars, he spun around a few times on the ground. Then Genta raised his hand and shouted, "From today onwards we are the Boy Scouts. And I, Kojima Genta, are the head of the Boy Detective Squad." Hearing this, Ayumi and Mitsuhiko were quite excited. All agreed with Genta's proposal. As for Conan's opinion, it doesn't matter at all. It is common sense that the minority should obey the majority. At this point, the Juvenile Death Corps was established. Then let's start looking for treasure. Genta waved his arm, and Ayumi and Mitsuhiko responded. Damn Genta! Conan sat up from the ground, clutching his head. At the same time, 3 men in black suits appeared next to the art gallery. 2 of them are foreigners, and 1 is a neon man. The 3 are members of the Italian bandit group. And the map in Genta's hands is indeed a treasure map. The treasure on this map is the 3 of them and their boss, Tino Cabana. 15,000 maple leaf gold coins that were snatched together. However, because Tino Cabana wanted to swallow the gold coins alone, he hid himself and hid the 15,000 maple leaf gold coins. But Cabana was found by his 3 accomplices. And this treasure map also fell into their hands. Finally, it was sent to Genta's hands by a gust of wind. Originally, they were going to snatch the treasure map back, but they were wanted, and there were security guards next to it. In order not to be found by the police, they first put the treasure map in Genta's hands. See if Genta can unlock this treasure map. If you can find the best, there is nothing to lose. If you can't find it, just grab it back. But, Genta, where should we go? Mitsuhiko asked a very real question. This map has all graphics on it, and they don't know what graphics it is, and they can't start at all. At this time, Conan, who is good at solving puzzles, came over. Show me the note. Although Genta disliked Conan the stinky fart, in order to find the treasure, he still gave the note to Conan. After Conan saw the pattern above, he began to reason. The first graphic Conan explained was Tokyo Tower. Then everyone ran directly towards the location of the Tokyo Tower. When Conan and the others left, the 3 members of the robber group also followed behind Conan and the others. After the 3 gangsters left, another one followed them. If Conan was here, he would have recognized the last person. Because this last person is the man in black who poured poison on him. 15,000 maple leaf gold coins, here I come. Shinji called a taxi and followed them far behind. After Conan and others arrived at the Tokyo Tower, Conan began to decipher what the graphics below represented. The figure below the tower is a hat. Under the hat is underwear. Wait, why did Conan say underwear when he saw the triangle? Oh. Conan is an LSP, so there is nothing strange about it. Under the underwear is an umbrella. If you combine these things together. Fashion store. After getting the answer, Didan Sanchao began to frantically search for treasures in the clothing store here. Finally, the 3 of them were driven out by the owner of the clothing store, looking quite embarrassed. Gradually, the sun began to sink. Conan also felt that his reasoning just now was wrong, so he started reasoning again. At his request, they came to the library. Conan found a hint from the library. Finally, I got a hint from Ayumi. It suddenly dawned on him, and finally figured out what the graphics on the map meant. They also knew that the treasure they were looking for was probably the 15,000 maple leaf gold coins reported in the news. I see, the graphic above represents the shape of a neon light at night. Following this train of thought, Conan and his team finally arrived at the location where the treasure was hidden. The juvenile detective team entered a dark building. And on the ceiling of the 2nd floor, I saw a bag of Zhangmai gold coins. But at this moment, the bandit group also arrived. And pointed the pistol at Conan and others. Conan and others who were unable to resist were tied up. But the clever Conan used the treasure and rope to successfully defeat the bandit group. After Conan and others untied the rope, they tied the band together with the rope, and then called the police. After they had done these things, Shinji walked out of the darkness. Copying a passerby's voice, he said, "It's really easy to come by. These 5,000 maple leaf gold coins are mine." The moment Conan saw Shinji, he realized that the guy in front of him was the man in black who had fed him the poison. "Very well, finally let me find you, this time I won't let you go." A smile appeared on Conan's face. At this time, Shinji walked to the gold coin, waved his hand, and the gold coin disappeared. Also missing was the pistol of the bandit group. Seeing that the gold coin was gone, Genta was immediately anxious. "That is our gold coin, give it back to us soon." "What are you talking about, kid?" Without saying anything, Shinji pulled out his pistol from his pocket and pointed it at Genta. Genta looked at the black muzzle and was paralyzed by fright. "Humph!" Shinji snorted coldly, put away the gun, and walked down calmly. "I won't let you run away again this time." Turning his head to Genta and the others, he said, "You are here waiting for the police. I will chase the man who stole the gold coins." Without waiting for Genta and others to respond, Conan has chased it out. When Conan chased him out, he found that Shinji hadn't gone far. And Conan also slowly followed Shinji, trying to get Shinji to take him to find their lair, and then regain the medicine that made his body smaller. "Have you followed? Then I will let you see the dark side of society." Shinji, who turned his back to Conan, showed a weird smile. Soon he walked into a small alley. Conan also quickly followed. But when Conan entered, he found that Shinji had disappeared. At this time, a voice came from behind Conan, "Are you looking for me, kid?" Hearing this, Conan hurriedly turned around and said in a naive tone, "Big brother, I'm lost, I don't know if you can take me home." But what greeted Conan was a fist as big as a casserole. Shinji hit Conan's abdomen directly with a punch. The sharp pain spread to Conan's body in an instant. Conan couldn't bear this force and passed out. Shinji mentioned Conan who had passed out, then threw him into the trash can behind him. Then he walked away swaggeringly. Shinji is not worried about Conan's death. After all, he is a god of death, how could he die? Shinji did this entirely for Conan's good, to make him remember and not to be so rash in doing things. It's definitely not just because I just wanted to beat him up. Absolutely not. Chapter 42. 22, by Keiko Tuchome. Agaza Hiroshi looked at the time, it was 10 o'clock now. Why hasn't Shinichi come back? Nothing will happen, right? Agaza Hiroshi was worried, and immediately started calling Conan. Why isn't anyone picking up? Then Agaza Hiroshi was taken aback. He thought of a terrible answer. That is, the man in black found out that Shinichi was not dead, and knew that Shinichi had become Conan, and all Shinichi was silenced by them. Thinking of this, Agaza Hiroshi broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. No, I have to calm down, maybe things are not as bad as I thought. Maybe Shinichi just stayed overnight at Genta's house. Let's call Genta and ask them first. Genta, Ayumi, and Mitsuhiko visited Agaza Hiroshi's house last time, and he liked these little kids. They also left their home phone numbers. Now comes in handy. Agaza Hiroshi called Genta, Mitsuhiko, and Ayumi to ask them if Conan had stayed overnight at their house. But Genta, Mitsuhiko, and Ayumi all said they didn't spend the night at their house. And also said that Conan was chasing a black man out. And they were sent home by the police who rushed to the scene. Men in black, wouldn't it really be them? Ayumi, where did you end up separating? Agaza Hiroshi asked hastily. It's okay, I see. Ayumi. After Agaza Hiroshi hung up the phone, he hurried out with the car keys. The destination is the place Ayumi just said. Although it is dangerous, he still has to go out to find Shinichi. He couldn't just watch Shinichi get killed by the man in black. You don't have an accident. Shinichi. Be sure to wait for me. Half an hour later, Agaza Hiroshi came to the place where Ayumi and the others found the maple leaf gold coins. But he didn't find Conan here. But Agaza Hiroshi didn't give up, he began to search every corner here. Hard work paid off, Agaza Hiroshi finally found Conan's body in a trash can in an alley. He hurriedly picked Conan up from the trash can. Put your finger on Conan's nose to see if Conan is breathing and alive. Great, and breathing. To find Conan was still breathing, he really breathed a sigh of relief. The first time he saw Conan lying in the trash, he thought Conan was dead. Scared him half to death. Then Agaza Hiroshi noticed that Conan's breathing was a little short and his face was a little red. Reach out to Conan's forehead. It's hot. You have a fever, Shinichi, I'll take you to the hospital right away. Agaza Hiroshi ran towards the car with Conan in his arms. Conan was then rushed to the hospital. After a doctor's examination, Conan had a fever caused by a cold. Get an injection in the hospital, then stay for one night and then go back. And Agaza Hiroshi also stayed with Conan for one night at the hospital. When Conan woke up, he found himself in the hospital. Why am I in the hospital? Conan was at a loss. He tried to sit up, but because the amplitude was too large, he touched the spot where Shinji hit again. It hurts. Conan clutched his stomach, his face a little grim. Damn guy, next time I will never let you go. As expected of Conan, remember to eat but not to fight. Conan's cry of pain woke Agaza Hiroshi, who was sleeping on the hospital bed beside him. Agaza Hiroshi, who woke up, saw that Conan had woken up with a smile on his face. Shinichi, you're finally awake. It worries me to death. Hiroshi. Conan looked at Agaza Hiroshi's tired face and dark circles with a flash of guilt. It's all because of him that Agaza Hiroshi runs around all night. At the same time, the hatred for those people in black who made his body smaller has deepened. It's fine, let's go back now. Agaza Hiroshi wanted to ask Conan what happened, but the hospital was crowded and not a good place to talk. Okay. Conan tried to get up from the hospital bed, but he was too weak due to the fever and was punched in the abdomen by Shinji, and he was so weak that he couldn't get up from the hospital bed at all. Seeing Conan struggling, Agaza Hiroshi carried Conan to his back. Thank you, Hiroshi, Conan thanked. Never mind. Soon, Agaza Hiroshi was driving Conan in the direction of home. Shinichi. What the hell happened last night? Agaza Hiroshi asked while driving. Hearing Agaza Hiroshi's question, Conan started talking. Hearing Conan's words, Agaza Hiroshi broke out in a cold sweat. Shinichi, you're too bold to chase you out like this. Fortunately, they didn't recognize you to Shinichi, otherwise you, me, and the people around you would all be silenced. Don't be so impulsive next time. Agaza Hiroshi urged. Good. Conan promised Agaza Hiroshi not to be so impulsive in the future. But I don't know what I was thinking. By the way, Hiroshi, why does my body stink? Only now Conan could smell something stinky on him. I found you in the trash can. Hearing this, Conan clenched his fists. Damn, Kyuta Shinichi, have never been humiliated like this before. I remember this hatred, and I must bring you to justice next time. P.S. Thanks to Wind and Rain 858,127 for the reward. Chapter 43. Organize the laboratory. Jin leaned on the sofa and said indifferently, Black Cherry waits for you and Sherry to investigate the detective who followed us. What is his name? He can't remember Kyuta Shinichi's name anymore. Because he never remembers the name of a dead person. Kudo Shinichi, Brother. Vodka reminded him timely. Kyuta Shinichi. Jin repeated. Go to his house to investigate and confirm whether this detective is dead. The bodies of other people killed by Aptx-4869 were recovered, except Kyuta Shinichi. So in order to determine whether Kyuta Shinichi is really dead, they need to go to Kyuta's house to investigate. As the developer of this drug, Sherry naturally has to follow along. No problem, when will you go? Shinji asked. Now. Hearing that, Shinji sat up from the sofa and walked directly to the door of Sherry's laboratory. Dong dong. Come in. Sherry's cold voice came. After Shinji opened the door, he saw Sherry in a white coat still typing on the keyboard, and there were all things he couldn't understand. What Sherry hit should be the Aptx-4869 data. What's the matter? Sherry asked, staring at the computer screen. Jin asked me to investigate with you whether Kyuta Shinichi is dead. He let us pass now. Sherry's hands on the keyboard paused. The detective you killed with this drug last time. It's him. He followed us last time and also witnessed the process of our transaction, so he was only able to kill him. Upon hearing Shinji's words, Sherry was silent for a while, and then said, Isn't he your friend? The last time she and Shinji went to eat, they met the detective named Kyuta Shinichi. And it seems that the relationship between the two of them is pretty good. Kyuta Shinichi is indeed a friend of mine, but his curiosity is too strong. He has to follow us on nosy basis, otherwise he will not be killed. Shinji approached Sherry and whispered in her ear, I gave him the medicine by myself. Hearing that, Sherry looked at Shinji incredulously. Suddenly, she felt that the man in front of her was as cold and ruthless as the others in the organization. Fortunately, she thought Shinji was going to be different from the other members of the organization. It seemed that she was wrong. The hypocritical face seemed to be disguised. There is no good person in this organization. Including herself. 10 minutes later, Shinji took Sherry, and 3 other members of the organization, and drove to the 21st place in Yanihuako Tuchome. This is the home of Kyuta Shinichi. But before setting off, Shinji disfigured a little, and became as if he was feeding Kyuta Shinichi the poison. And this look is what he looked like in his previous life. He drew the appearance of his previous life according to his memory, and then tentatively scanned it with a nano-simulated face, and it turned out to be true. In this way, this face became the vest when he and the internal members acted together. After all, he is now the prospective son-in-law of the Suzuki Consortium, and if he uses his face to work with the members of the organization, it is easy to be spotted. Kyuta Shinichi's neighborhood is quite deserted, all in villas, and there are almost no pedestrians on the road. Shinji and his group of 5 people entered Kyuta Shinichi's house from the gate openly. Hiroshi and Conan, who lived next door, were not found. Conan is still recuperating at this time, and Hiroshi is also inventing some props for Conan. Never thought that the organization would enter his home in broad daylight. You guys go to other places to see if there are any traces of being passive here recently. Yes. At this time, Kyuta Shinichi's house has already had a lot of gray layers, and it seems that it has been unoccupied for a while. Shinji and Sherry went to Kyuta Shinichi's room. A lot of gray layers have also accumulated in Kyuta Shinichi's room. Then Sherry opened the closet. The clothes on the closet were neatly arranged, and there were no signs of movement. Just as Sherry was about to close the closet, she noticed that a cardboard box had been opened underneath. There are traces of the tape being torn off, and this trace was only recently left. Sherry picked up the clothes in the cardboard box and unfolded it to look at it. It's actually a child's clothing. Suddenly, Sherry seemed to have thought of something. During the experiment, she used this drug to completely reduce the body of the mouse. And now Kyuta Shinichi put the box of his childhood clothes opened, and some of the clothes inside have been taken away. Combining experimental data, she thought of a creepy possibility. That is, Kyoto Shinichi is not dead yet, and has been reduced by Aptx-4869. At this moment, Shinji stood behind Sherry, watching the scene without saying a word. Chapter 44. Conan, your family is so rich that I don't even want to buy any clothes? And you take it as soon as you want, what does it mean to keep a little bit? For fear that the organization won't know that you are still alive. He's still a detective, he just laughed out loud. Shinji muttered to himself. If he and Sherry hadn't come to check, it is estimated that Kyoto Shinichi's death would have been exposed. Then the organization will start to thoroughly investigate all things about Kyoto Shinichi, and then he will be known to the organization as a child. By then Conan and everyone around him will be involved. So he'll have to wipe Conan's a later. After all, it takes Conan, a tool man, to break down the organization, and he only needs to be obedient on the edge. Then Shinji walked up. Did you find something? No. Sherry pushed the cardboard box in, as if nothing had happened. I don't find anything here. Let's look elsewhere. Sherry decides to hide the fact that Kyoto Shinichi may have been made smaller by the side effects of the drug. Shinji acted as if he hadn't seen this. After going out of this room, I went to check the other rooms. Checked Kyoto Shinichi's house for an hour and found no sign of recent life. Except Sherry finds out that Kyoto Shinichi's clothes are missing from his childhood. Soon, Shinji had people manually putting everything that was moved back in place. Then go out from the gate in a fair and bright manner. Agaza Hiroshi and Conan next door still hadn't spotted them. Did not stop elsewhere. Shinji took Sherry directly back to the organization's lab. Back in the lab, Shinji removed his disguise and reported to Jin. The Kyoto Shinichi's house has no traces of inhabitation during this time. It is full of gray layers. This is a photo of the scene. You can take a look. Shinji took out a stack of photos from his pocket and handed it to Jin. Jin took the photo and went through it roughly. I see. If it's alright, then I'll go back first. Let's go. I'll notify you when I have a mission. By the way, when you come here in the future, change your face. Now you are the prospective son-in-law of the Suzuki Consortium. If you let other people know that you have a relationship with us, it will affect the plan. Jin said coldly. Shinji with his back to Jin paused. I see. I'll use the face I had at the amusement park last time. Change the face to organize, exactly what he meant. Understood. At the same time, Sherry also changed Kyoto Shinichi's information from unknown to dead in the laboratory. After coming out of the organization, Shinji changed his face and attire again. Then quietly returned to Kyoto Shinichi's house. After entering Kyoto Shinichi's room, he put the cardboard box under the cabinet into the storage space. The only people who entered this room were him and Sherry. As long as Sherry didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. Nobody knew about it. Even if Jin has to perform a check, it will not be a problem. After doing all this, Shinji headed straight for the location of the black market after stopping a taxi on the road. He was going to the black market to exchange the 15,000 maple leaf gold coins into Japanese yen. Found a reputable storefront in the black market. Shinji took out all the maple leaf gold coins from the storage space. Black market bosses aren't surprised that Shinji suddenly pulls things out. Because when he was Shinji it was using magic. He had never seen this method before, so he was not surprised. At the end of the bargain, plus various fees, these maple leaf gold coins were exchanged for 700 million yen. The price is fair. If it were other black market bosses, these maple leaf gold coins could only be exchanged for 600 million yen at most. The black market boss transferred the money directly into an anonymous bank card in Shinji. After the money arrived, Shinji left the black market without stopping. But when he came out, he seemed to be being watched. After all, he came alone, and he was using a new face, so it was not surprising that he was targeted. Shinji stopped a taxi as if he didn't notice them. Go to Tokyo Bay. Yes. After Shinji got in the car, those who followed him also got into a taxi and followed. When night falls, there are several more bodies under Tokyo Bay. These guys who followed him were all slaughtered by him. Anyway, these people are all wanted criminals, and they all have murder cases. Shinji kills them without any psychological burden. Soul Fragment 15*3. Nano Simulation Face *1. Simulation Puppet *1. Total Soul Fragments. Today's harvest is not bad. Shinji made a regular trip to the hospital every day to collect souls and then wandered around. Probably because of Kyuta Shinichi's transformation into Conan, who recently collected soul fragments while wandering the road. Gradually became richer. At this moment, Sanako's phone called. Shinji, what are you doing now? Sanako asked from the bed. Hearing this, Shinji looked up at the moon. I was thinking of you. Even though Sanako had heard this so many times, she couldn't help blushing. My sister invited us to the mountain villa to play this weekend. And Xylan, the three of us go to play together. No problem. Chapter 45. At this time, Conan was rolling on the floor of the Mori detective office without an image. He kept shouting, no. No. Let me go. I also want to go on vacation in the mountains. Just let me go. As for the reason, Conan came to the detective office early in the morning to see if he could receive a case about the man in black. It turns out that Shinji and Sanako are here, planning to go to Suzuki's mountain villa for vacation with Xylan. If only Sanako and Xylan were to go, he would not do this, nor would he go together in a noisy manner. But if this guy Shinji goes, he must follow. Because he is worried about Shinji. Although he knew that Shinji was already Sanako's boyfriend, he just didn't worry. Because when he came to the detective office, he often heard Xylan and Shinji talk about recipes via phone and text messages. And Shinji is handsome, rich, gentle, and good at cooking. He was afraid that Xylan would be snatched by Shinji. So he will never give Shinji and Xylan a chance to stay together. Then the things described above happened. Shinji on the side watched the scene with interest, and filmed it with a camera. It should be a good collection. Who is this kid Xylan? This is the first time Shinji has met Conan officially. What? I forgot that Mr. Shinji didn't know Conan. He is called Edogawa Conan. He is my father's apprentice. Every day after school, I will come to the office to see my dad investigating the case. It is my dad's assistant. Xylan introduced. That's it? Shinji squatted down and rubbed Conan's head a few times. Turn Conan's hair into a chicken coop. Children can't be so naughty. The thing you should do now is study. Come on, big brother, here is a stack of math workbooks, all for you. I hope that after you finish these math workbooks, you can get 100 points in the exam. Shinji smiled and stuffed a pile of math workbooks into Conan's hands. Looking at the stack of math workbooks in his hands, Conan was stupid. Why can you pull so many math workbooks out of your arms? Mr. Shinji is so nice, he actually sent so many workbooks to Conan, he will definitely get full marks next time in the exam. Xylan said with her hands in her hands. Where is it? What exercises do I need to do? Damn Kitahara Shinji, remember it for me. Conan rolled his eyes and cursed in his heart. Then Conan, just write the exercises here. Then I'm going out. Xylan carried her bag and waved to Conan. Shinji and Sanako also went out. After coming downstairs, Shinji stopped a taxi. They are going to take a taxi to the station, and then take the Shinkansen from the station to the mountain villa. Originally, he was going to drive there, but it took a lot longer to drive than to take the Shinkansen, so he chose to take the Shinkansen. Conan saw from the window of the detective office that the three of Shinji were leaving in a taxi, and he quickly closed the door of the office. Then he came to the first floor and stopped a taxi. "Mr. Driver, catch up with that car. My sister was kidnapped and was on the car," Conan said anxiously. It seemed that there was a kidnapper in the taxi ahead. "What? The kidnapper?" The driver became anxious as soon as he heard it, so he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. "Successful." Conan gave a smirk. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Shinji looked through the rearview mirror and saw a car chasing up at an unusual speed. And he also saw Conan sitting in the passenger seat, staring at their taxi with a serious face. "FK. Why is Conan this kid so difficult? I had known that I had done a little harder last time and let him lie in bed for a few more days." Shinji turned to the driver on the side and said, "Mr. Driver, drive faster, we dare to time." "No problem." 10 minutes later, 2 taxis arrived at the station one after another. When Conan got off the taxi, both Sanako and Xiolan were taken aback. "Conan, why are you here?" Xiolan looked at Conan and asked. "Kidnapper, you are the kidnapper," the driver shouted, pointing at Shinji with his finger. I saw the driver pointing at him and said he was the kidnapper. Shinji knew it. Conan must be the BD talking nonsense to the driver. That's why the driver drives so fast. "Very good, Conan. This slander I am the enemy of the kidnappers." I remembered Kitahara's Shinji and Black Cherry. Shinji smiled at the driver and said, "I'm not a kidnapper. The 2 behind me are my friends. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Hearing that, the driver looked at Xiolan and Sanako, waiting for their answers. "Who said he was the kidnapper? She is my boyfriend," Sanako said with his hips stuck. "Yes, Mr. Driver, Mr. Shinji, he is really not a kidnapper." Hearing Xiolan and Sanako's explanations, the driver only now knew that he was cheated by a kid. The driver looked at Conan angrily, and roared, "Damn kid, how dare you make a joke of an adult?" Dong dong. 2 big red bags appeared on Conan's head. "Since you know each other, let's close this kid's car money," the driver said in an angry voice. Shinji took out the wallet from his pocket and paid the driver for the car. After the driver received the money for the car, he gave Conan a sharp look. At the same time, Conan was blacklisted. Chapter 46. Shinkansen. Xiolan is scolding Conan. "Conan, how can you lie? And also slander Mr. Shinji as a kidnapper? Conan, you are too much." This time Xiolan was really angry, and Sanako on the side was also the first time that Xiolan looked so angry. Conan found that Xiolan was really angry, and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Xiolan." "Conan, it's not me that you should apologize, it's Mr. Shinji." "No." Xiolan said with her arms akimbo. "Yes." Conan immediately turned his head and bowed to Shinji and apologized. "I'm sorry, Shinji brother." Seeing Conan apologize, Shinji didn't let Conan get up immediately, but said earnestly, "Conan, it's not that I said, how can you lie? It's wrong for children to lie, do you know?" "I know." Conan whispered. Snapped. Shinji slapped the chair hard, feeling quite excited. "Know that you still lie. It seems that you knowingly committed the crime. When I grow up, I still have it? Wouldn't I have become a man full of lies? If this goes on, you will go astray and finally embark on the path of crime," Shinji said bitterly. But Conan disagrees. "That's so exaggerated." Xiolan and Sanako on the side also agreed with Shinji's words. "I was wrong, I will never lie again, please forgive me, Shinji brother." Conan's head lowered again, almost touching the bottom of his feet. In this way, Shinji watched Conan for 5 minutes before speaking. "I forgive you." Conan was overjoyed, and when he was about to straighten up, he heard Shinji's voice again. However, you have to write a 10,000-word review book, and then finish the math workbook I gave you. Time is the day after tomorrow. What? Conan looked at Shinji with a face slung. Could you not write a review book? Shinji sternly said, no. Just teach you a lesson, Conan. Conan shrugged his head, his face unhappy. Damn it. Actually asked me to write a 10,000-character review book and a math study booklet, a whole Kitahara Shinji. Conan cursed secretly in his heart. Shinji looked at Conan's expression and knew that this guy must be scolding him in his heart. But it doesn't matter, he remembered this hatred. He will look good in the future. At this moment, two familiar figures came into Conan's eyes. Seeing these two figures, Conan's face suddenly changed. Is it the two people who were in the amusement park that day, and where is the one who made me smaller? Conan stared at the backs of Jin and Vodka. And Jin seemed to sense that someone was staring at him from behind, and then looked back. It turned out that Conan was watching him. Jin didn't care, and continued to walk towards the car in front. Conan watched Jin and Vodka leave behind, just as he was about to catch up. But found that his feet had left the ground. Conan, your review hasn't been written yet, do you want to go there? Shinji grabbed Conan by the back of his neck and lifted him up. Let go of me, you let me go, I can't let them escape. Conan roared fiercely. Conan didn't want to let go of this opportunity, he must arrest the accomplice who made his body smaller here, and then get the medicine from them. Let Hiroshi work out the antidote so that he can get back to the original state. Conan, you are not allowed to go there right now, please write down the review with me first. Shinji directly pressed Conan on the seat, then took out the pen and notebook from the box and placed them in front of Conan. Damn it! Conan clenched his fists. After staring at Shinji for a few seconds, he took a deep breath and showed an innocent smile. Brother Shinji, I want to go to the bathroom. No. Shinji refused without hesitation. You are not allowed to go to the toilet until the 10,000-character review book is finished. Snort. Sample, I still don't know what you are going to do. If you want to install bugs at Gin and Vodka, don't even think about it. Going up like this is completely dying. Jin may have disassembled more bugs than you have traveled. Just stay here for me. The province's troubles other people. Shinji got up from his seat and said to Sanako and Xiolan on the side, I'll go to the bathroom. You watched Conan, don't let him run around. I will watch Conan, and I will never let Conan run around. Xiolan now also knows that Conan is a naughty kid, and feels it is necessary for him to write this 10,000-character review book. Me too. Sanako raised his hand. Shinji nodded and walked to the bathroom. At this moment, Conan's face was sullen, and the pen in his hand was about to be crushed. P.S. Thank you Samsaga for your reward. Chapter 47. Shinji looked at the door before entering the toilet. After confirming that there was no one around, let alone Conan, he walked into the toilet. The first thing you do when you enter the toilet is, take out your phone and call Jin. Hey, Jin. Jin on the other end of the phone heard Shinji's voice and leaned back in his seat with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Why are you on this Shinkansen, Black Cherry? Jin is as suspicious as ever, even among the insiders. I went on vacation to a mountain villa with Sanako, and all took the Shinkansen. But you guys should take this Shinkansen to make a deal with someone in the car. Humph. Jin sneered, you want to intervene in this matter? Jin's eyes became a little unkind. What he hates most is that someone intervenes in the middle of a mission, and the mission has problems that shouldn't arise. No, I just wanted to ask you, how are you going to kill that traitor after the deal is done? Shinji said, leaning against the toilet wall. Black organizations have a bad reputation in the dark world. People who have done deals with them will be killed and silenced as long as the forces behind them are not too large. And this time is no exception. If he wasn't on the Shinkansen, Jin would blow up the trader and the Shinkansen after he got off. Killing people, destroying evidence. Even the person who last traded with vodka in Tropicana died in a car accident some time ago. This is also what Jin does. This has always been Jin's way of doing things, ruthless. Bomb. Jin said succinctly. How about you switch to sniping? Shinji suggested. Jin heard Shinji's proposal, and after a few seconds of silence, got it? After that, Jin hung up the phone. Hearing Jin's response, Shinji let out a sigh of relief. If Jin insists on using the bomb, he has to figure out a way to deal with the bomb, which is too troublesome. Even if he used the storage space and put the bomb in, Jin would trouble him afterwards, or let him silence and organize the traitor. This is also a hassle. Even if Jin doesn't detonate the bomb on the Shinkansen, detonating the bomb elsewhere will cause some casualties. Jin doesn't care about other people around. So it's better to replace it with sniping directly, and a headshot will not affect other people. As for the lives of those who dealt with Jin, Shinji didn't care. Those who dare to trade with organizations are not good people. The man who traded with vodka in Tropical Paradise last time was caught because of smuggling firearms, so he traded with the organization. So their lives are not worth the risk Shinji is risking for them. Brother, is it Black Cherry's call? Vodka asked. It's him. Going on vacation with his girlfriend is really relaxing. Jin sneered. He pressed a few more times on the phone and dialed another number. Kianta, you and Cohen, come on a mission. I'll send you the mission target and location later. I see, Kianta said. After speaking, Jin hung up the phone. Brother, don't we use a bomb to kill that woman? The woman in Vodka's mouth was the one who made a deal with them. Black Cherry is on the Shinkansen, so let's replace it with sniping. Although Jin thought it was a little troublesome to use sniping, he still switched to sniping for the sake of organizing the mission. As expected of the number one wage earner of the organization, everything is for the sake of the organization. After the phone call, Shinji went back to his seat. Back in his seat, Shinji saw Conan's open notebook, but he didn't write a review on it. Instead, she was biting her nails thinking about something. Guess what, this guy must be thinking about Jin and vodka. At this time, Shinji won't let Conan mess up and let him install bugs on Jin and vodka's location. After all, Jin just saw him sitting with Conan, and it was someone he knew at first glance. If Conan's bug was discovered, Jin would be the first to ask for trouble. So after Jin and vodka leave here, Conan, the kid, can't go there. Not even the toilet. When Conan saw Shinji's return, he immediately changed his clothes and face, and turned into the innocent look of a child. Brother Shinji, I want to go to the toilet. Conan wants to use his urine to get rid of Shinji, then go to Jin and vodka. And the answer to Conan is still yes. No. You are not allowed to go there until this 10,000-word review is finished. Isn't it tomorrow? I changed the time. Hateful. Chapter 48. Hateful. After being rejected by Shinji, Conan bows his head and starts to turn his smart head again. He must get rid of Shinji and go to the men in black to install bugs and trackers. Only in this way can we know the purpose of their coming here and where their old lair is. Conan rolled his eyes, he had already thought of a way. Although this approach was a bit shameful, he had no choice. Conan jumped out of position, then lay down on the ground naturally, and began to splash and roll on the ground. What? I want to go to the toilet, I want to go to the toilet. Brother Shinji, please let me go to the toilet. I'm about to pee. Conan lay on the ground and started screaming. Sonoko, Xiaoran, and the other passengers around all looked here. And Shinji saw that Conan was actually in front of the public, splashing and rolling on the ground in public, and he was directly happy. If he doesn't add a sentence after it, Brother Shinji, let me go to the toilet. He will be happier. Conan, hurry up, it's too embarrassing for you to be like this. Xiaolan said, standing aside. She never knew that Conan was so fond of rolling around, thinking that Conan's image in front of her collapsed. Sure enough, he's a kid. Sanako said with his arms crossed. At this time, more and more people pointed at Shinji. Although Shinji doesn't care about the advice of these people, when has he been wronged like this? So this hatred, he wrote down the black cherry. Then Shinji lifted Conan off the ground. Let's go. Big brother, I took you to the toilet. Very good. But big brother, can you put me down? I can go by myself. Conan asked with a smile while hanging in the air. Shinji's answer was still, no. I'll follow you so you don't run around. What if someone is kidnapped? Just like that, Shinji carried Conan all the way to the toilet. There was no one in the toilet at this time, so Shinji opened the toilet door and threw Conan inside. Then shut it, guarding Conan at the toilet door. And Conan also saw Shinji's back while standing in the toilet, and knew that he was still guarding outside. Looking at Shinji outside, Conan showed a smug smile. Okay, I'll just use the watch-type anesthesia gun that Hiroshi made for me to knock this BD out, Kitahara. In the few days that Conan was recovering, Hiroshi has made watch-type anesthesia guns, foot-strengthening shoes, bow-tie-type voice-changing periods, prisoner tracking glasses, with bugs, tracking stickers and other props for Conan. In order to make him small enough to have the ability to defeat the prisoner. Conan turned on the sights on his watch, facing Shinji's back. Then he shouted, Big brother Shinji, there are bugs. The next second, Shinji opened the door and looked back at Conan. It's now. Conan pressed the button of the watch-type anesthesia gun, and an anesthesia needle shot out. However, there was a scene that shocked Conan. Shinji had caught the needle he had shot with his index and middle fingers. How is that possible? Conan looked incredulous. Is this guy really human? Shinji looked at the needle in his hand and squinted at Conan. Conan, how could you pierce me with a needle? Since you pierced me with a needle, I will pierce it back too. Shinji grabbed Conan. Brother Shinji, I'm joking, don't stab me with needles. Conan struggled in the air. But Shinji didn't waver at all, sticking the needle on Conan's forehead with his backhand. Destroyed. After the needle was inserted into Conan's skin, the needle disappeared quickly. And Conan's head began to groan. Damn, the Kitahara Shinji. After saying this, Conan fell asleep. After Conan fell asleep, Shinji also patted Conan's cheek with his palm, then opened his pants again and flicked his little DD. Small things look quite unique. After confirming that Conan was asleep, he breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Mori, I avenged you. Conan, who has been stabbing people with needles all day, was finally stabbed this time. Congratulations. If Mori Kogoro finds out, he will be very happy. Shinji put Conan on the toilet and looked at what Hiroshi had made for Conan. Foot augmentation shoes, bow tie voice changers, tracking glasses, and tracking stickers on watches. Agaza Hiroshi is really amazing. As soon as I spend a lot of black technology, I will go to Agaza Hiroshi another day to order a few. Agaza Hiroshi, the eternal god. Shinji then took Conan, who had fallen asleep, back to his seat. What's wrong with Conan? Xiaolan asked. He, noisy, too tired, fell asleep. It's okay to fall asleep, so as not to make noise and disturb other people. Sanako really thinks Conan is too loud. Falling asleep is a good thing. At least it won't bother other people. Xiaolan on the side also agreed with Sanako. She also thought Conan was too loud. Half an hour later, the Shinkansen stopped at the station. The three of Shinji didn't get off at this stop, but at the next stop, so they continued to sit in their seats. Gin and vodka got off at this stop. The person who got out of the car was also a woman with a black suitcase. This woman is the one who deals with Gin. Originally Gin planted a bomb in the suitcase. But since Shinji was also on this Shinkansen, Gin defused the bomb and told her to get off at this stop. After the woman got out of the car, she started waiting for Jin's call. Because Jin would tell her the password to the box over the phone after she got out of the car. After a while, the Shinkansen started again. At the same time, Jin also made a call. But the call wasn't for this woman. It was a call to Kianta. Do it. Clear. Boom. Soul Fragment 10. P.S. Thanks to for the monthly pass, and thanks to Samsaga for the reward. Chapter 49. 15 minutes later. Officer Megure rushed to the scene with Takagi, Satu, and Shiratori. Before they rushed to the scene, it was the station security who maintained order at the scene. After a while, a cordon was pulled up on the scene. Officer Megure and the others looked at the victim who was shot headshot. Their faces were very gloomy. Although shooting incidents occurred frequently during this period, sniping incidents rarely occurred, let alone such incidents at stations with a lot of people. Officer Megure felt that he was going to work overtime again and was scolded by his boss. Soon, the forensic officers came to Officer Megure's side. Sergeant Megure, according to my investigation, the murderer should have shot this side from above that building. The murderer was skilled and killed with a single shot. The forensic officer pointed to a building behind him and said. Officer Megure turned to look at the building behind him. Satu, Takagi, let's go there and take a look. Brother Shiratori, I'll leave it to you here. Yes. Officer Megure. Soon Police Officer Megure took Takagi and Satu to the sniper site. Upon reaching the roof of the building, Officer Megure immediately asked him to search here, hoping to find the shell of the sniper rifle. But after searching it again, nothing was found. The cartridge case of the sniper rifle was taken away by Kianta long ago. As a member of the Black Organization, she would not make such small mistakes. 2 hours later, Shinji, Zyuren, Sonoko and Conan were 4 people. Came to Suzuki's villa in the mountains. At this point Conan was already awake. And stared at Shinji with an unhappy expression. He can't tell if he is suffering now. The road leading to the villa is a suspension bridge. The suspension bridge spans a deep mountain stream. At first glance, there is a tumbling stream below, and the Suzuki's villa is across from the bridge. It was getting late at this time, and the villa in front of him in the mountains and forest looked a little gloomy. When they walked into the suspension bridge, they saw a man in a black cloak walking on the suspension bridge. Is that guy going to my villa too? Is it because of my old sister's friend? Sonoko said, looking at the black-robed man on the suspension bridge. At this moment, the black-robed man on the suspension bridge suddenly looked back at Sonoko. A face densely wrapped in bandages was revealed. Sonoko and Zyuren were shocked, and subconsciously grabbed Shinji's arm. Conan was also taken aback when he saw the people on the suspension bridge. Even Xiaolan grabbed Shinji's shoulders and didn't care. After the bandage weird in front showed his face, he immediately crossed the suspension bridge, over the villa, and ran into the dim forest. Is that black-robed man a ghost? Sonoko said, clutching Shinji's shoulder tightly. Zyuren on the side heard Sonoko's words, and was even more frightened, and the fingers holding Shinji's arm turned pale. Zyuren is most afraid of ghosts. No, he is not a ghost, he is a human. It should be someone who loves cosplay, dress up like this on purpose. Shinji shrugged. This is a lie. Shinji knew that this person was dressed like this in order to kill someone in the villa. Because he has seen it. God's cosplay. Conan murmured silently in his heart. Let's go, if we don't pass, it will be dark. Do you want to spend the night in the forest? Shinji joked. No. Sanako and Xylan said at the same time. Then go. Shinji brought Sanako, Xylan, and Conan to the door of the villa. He directly pressed the doorbell. Soon, a woman with slightly curled hair and squinted eyes, who looked very similar to Sanako, walked out. The visitor was Sanako's older sister, Suzuki Ayako. "Sister, here we are," Shinji shouted. He is now the prospective son-in-law of the Suzuki Foundation, so it's not too much to call your sister. "You are here. It's been a long time since Xiaolan, who is this little brother?" Ayako has seen Xylan before, but Conan, she has never seen it. "Sister Ayako, this is Edogawa Conan, my father's apprentice." Xylan touched Conan's head and said. Ayako smiled and said, "So it's Conan, brother. You guys come in quickly and we will talk inside." After Shinji and his group of 4 entered the villa, Ayako took Shinji and others to the second floor. Midway, Sanako asked, "Sister, is there anyone who came to the villa this time wearing a black robe with a bandage on his face?" "A person with a bandage on his face." Ayako squinted and said, "There is no such person in the villa. The people who came here this time are all members of my university's film club, and there is no such person in it." "That's it?" Soon Ayako took them to the door of the room. This is Sanako and Xylan's room. Next to it is Conan and Shinji's room. Both of these rooms are double rooms, just enough to sleep 4 of them. Chapter 50. After packing up and saluting in the room, the 4 Shinji came to the living room. At this time, the others were already in the living room. Except for the 4 of them, the rest are Suzuki Ayako's classmates. 3 men and 1 woman. When Suzuki Ayako saw Shinji coming down, she introduced her classmates in turn. "This is Masaru Otie, Hiraki Kakutani, and Ryoichi Takahashi. In the end, this is Shikako Ikeda, now the president of our film agency." Suzuki Ayako pointed to the short-haired woman next to her and said. "What?" Hearing Ikeda Tomoko's name, Xylan was taken aback. "Couldn't you be Ikeda Tomoko of the Cyan Kingdom script that is being shown on TV?" She has seen this movie, so she has some influence. When Xylan mentioned the Cyan King, Takahashi Ryoichi, who looked a little fat, frowned, but he stretched out quickly. "Yes, Cyan Kingdom is indeed her work when she was a student. Now I finally have a chance to make it public." Suzuki Ayako on the side laughed. She is still very happy for her good friend. If Suzuki Ayako knew that this work was plagiarism, he might not be so happy. "Don't mention the past, okay?" Shikako Ikeda said with a smile from the corner of her mouth. In fact, she didn't want to bring up this matter in front of so many people. Because this script was plagiarized by her, and mentioning this incident reminded her of the true author of the script. The woman who died because of her plagiarism. Suzuki Ayako looked at these people in front of him, and couldn't help but think of the past. "Getting together with everyone makes me think of the past again." Then his eyes dimmed, and Itsuko, if that didn't happen to Itsuko, today also. Before Suzuki Ayako finished speaking, he was interrupted by Shikako Ikeda on the side. He slapped his right hand on the table and got up from the bench with a squeeze. He said with a sullen expression, "Don't want Ayako? The person who died 2 years ago, can you not mention the disappointed person?" Suzuki Ayako on the side saw his friend angry, and quickly said sorry. Ryoichi Takahashi, who pretended to be a fat man, stared at Ikeda Tomoko with murderous eyes. At this time, Shinji, who was sitting opposite, couldn't stand it anymore. "How dare you yell at my sister, not even me, why do you dare? You won a prize for your plagiarized work? What are you doing so loudly? Does that dead Itsuko have something to do with you? Otherwise, why do you have such a big reaction when mentioning Itsuko?" Shinji tapped his fingers on the table and squinted at Shikako Ikeda on the opposite side. Shikako Ikeda was a little flustered by Shinji. "I don't know what you are talking about." I'm a little tired, so I went upstairs to rest first. I won't eat dinner. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shikako Ikeda smeared oil on the soles of his feet and slipped away. When she walked to the door, she saw a note under the door. When she picked it up, her face changed drastically. Some trembling hands ravaged the note. Desperately walked into the room. Because of the sudden departure of Ikeda Tomoko, everyone looked at each other. At the same time, I couldn't help but recall that after mentioning Itsuko, Ikeda Shikako's reaction was indeed a little big. That said, Shikako Ikeda's reaction just now was really unusual. There must be a problem in it. The detective's curiosity has come, and Conan now wants to unlock the secret hidden in it. Shinji, why do you say that? Suzuki Ayako hesitated and asked. If you just mention a dead person, even a good friend wouldn't have such a big reaction. And you have seen Shikako Ikeda's reaction just now. I just slapped the table, obviously something is wrong. That's why I said whether Itsuko's death would have anything to do with her. After all, in my opinion, her reaction just now was obviously a guilty conscience. Of course these are just my speculations, I can't be true. Shinji waved his hand. The client Itsuko is dead, and he has no evidence to prove that Itsuko's death was related to Ikeda Tomoko. So let Takahashi Ryoichi take revenge. Even if he prevented Ryoichi Takahashi from taking revenge here, what about next time? Anyway, Shikako Ikeda will die sooner or later. It's better to let her die here, just to absorb the soul. For a while, everyone felt that Shinji's words made sense. At this time, Suzuki Ayako stood up and began to change the subject. It's too early, I'll go cook. Xiaolan, Sanako, come and help me. Good. Ryoichi Takahashi stood up and said, I checked the weather forecast and it will rain tonight. I'll go outside and fix the broken roof. He looks fat, but he is still very flexible. It's not a problem to fix the roof. Then please, Takahashi. Suzuki Ayako said.